This section covers basic and advanced punching combinations. As you will soon notice, each strike is designed to set up the next strike in your combination. For example, you lead with a jab to momentarily blind your opponent, disrupt his balance, and cause him to elevate his arms to protect his face. In turn, this leaves his midsection open, allowing you to follow up with a powerful cross to his body. However, in order for these setups to work, you must threaten your opponent with each strike in your combination. If your jab is lazy, you won't get the reactions you are looking for. Not only does this make it difficult for you to land the second strike in your combo, but it also gives your opponent an opportunity to launch a counterattack. For the best results, work on developing perfect form instead of speed when first starting out. Focus on flowing from one strike to the next. Only after you have mastered this flow should you spend time on developing your power and quickness. I'm standing in close range with my opponent. To begin the combination, I throw a lead close-range hook to the side of my opponent's jaw, and then throw a lead mid-range hook as I back out. It is important to notice that with the first hook, I keep my hips square with my opponent, and with the second hook, I rotate my hips in a counterclockwise direction to deliver a more powerful punch. I recommend practicing this technique as much as possible because a lot of opponents will drop their guard when separating from the clinch. My opponent and I are in the same fighting stance. I begin by throwing a jab, but my opponent immediately counters by throwing a cross. To evade his punch, I utilize an outside slip. Instead of rotating my body in a clockwise direction and throwing a lead hook, I keep my hips spring-loaded, drop my left shoulder, and then unload my hips with a powerful lead uppercut, lifting his chin. To capitalize on his exposed face and keep him guessing, I throw a lead hook. After 2 lead hand strikes in a row, I conclude the combination with a right cross.
Desculpa, errei. Aí. Aí. Isso.
My opponent and I are again in the same fighting stance. Just as in the last sequence, I begin by throwing a jab, but my opponent counters with a right cross. To evade his punch, I utilize an outside slip. However, this time I throw a cross at the same time, which disrupts his rhythm and hinders him from immediately throwing a secondary strike. To capitalize on his stunned state, I immediately follow up with a lead hook to the side of his face. When you launch an offensive combination, there is a good chance that your opponent will counter with strikes of his own, and you must be ready to counter his counter. This is an excellent drill for developing these reactions. To begin, fire off 3 quick punches, a jab, a cross, and a lead hook. Upon landing your last punch, your training partner immediately fires off a cross, and you evade it using an outside slip. As he pulls his striking arm back into his stance, you fire off another 3 punches. Upon landing your last strike, your training partner immediately throws a jab. This time, you evade his strike using an inside slip. Just as before, you follow up with the same 3 strikes. As you will soon learn, this is an excellent drill for increasing your timing and reaction speed. The better you get at drills like these, the easier it will be to remain in the pocket while under fire. Instead of backing away from your opponent's strikes, which takes you out of range, you stay in the pocket, cause your opponent to miss, and cause him damage. My opponent and I are fighting in close range with the same foot forward. To initiate, I deliver a rear uppercut to his chin. With there being little distance for him to throw a jab or cross, he counters by launching a rear hook. I evade his shot by stepping my lead foot to the outside of his rear foot, dropping my elevation, and shifting my weight toward my left side. Not only do these actions cause his punch to sail over the top of my head, but it also positions me off to the side of his body and supplies me with a dominant angle of attack. To capitalize, I slide my rear foot toward my lead foot to re-establish my fighting stance and throw a lead hook at the same time. Without hesitating, I immediately follow up with a rear uppercut to his chin. The instant I land the second punch, my opponent's instinct is to turn toward me to square his hips with mine and eliminate my dominant angle of attack. To prevent him from accomplishing this goal, I circle around him in a clockwise direction. My opponent and I are in the same fighting stance. To initiate, I throw a double jab. Notice how instead of pulling my arm back all the way into my stance after landing the first jab, I only pull it halfway back. This allows me to launch both strikes quickly, yet still generate enough power to do damage. To counter, my opponent immediately throws a right cross. Instead of slipping to the outside of his punch, I slip to the inside of his punch using a shoulder roll. Although this makes me vulnerable to my opponent's lead hook, it also spring-loads my body, which I unleash by throwing a powerful cross. this scenario, my opponent and I are in opposite fighting stances. To begin my attacking combination, I fire a jab at my opponent's face. Having just been hit, his first reaction is to throw a jab right back at me. To evade his punch, I rotate my body in a clockwise direction and employ an outside slip, causing him to miss. As he draws his jab back towards his body, I rotate in a counterclockwise direction and throw a lead hook to the left side of his face. This causes him to think my next strike will come from my rear hand, but to switch things up, I throw a second lead hook with my right hand. It is very important to pay attention to my lead foot when I throw the second hook. Instead of keeping it planted on the mat, I step it further to the outside of my opponent's lead right leg, giving me a more dominant angle of attack. To capitalize on that angle, I throw a straight left cross at his center line, and then circle around towards his back before he can square his hips up with mine and launch a counterattack. My opponent and I are in opposite fighting stances, and I'm peppering his face with jabs. In an attempt to launch a counterattack, immediately after my last jab lands, he steps forward and attempts to throw a lead hook over my outstretched arm and into the side of my face. Having not leaned forward when throwing the jab, I simply pull my right arm back into my stance and block his hook with a lead outside block. Before my opponent can pull his arm back into his stance, I counter with a jab and then a right cross. In this scenario, my opponent and I are in opposite fighting stances, and he throws a lead hook at my face. To evade his strike, I utilize the lean back technique, causing him to miss. The momentum of his circular punch carries him in a clockwise direction, and before he can unwind his body and return to his fighting stance, I lunge forward off the lean back and land a jab, a cross, and then a lead hook. The key to success with this combination is leaning back only enough to evade your opponent's strike, and then quickly rocketing forward and throwing your strikes. If you delay, your opponent will have time to recover and throw a secondary strike. My opponent and I are in opposite fighting stances, and I throw a jab-cross combination at his face. Having just landed 2 strikes, he immediately throws a cross of his own. To counter, I utilize an inside slip, and before he can pull his arm back into his stance, I land another jab, cross, and jab. When fighting, it is unrealistic to think that you can throw 5 or 6 punches without your opponent striking back. Practicing combinations such as this one will not only prepare you for the inevitable counter strikes, but also to counter your opponent's counters. In this section, I demonstrate a number of ways to counter your opponent's strikes with punching combinations. With a lot of these techniques, instead of moving away from your opponent's punches, you remain in the pocket and either block or evade. Before your opponent can re-establish his stance and balance off his missed strikes, you use his compromised positioning to launch an attack of your own. The most important thing to focus on in these techniques is your timing. If you allow your opponent to recover and pull his arm back into his stance, you will have missed a golden opportunity. I begin this combination by parrying my opponent's jab and countering with a jab of my own. After causing your opponent damage every time he jabs, chances are he will get more hesitant with future jabs and either begin leaning his head backwards or dropping his rear hand in front of his jaw to catch your counter jab. Either way, it allows you to strike the side of his face with a lead hook immediately after throwing your jab. Landing the hook will most likely cause your opponent to spread his arms to protect the sides of his head, allowing you to follow up with a straight cross down the middle. Connecting with the cross will bring your opponent's arms back together, allowing you to hit the side of his face with another lead hook. Once the combination is completed, always back away to avoid your opponent's counter punches. This combination is very similar to the previous one, except here I am using a lead parry to evade my opponent's cross. Just as before, I immediately throw a jab off the parry, hitting my opponent before he can throw his secondary strike. After several repetitions, I unleash my combination by following my jab with a cross. As my opponent brings his arms close together to protect his center line, I throw a lead hook to the side of his exposed face. This spreads his arms wide again, allowing me to throw another cross straight down the middle. This is an excellent combination to utilize against an opponent who likes to throw looping punches. To begin, I utilize a lead outside block to stop my opponent's rear overhand, and then utilize a rear outside block to stop his lead hook. With his arms spread wide due to his punching combination, I fire a right cross straight down the middle. This draws his arms together, creating an opening for me to hit the side of his face with a lead hook. As he draws his arms wide to protect the sides of his face, I throw another right cross straight down the middle. My opponent and I are in the same fighting stance, and I slip to the outside of his jab and counter with a jab of my own. Before he can pull his jab back into his stance, I throw a rear uppercut underneath his outstretched arm, lifting his chin. This exposes the sides of his face, allowing me to follow up with a lead hook. As my opponent spreads his arms to protect the sides of his face, I throw another rear uppercut straight up the middle. This combination begins the same as the last. My opponent throws a jab, and I evade his strike by slipping to the outside of his arm. At the same time, I throw a counter jab. However, after several repetitions, my opponent shoots forward off my counter jab. To avoid getting hit, I step my rear foot behind me, and to hinder his forward momentum, I throw a right cross at the same time. My opponent continues to come forward, so I step my lead foot backward to resume my fighting stance and throw a lead hook. With my opponent still charging forward, I step my rear foot behind me again and throw another cross straight down the middle. In this combination, my opponent and I are in the same fighting stance and he throws a right cross. To evade his punch, I utilize a lead sidestep, and to make him pay, I throw a counter cross at the same time. After several repetitions, I notice my opponent's hands coming together every time I throw the counter cross, so I immediately follow up with a lead hook to the side of his jaw. This causes his arms to separate, creating an opportunity for me to throw a rear uppercut straight up the middle, elevating his chin. This exposes the sides of his face, and I capitalize on that by throwing another lead hook. With his center line once again exposed, I conclude the combination with an overhand right or cross. this sequence, my opponent and I are in the same fighting stance, and he throws a right cross toward my face. To evade his punch, I use the inside shoulder roll. It is important to notice how this positions me to the inside of my opponent's striking arm, which makes me vulnerable to a secondary strike. However, it is also important to notice that the inside shoulder roll spring loads my hips. Before my opponent can throw another punch, I uncoil my hips by rotating them in a counterclockwise direction and deliver a powerful rear uppercut to his chin. This lifts his head upward, allowing me to follow up with a lead hook to the side of his jaw. This combination begins the same as the last. My opponent throws a right cross from the same fighting stance, and I evade his strike using an inside shoulder roll. Before he can launch a second strike, I uncoil my hips and throw a rear uppercut. This lifts his chin and allows me to deliver a lead hook to his jaw. Instead of finishing the combination with the hook, I see that my opponent is injured. To capitalize, I throw a cross straight down the middle and follow up with another lead hook. This is an advanced combination, not just because of how many punches you throw, but also because of the type of punches. To start, my opponent throws a jab, I utilize the lean back technique, and I slip to the outside of his arm and counter with a jab at the same time. I follow my counter jab with a right cross to force my opponent to bring his arms into his center line. Next, I pull my right arm back into my body, and without dropping my elevation, throw a right uppercut up between his arms and into his chin. This forces my opponent to bring his arms even closer together. After throwing 2 consecutive strikes with my right hand, it also makes him think I will throw a punch with my left hand. To shake things up, I now throw the rear right hook to the side of his face. This brings his arms outward, allowing me to throw a jab straight down the middle. With my opponent wounded, I conclude the combination with a cross and then another lead hook. The key to success with this combo is stunning your opponent with 3 right-handed punches in a row. In this sequence, my opponent throws a right cross, and I evade his strike utilizing a lead sidestep slip. Instead of guiding my opponent's arm away from my face using my left arm, I use the rotation of the sidestep to throw a lead left hook over my opponent's cross arm and into the side of his unprotected face. With my body spring-loaded after the hook, I rotate my hips in a counterclockwise direction and conclude with a rear uppercut to his chin. This combination begins the same as the last. My opponent steps forward with a cross, and I evade his strike utilizing a lead sidestep slip and counter lead hook. After several repetitions, I unleash a lightning-fast combination to overwhelm my opponent. This combination is constructed from a lead hook, a rear hook, another lead hook, and then another rear hook. It is important to notice that I am not dramatically turning my hips on each punch. Instead, I throw the punches using a very slight rotation to land them as quickly as possible.
Dois.
My opponent and I are in the same fighting stance, and he unleashes a powerful rear hook at my head. To defend this strike, I elevate my left arm and sweep it away from my body, catching his arm before his punch can generate full force. To make him pay for throwing the punch, I use my counterclockwise rotation to throw a cross at the same time. Executing a block and counter at the same time is always good because you strike your opponent while his arm is away from his face. To conclude this combination, I hit my opponent with another cross. My opponent and I are in the same fighting stance. He throws a jab, and I evade his strike utilizing a rear parry. However, it is important to notice that I parry his fist downward instead of to the outside of my body. This allows me to throw an immediate counter cross over his extended arm and into his face. To conclude the combination, I throw a lead hook. My opponent and I are in the same fighting stance, and he initiates by throwing a jab. To counter, I execute an outside slip, just as I did in the previous combinations. However, before I can re-establish my fighting stance, he throws another jab. Unable to move further to the outside, I evade his strike using an inside slip. Since this puts me to the inside of my opponent's striking arm, I keep my hands up to defend against a potential cross. But instead of throwing the cross, my opponent throws yet another jab. With the inside slip having moved my head back toward my original stance, I evade his punch using an outside slip. While executing inside and outside slips works wonderfully against opponents who like to pepper you with jabs, it is important not to get locked into defense mode. As I mentioned before, you never want to evade more than 2 or 3 strikes without returning fire. So, after evading my opponent's third jab, I immediately get offensive by throwing a cross, a jab, and then another cross.
Dois, três.
opponent and I are in the same fighting stance, and he throws a jab at my face. Instead of using a regular inside slip, I step my rear foot to the outside of my opponent's lead leg and shift my weight in the same direction. Although this breaks the rule of only slipping far enough to cause your opponent to miss, it allows me to spring off my right leg and throw a powerful cross over his outstretched arm. As the momentum of my cross carries me back into my original fighting stance, I don't stand there and wait for my opponent to launch another strike. Immediately, I throw a jab to keep him at bay and then walk backward to create distance between us. My opponent and I are in the same fighting stance, and he throws a right cross. To evade his punch, I utilize a regular outside slip. However, once I execute the slip, I get creative with my counter by blending a lead uppercut with an inside pivot. This accomplishes 3 goals. Due to my rotation, it allows me to strike my opponent while his arm is still outstretched. It allows me to avoid his secondary punch, and it allows me to establish a dominant angle of attack. Once you establish that dominant angle, you can either launch another strike or back away from your opponent, as I do here. In MMA, there are a lot of fighters who like to throw big, looping punches. When up against such a fighter, the bob and weave can be a very important tool. In this combination, I put it into effect. Starting in the same fighting stance, my opponent throws a lead hook toward my head. To evade his shot, I drop my elevation, step my rear foot to the outside of his lead leg, and then shift my body in the same direction, causing my opponent's fist to sail over the top of my head. As I increase my elevation to throw a counter strike, my opponent throws a rear hook toward the outside of my head. To counter, I drop my elevation, step my lead foot to the outside of his rear leg, and shift my weight in the same direction. Again, my opponent's fist sails over the top of my head. Not wanting my opponent to throw continuous punches, I make him pay by rotating my hips in a clockwise direction and delivering a lead hook. This forces my opponent's guard to slide outward, and I capitalize by throwing a cross straight down the middle. This is an excellent drill to practice when your upcoming opponent has a tendency to be overly aggressive. Instead of simply backing away from his strikes, you back away and fire off strikes of your own. Notice how as I step my lead foot back to move away from him, I throw a jab. As I slide my rear foot backwards to create even more space between us, I throw a cross. With my opponent still coming forward, I slide my lead foot back and throw another jab. To conclude this combination, I hit my opponent with another cross. Although it can be difficult to throw powerful punches while moving backwards, your shots can still cause damage due to your opponent moving into your fists. It is important to notice that I only take 3 steps backwards. This is to prevent my opponent from really getting his momentum moving forward and overrunning me. If your punches do not stop your opponent, instead of continuing to move backward, a better approach would be to move off to the side and allow him to move past you. It is important to never get stuck in defensive mode. Even when your opponent is unleashing with a combination, you always want to make him pay. In this combo, I slip my opponent's jab and then use my arm to block his right hook to my body. Before he can add a third punch to his combo, I immediately throw a lead hook. When practicing this technique, the goal is not to see how hard you can land your hook, but rather time your shot perfectly. This means maintaining your base and balance while defending your opponent's strikes so that you can flow directly into your offense. A lot of times, fighters get into the habit of leaning back or hunching over while defending against strikes, which makes it very difficult to capitalize on their opponent's awkward position with strikes of their own. Practicing combos such as this one allows you to blend your defense and offense seamlessly together. My opponent and I are in the same stance, fighting in close range. He initiates by throwing a powerful rear uppercut at my jaw. Just as I would when facing a cross, I evade his punch by stepping my lead foot to the outside of his rear leg and executing an outside slip. With my hips spring-loaded, I unwind them in a clockwise direction and throw a lead hook to the side of my opponent's jaw. This is another combination that will not only help you blend your various defenses together, but also blend your defenses with your offenses. The combination involves slipping your opponent's jab, slipping his cross, blocking his lead hook, and then blocking his rear hook. Maintaining your base and balance throughout this entire defensive sequence, you immediately follow up with a combination of your own. In this case, I throw a lead hook, a cross, a jab, and then another cross. The combo you choose to throw is not important. What is important is following up before your opponent can recover his base and balance from his failed combination. opponent and I are in opposite fighting stances, and he throws a jab. To evade his strike, I execute an outside slip. However, it is important to notice that in addition to rotating in a clockwise direction and moving my head away from my center line, I also take a small step forward with my lead leg and lean toward my opponent. This allows me to close the distance and land a shovel hook to my opponent's body while his jab is still outstretched. For the best results, I target his last two ribs, both of which will break quite easily, especially when striking with MMA gloves. The body shot causes my opponent to protect his sides by dropping his elbows, and I quickly move backward and throw a lead hook to the side of his exposed face. Naturally, his arms angle outward to protect his face, and that's when I conclude the combination with a cross. My opponent and I are in opposite fighting stances. He steps his left foot to the outside of my right, acquiring a dominant angle of attack, and throws a lead hook at my head. Immediately, I evade his punch using the bob and weave. To accomplish this, I drop my elevation by bending at the knees, causing his strike to sail over the top of my head. However, as I drop my level, it is very important to notice that I circle my right foot around to the outside of my opponent's left leg. Not only does this eliminate his dominant angle of attack, it gives me a dominant angle of attack. To capitalize on this, I throw a lead hook before he can pull his arm back into his stance, striking the side of his exposed face. Immediately after landing the shot, I throw a rear uppercut, and then another lead hook. It is important to mention that this is a very advanced technique because it requires precise footwork and nail-sharp timing. My opponent and I are in opposite fighting stances, and he throws a jab. To evade his strike, I execute an outside slip. However, before I can launch a counter strike, my opponent immediately fires a cross. To evade his second strike, I rotate my body in a counterclockwise direction and utilize an inside slip. I immediately attack by stepping my right foot to the outside of his rear foot and then throwing a cross at the same time. It is important to notice that this last action causes me to momentarily cross my feet. Although I mentioned that you don't want to do this, it is alright as long as you utilize it as a setup at the right moment. Once my right foot touches down, I circle my left foot along the mat in a clockwise direction. With my body now positioned to the outside of my opponent's rear leg, this causes me to circle around his body. As I slide my left leg towards its new position, I throw a lead hook to my opponent's jaw. With all my weight moving in the direction of the hook, it is a very powerful shot. In this sequence, I demonstrate how acquiring a dominant angle of attack can create an opportunity to land a number of hard strikes. Starting off in an opposite fighting stance as my opponent, he throws a right cross and I evade his punch by rotating in a counterclockwise direction and slipping to the outside of his arm. Before he can pull his arm back into his stance, I rotate in a clockwise direction and throw a rear uppercut at his chin, lifting his head. This allows me to throw a lead hook to the side of his face. Having hit my opponent with several punches in a row, his natural reaction is to strike back. Immediately after landing the lead hook, he throws another cross at my face. Instead of slipping his punch, I utilize a cross step. To accomplish this, I step my lead foot across my body into the outside of his rear leg. The instant my right foot touches down, I shift my weight onto my right leg and begin rotating my left leg and hips in a clockwise direction. As I square my hips with the side of my opponent's body, I immediately throw a cross. It is important to notice that I launch my cross while my left leg is still swinging into position. Although this zaps some of the power from my punch, it allows me to quickly attack my opponent from my dominant angle. In order to return the fight to a neutral playing field, he must now rotate and square his hips with my hips, but before he can accomplish this, I hit him with a jab and then another cross. With all the combinations I offer in this section, the ultimate goal is to turn your opponent's entire body into a target and strike from odd, unpredictable angles. As you already know, this can be accomplished by acquiring a dominant angle of attack. However, standing face to face with your opponent, it can be very difficult to establish a dominant angle through footwork alone. The instant you step off to your opponent's side to achieve a dominant angle, he squares his hips in relation to yours to eliminate it. To prevent this from happening, it's sometimes best to distract your opponent from your footwork, which can be achieved with your first strike in your combination. Although you might not land your first strike as a result of your neutral angle of attack, it gives you a dominant angle for the next strike in your combination. If you throw every strike with the intention of setting up the one to follow, you're guaranteed to cause damage with your combinations. In this sequence, I demonstrate how to throw 2 consecutive rear Thai kicks, which is one of the first combinations that Muay Thai fighters learn. This technique comes in handy because a lot of times your opponent will check your first kick by elevating his leg. As he drops his foot to the canvas, you immediately launch a second Thai kick with the same leg, catching him in the midsection before he can elevate his leg and check your second kick. The key to success with this particular combination is speed. Instead of re-establishing your base after your first kick, you launch your second kick the instant your foot touches the canvas. This is often very difficult when first starting out because not only does it require a lot of hip movement, but also requires perfect form. If you lean back or to either side on your first kick, you won't have the balance needed to immediately fire off your second kick. I strongly suggest practicing this technique as much as possible on the Thai pads as shown in this sequence. In this sequence, I demonstrate how to throw 2 consecutive lead leg Thai kicks. It is important to mention that the lead leg tie kick is not nearly as powerful as the rear leg tie kick. However, you can add considerably more power to the kick by switching your stance prior to throwing your first kick. There are a couple of ways to switch your stance. If you are already within kicking distance of your opponent, your best option is to slightly hop upward, slide your lead foot back, and your rear foot forward. This allows you to remain in the same position, yet still switch the positioning of your feet. If you are outside of kicking range, your best option is to step your rear foot forward. This too allows you to switch the positioning of your feet, but it also allows you to cover distance. Just as with a double rear tie kick, the key with the double lead tie kick is speed. In this sequence, I demonstrate how to throw 2 straight knees in a row with both your lead and rear leg. Personally, I like to throw the rear knee when I am already within striking distance of my opponent. To set it up, I step my lead foot forward and then fire my rear knee straight into my opponent's midsection. As he bends forward from the blow, I immediately launch a second rear knee. When I am outside of striking range, I'll begin by stepping my rear foot forward. In addition to allowing me to cover at a distance, it also puts my lead leg behind me, which allows me again to throw a powerful knee. With both versions, it is important to fire the second knee immediately after the first knee to capitalize on your opponent's stunned state. To accomplish this, bring your foot back to the canvas after the first knee, step your lead foot slightly forward to remain in striking range, and then push off the mat with your rear foot and launch your second knee. Each of these steps must be done in a fraction of a second, so I recommend practicing the combo as much as possible on the pads. In this sequence, I demonstrate how to throw a lead uppercut, a rear elbow, a lead elbow, and then a rear tie kick to your opponent's head. If you look closely, you'll notice that I begin by stepping my lead foot forward. This allows me to close the distance and throw the uppercut. In addition to lifting his head and spring-loading my hips, the uppercut also causes my opponent to bring his arms closer together to protect his center line, which makes the sides of his face vulnerable. To capitalize on that vulnerability, I unwind my hips and throw a powerful rear side elbow to the side of his face. With my hips now spring-loaded in the opposite direction, I immediately unwind them and follow up with a lead side elbow to the opposite side of my opponent's face. Having thrown 3 strikes in a row from a very close range, your opponent will most likely back up to evade any further strikes. As you know, it is very difficult for a retreating opponent to either attack or defend, and you capitalize on that by concluding the combination with a rear round kick to his head. time you throw a combination at your opponent, chances are he will immediately counter with an attack of his own. In this particular scenario, my opponent and I are in opposite fighting stances. I throw the traditional jab cross, and he counters with a cross, which is quite common. Instead of backing up to evade his shot, I parry his fist downward. This keeps me in striking range, as well as makes the side of his face vulnerable to attack. To capitalize on that opening, I follow up with a rear side elbow. While training combinations that are comprised strictly of attacks will help you string your strikes fluidly together, it's not very realistic. If you're fighting a trained mixed martial artist, he will almost always launch a counterattack in the middle of your combo. For each strike you throw, he has countless countering options, but usually there will be one option more utilized than others. In this case, the cross is a very common counter to the jab-cross combination. By learning what your opponent's common reactions will be to your strikes, you can build combinations that can nullify and capitalize upon those reactions.
Agora o último sai rápido.
In this sequence, my opponent and I are in opposite stances, and I throw a jab at his face, and he immediately counters with a jab of his own. Instead of parrying his punch, I evade it by utilizing a lean back. This is accomplished by stepping my rear foot further behind me and shifting my weight onto my rear leg. As my opponent pulls his arm back into his stance, I rocket my body forward and throw a rear knee to his midsection. The key to success with this technique is only leaning back far enough to cause your opponent to miss with his jab. This allows you to follow his hand as he pulls his arm back into his body and counter with a knee before he can launch a secondary strike. If you lean back too far, it takes longer to close the gap, which might result in you eating your opponent's secondary punch. If you don't lean back far enough, you'll get hit with the jab. For this reason, I recommend using the lean back only after you have figured out the exact range of your opponent's punches. In this sequence, my opponent and I are in opposite stances. I throw the common jab-cross combination, and he counters with a rear hook. Instead of evading his strike using a bob and weave, I rotate my hips in a counterclockwise direction, sweep my lead arm across my body, and catch his arm using a cross block. The block forces his arm toward the outside of his body, making his face vulnerable to attack. To capitalize on that vulnerability, I step my lead foot to the outside of his rear leg, continue my rotation, and throw a spinning rear elbow into his face. Although this technique is unorthodox and will often catch your opponent off guard, it requires you to momentarily turn your back to your opponent, which makes you vulnerable to strikes and takedowns. As a result, I recommend reserving this technique for later rounds when your opponent's reflexes have slowed significantly. sequence, my opponent and I are in opposite fighting stances, and I begin the action by throwing a jab. To counter, my opponent immediately throws a lead round kick toward my head. I block his kick using an outside block, and while he is still on one leg, I step my rear foot up to my lead foot and throw a lead leg push kick to his midsection. The kick completely shatters his balance and sends him backward. While his defenses are still down, I switch my stance by dropping my kicking leg straight to the mat and throwing a rear round kick to his head. When you land this kick clean, there is a good chance that you will knock your opponent out. However, some fighters are tougher than others. If my opponent is still awake, he will most likely continue to retreat backward to avoid my attack. To stay within striking range, I again switch my stance by dropping my kicking leg straight to the mat. Without hesitation, I throw another round kick to his head, this time using my lead leg. One of the major goals in fighting is to make your opponent pay every time he attacks you. In this section, I demonstrate how to accomplish this by combining strikes with evasion, blocking, and checking techniques. When you're successful, you not only avoid your opponent's attack, but you also break his rhythm by hitting him with an attack of your own. Just as with attacks, the counterattacks at your disposal will depend upon the stance you and your opponent are in. If you have the same foot forward, different counterattacks will be available than when you have the opposite foot forward. In this sequence, my opponent and I are in opposite fighting stances, and he throws a jab. Instead of backing up, I evade his strike by parrying his arm downward. Before he can pull his arm back in his stance and re-establish his guard, I rotate my hips and throw a rear side elbow. Although following up with a lead-handed strike, such as a lead hook, is very natural in this situation because my hips are already spring-loaded in that direction, it is what my opponent expects. To maintain an air of unpredictability, I pull my rear elbow back toward my body and re-establish my fighting stance. Once I have situated my base, I throw a rear knee to my opponent's midsection. It is important to note that this technique can take some getting used to. When most people throw a strike from their left side, they naturally want to follow up with a strike from their right side, and vice versa. Breaking that habit every now and then, and throwing 2 consecutive strikes from the same side of your body is an excellent way to catch your opponent off guard. This is a continuation of the previous combination. Just as before, my opponent and I are in opposite fighting stances. I parry his jab downward, follow up with a rear side elbow to his face, and then throw a rear knee to his midsection. However, instead of ending the combination there, I follow the rear knee with a cross. This means that I'm throwing 3 power strikes in a row, all from the same side of my body. Just as with the transition between the rear elbow and the rear knee, the transition between the rear knee and the cross can be a little difficult. Speed will suffer slightly, because before you can throw the cross, you must first pull your rear leg back into your fighting stance and re-establish your base. It is also very important to pay close attention to how I transition between the cross and the final strike in the combination, which is a lead tie kick to my opponent's head. Instead of throwing the cross, switching my stance, and then throwing the kick, I switch my stance as I throw the cross. To accomplish this, at the same time as I throw the cross, I step my lead foot backward. After the cross lands, I step my rear foot forward. The instant my foot touches down, I pivot on it, rotate my hips, and throw the lead tie kick to my opponent's head. This allows me to throw the cross and the tie kick almost back to back, and with the cross forcing your opponent's arms together to protect his center line, there is a good chance that you will land clean with the high kick to the side of your opponent's head. This is another excellent countering combination. With my opponent and I in opposite stances, he begins the action by throwing a rear tie kick to the inside of my lead leg, and I check his kick by lifting my leg and catching his shin with my shin. If your shins are not conditioned, I recommend using shin pads. While my opponent pulls his check kick back into his stance, I drop my foot to the mat, rotate my hips, and throw a cross at his face. This is an exceptionally good counter because a lot of fighters have the bad habit of dropping their hands as they kick. Once I land the cross, my opponent immediately attempts to counter with a rear hook. Instead of backing up to evade his strike, I remain in striking range and block it with my arm. As my opponent pulls his arm back into his stance, I drive forward off my rear foot, rotate my hips, and throw a rear side elbow to his jaw. However, it is important to mention that this last counter must be thrown quickly. If you hesitate, your opponent will most likely pull his arm back into his stance and block your rear elbow strike. In this countering combination, my opponent and I are in opposite stances, and he starts the action by throwing a jab at my face. Instead of parrying his punch, I rotate my hips and slip my head to the outside of his striking arm. In addition to removing my face from his line of fire, it also spring-loads my hips. As he retracts his arm, I unwind my hips and throw a lead hook to the side of his jaw. This loads my hips in the opposite direction, allowing me to flow directly into a rear side elbow strike. Naturally, the most efficient strike would be to throw a punch or kick with my lead arm or leg. But wanting to keep my opponent guessing, I pull my leg back into my stance, re-establish my base, and then conclude the combination with a rear knee strike to his midsection. As I mentioned earlier, it is good not to fall into patterns, such as throwing a left punch, a right punch, and then another left punch. If you do the same types of combinations again and again, your opponent will eventually catch on and be ready for your attacks. This is a very flashy combination, but it comes in handy when you and your opponent are in opposite fighting stances, and he has the tendency to overextend on his crosses. As his cross comes forward, you slip to the outside of his lead arm. However, instead of keeping your lead hand up to protect your face, you drop it down to your waist. As your opponent pulls his arm back into his stance after missing his punch, you rotate your hips and throw your lead elbow vertically between his arms, colliding with his chin. This elevates his chin, allowing you to immediately follow up with a rear side elbow. The downside to this technique is that it requires you to drop your lead arm. If you misjudge your opponent's cross, or fail to get out of the way in time, you will most likely get hit. The upside to this technique is that it's highly unorthodox, which means your opponent most likely won't see it coming. In this sequence, my opponent and I are in opposite stances, and he throws a cross at my face. To evade his strike, I rotate my hips and slip my head to the outside of his extended arm. As he pulls his arm back into his stance, I throw a cross and then a rear tie kick to his head. To be successful with this technique, you must throw the cross before your opponent can retract his arm and once again establish his defenses. Sometimes you will hit your opponent and knock him back, and other times he will lean back to evade your punch. Either way, your opponent's balance will be compromised, limiting his ability to check your kick to his head. In this sequence, my opponent and I are again in opposite fighting stances, but this time he throws a jab. To evade his strike, I step my lead foot to the outside of his lead foot, rotate my hips slightly, and slip my head to the outside of his arm. In addition to removing my head from his line of fire, my maneuver has also closed the distance between us and spring-loaded my hips. As my opponent pulls his jab arm back into his stance, I throw a lead uppercut underneath his arm and up into his chin. This lifts his head, allowing me to immediately follow up with a lead hook to the side of his face. To conclude the combination, I throw a rear side elbow. this sequence, my opponent and I are in opposite fighting stances, and he throws a rear front kick in my midsection. To evade his strike, I step my lead foot to the outside of his lead foot, rotate my hips, and push his leg towards the outside of my body using my rear hand. It is important to notice that instead of moving my body to the outside of my opponent's strike, as I demonstrated earlier with both the jab and the cross, I have moved to the inside of his strike. Although this makes me more vulnerable to my opponent's attacks, as long as he is on one leg, it will be difficult for him to muster any real power in his strikes. Before he can drop his foot to the mat and re-establish his base, I rotate my hips in the opposite direction and throw a powerful jab. With my opponent now severely off balance from his missed kick and my jab, I step my lead foot forward and conclude the combination with a rear side elbow strike. In this sequence, my opponent and I are in opposite stances, and he initiates the action by throwing a looping overhand with his lead arm. Instead of retreating from his strike, I step my lead foot forward and catch his arm using an upward block. Next, my opponent throws a rear knee to my midsection, and I block his strike by throwing a rear downward elbow. When you land the elbow on the nerves of your opponent's leg, it will most likely momentarily paralyze his leg. As my opponent attempts to pull his wounded leg back into his stance, I rotate my hips and throw a rear side elbow to his jaw. In this sequence, my opponent and I are in opposite stances, and he begins the action by throwing a cross to my body. To block his strike and cause him damage at the same time, I strike his forearm with a lead downward elbow. Before he can pull his arm back into his stance, I step my lead foot forward and throw a lead uppercut elbow into his jaw. This is an excellent combination when you're up against an opponent who likes to throw looping punches such as overhands. From opposite fighting stances, the pad holder throws a rear overhand and you catch it using a rear high block. Instead of pulling your arm back into your stance after executing the high block, you immediately rotate your hips and throw a rear side elbow into your opponent's face. To be effective with this technique, you must throw the side elbow before your opponent pulls his striking arm back into his stance to protect his face. Next, your opponent attempts to retaliate by throwing another looping punch, this time with his lead arm. Again, you block his shot using a high block, rotate your hips, and throw a side elbow. With your opponent stunned from the 2 elbow strikes, you conclude the combination by throwing 2 consecutive knee strikes, and then back away. In this sequence, my opponent and I are in opposite fighting stances, and he throws across. To evade his shot, I take an outward step with my rear foot, rotate my hips, and move my head to the outside of his arm. However, in addition to slipping his strike, I move my lead arm across my body and place it on the outside of his arm. Before he can pull his arm back into his stance, I unwind my hips and use my lead arm to force his arm across his body. In addition to disrupting his balance, it creates a pathway for me to throw a rear side elbow to the side of his face. In this sequence, my opponent and I are in opposite fighting stances, and he throws a rear hook toward the side of my head. Instead of attempting to block his strike, I step my lead foot forward and drive both of my hands into his chest, disrupting his balance and zapping all power in his punch. As he careens backward, I execute a switch step and follow up with a lead round kick to the side of his head. The key to success with this technique is timing. Linear attacks are always quicker than circular ones. So as long as your timing is sharp, you can shove your opponent backward before he can land his looping punch. However, if your timing is off by even a fraction of a second, you can eat a powerful blow to the face. I recommend practicing this technique as much as possible before attempting it in a fight. In this sequence, my opponent and I are in opposite stances, and he initiates the action by throwing a rear knee to my midsection. Desiring to remain in striking range so I can counter, I hold my ground and block his knee using a lead downward elbow. As I mentioned before, when you land your elbow to the nerves of your opponent's leg, his leg will most likely become momentarily paralyzed, making it difficult for him to quickly pull his leg back into his stance. As he attempts to recover, I drive the same elbow upward and into my opponent's chin. This lifts his head, allowing me to deliver a powerful rear side elbow to his jaw.
Mais devagar primeiro, para esperar. Aí vai rápido.
In this section, I demonstrate the drills that you can do to improve upon your timing, speed, and accuracy. To get the most out of these drills, it is important to constantly move about as if you were in an actual fight. Executing drills standing in one spot is not only unrealistic, it can also promote bad habits. Although the drills presented in this section are oftentimes harder to execute than specific combinations, they dramatically increase your ability to capitalize on openings the instant they appear. This is the key to becoming a proficient striker. While throwing a predetermined combination at your opponent will often allow you to land strikes, it is much better to tailor your follow-up strikes based upon your opponent's reaction to the initial strike in your combination. For example, if you launch a combination that involves throwing 2 consecutive low kicks, but your opponent drops his arms to protect the lower half of his body after the first low kick, your best option is to abandon the second low kick and throw a high kick or punch instead. Being able to make these split-second decisions based upon your opponent's reaction takes a lot of time to develop, but practicing the drills presented in this section will steer you in the right direction. It is extremely important to drill specific combinations on the focus mitts to develop your timing, but it is also very important to do free-flow focus mitt work. There are two ways you can do this. You can have your training partner call the shots by holding the focus mitts in certain positions, or you can call the shots and have your partner direct the focus mitts to meet your punches. While the first method will help develop your reaction speed, the second method allows you to get creative and try new things. When you get familiar with the person holding the pads, it is also possible to do a combination of both, which is what I demonstrate here. My opponent will hold out a mitt for me to throw a specific strike, and then direct the pads to any follow-up strikes I should throw. When training focus mitts, it is important for both you and your partner to know how to hold the mitts to indicate a specific strike. Although there are many different possibilities, I will go over the basic ones when you and your opponent are in an orthodox fighting stance. The instructions I give will be for the pad holder. To signal a jab, rotate your left focus mitt over so it is facing your opponent and hold it up at eye level. To signal a cross, rotate the right focus mitt over so it is facing your opponent and hold it up at eye level. To signal a lead hook, point the blade of your left focus mitt at your opponent and hold it up at shoulder level. To signal a right hook, point the blade of your right focus mitt at your opponent and hold it up at shoulder level. To signal a lead uppercut, point the pad of the left focus mitt towards the ground and hold it up at shoulder level. To signal a right uppercut, point the pad of the right focus mitt toward the ground and hold it up at shoulder level. To signal a rear hook to the body, hold the back of the left mitt against your left ribs so that the pad is facing toward the outside of your body. If your opponent has powerful hooks, you may want to place the right mitt across your body to add extra protection. If you're working with a new partner, it is also important to talk about the type of resistance you'd like. Some people like the pad holder to move the mitts into their strikes, while others like the pad holder to keep them stationary. In addition, if you are a pad holder and plan on throwing strikes for your opponent to evade, make sure not to throw them with full force because the blade of the pad can easily open a cut.
Pêndulo depois. De novo. Direto. Direto cruz. Direto cruz, direto, avançando. De novo. Direto. Direto, direto, esquiva. Direto, volta, direto. Cruzado no final. Direto, cruzado. Jab. Dois jab direto. Eu vou jogar embaixo, você mata e volta pro direto. Dois jab direto, joga embaixo. Jab cruz. Termina com direto. Jab cruz, eu jogo direto, você joga de encontro. Jab cruz, eu jogo direto, você joga de encontro. Vai jogar. Isso. E volta com o cruzado. Aí afoga, 4. Vai avançando. De novo. Aí parou, eu vou em cima, você anda pra trás batendo, vai. Todos os golpes, vai.
this sequence, I demonstrate free flow combinations on the Thai pads. While it can certainly be beneficial to train specific combinations with your trainers, it is also beneficial to do free flow work. There are a couple of ways to accomplish this. In the beginning, I suggest having your training partner call out the combinations he wants you to execute, such as jab, cross, round kick. This will prevent you from guessing which strike he wants and accidentally kicking or punching an elbow or knee. However, once you get more familiar with his movements, have him simply hold up the pads to indicate a certain strike. This will increase your reaction speed dramatically and make you better at capitalizing on openings the instant they appear in a fight. Personally, I recommend conducting free flow pad work at the end of your routine, as it allows you to put everything you worked on that day together.
Joelho, pulando. Jab, chuta na cabeça. Nossa, desculpa. Vai. A mesma perna da frente. Jab, joelho. 1, 2, cruza. De novo. Isso, chuta na perna. De novo. Na cabeça. Joelho. Joelho. 2. Jab. Jab, cruza também. Isso, de novo. E chuta na cabeça com a outra perna. 1, 2. E joelho pulando. Isso, vai, isso aí.
In this sequence, I demonstrate a drill for practicing your uppercuts. Instead of dropping my arms down past my waist to generate power, which is common among a lot of fighters, I generate power using a slight rotation of my hips. While it is important to drill all your strikes, I've included the uppercut drill because in addition to helping improve your form with the punch, it's also an excellent cardio workout.
Aonde você viveu quando era criança?
Eu vivi parte da minha vida em Curitiba, né? Eu fui para Curitiba com 4 anos de idade. Eu fui criado pelos meus tios e desde então eu vivo lá e tudo que eu sou hoje como pessoa, como ser humano, eu devo a eles.
Explica pra gente da tua cidade, onde você viveu.
Curitiba é uma cidade tranquila, assim, é uma cidade bem... lembra muito aqui a América. É uma cidade que eu gosto muito, uma cidade tranquila, onde eu tive uma infância bem tranquila, bem sossegada, assim, foi muito bom.
O que teu tio fazia e a tua tia?
Meu tio sempre foi policial. Na minha família, a maioria das pessoas, todos trabalham nessa área, todo mundo é polícia, meus irmãos. Minha tia sempre ficou cuidando da gente desde criança. E uma vida tranquila, sempre fui assim, tive uma boa educação. Meus irmãos me deram todo o amor possível e impossível. E é isso.
O que você fazia para se divertir quando era criança?
Eu gostava muito de jogar futebol, brincava com os meus amigos, sempre estava brincando, a gente sempre estava fazendo alguma coisa assim para distrair, jogando futebol, jogando videogame, ou brincando de mãe se esconde, essas coisas normais que crianças fazem.
Como você começou, como você entrou a treinar taekwondo?
Bom, eu comecei no taekwondo do nada, assim. Tinha alguns amigos meus que treinavam E assim, eu não podia pagar academia, então, tipo, eu ia ver eles treinarem. E aí um dia o Messi Kang me deu a oportunidade de treinar, eu ficava lá enchendo o saco dele, toda hora enchendo o saco, aí ele me deixou treinar. E as coisas foram acontecendo, assim, tipo, fiquei bastante tempo, acho que foi uma grande base pra mim, foi o Taekwondo, foi o que me deu uma grande estabilizada, assim, na minha personalidade, na minha vida como atleta.
Aonde você treinou Taekwondo?
Em Curitiba. Treinei Taekwondo em Curitiba. E assim, foi o início, né? Foi o início de tudo.
O que era o nome do teu instrutor e como ele era?
O Messi Kang foi um grande professor, um grande mestre, é um grande mestre até hoje. Tem vários seguidores, é um grande homem, um grande mestre, uma pessoa que tem uma disciplina muito rígida e é uma pessoa que eu devo muito a ele.
Você gostava do Taekwondo ou você sempre queria fazer outra coisa?
Não, eu sempre gostei, eu sempre amei Taekwondo, assim, foi uma coisa assim que eu sempre gostei de fazer, ter o controle sobre os meus movimentos de perna, sobre as minhas habilidades, que hoje assim é parte do que me salva nas minhas lutas, assim. Eu acho que é uma coisa que eu sou muito grato de ter aprendido.
Você era bom em arte marcial desde o início?
Eu acho que a arte marcial, assim, eu fui me adaptando. Eu sempre gostei, né? Sempre fui aficionado por arte marcial. E eu acho que, não que eu era bom, mas eu sempre levei jeito.
Como você começou a treinar Muay Thai?
Ah, como que eu comecei a treinar Muay Thai? Meu irmão de criação, o Tico, ele treinava Muay Thai com o mestre Rubens. E assim, eu sempre tive a curiosidade de ver e tal, e ele não deixava. Algumas vezes eu via ele treinando, ele treinava com os amigos dele em casa, eu sempre queria treinar junto e tal, e ele não deixava, porque eu era muito novo. E eu estudava num colégio perto da academia do mestre Edmar, do Edmar Cirilo dos Anjos. E eu passava todo dia para ir para casa, eu passava todo dia em frente à academia dele. E por coincidência tinha dois amigos meus que eu acabei conhecendo no bairro ali onde eu estudava, que é o Israel Gomes e o Rodrigo Vidal. E eles treinavam nessa academia, na academia do Edmar. E aí eu comecei a passar todos os dias ali na frente, aí comecei a falar com eles e tal. Enfim, eu e o Vidal estudamos juntos durante 2 anos, e aí a gente começou a ter uma amizade maior. E um dia o Edmar me convidou para treinar e eu fui. Depois disso eu nunca mais larguei do Muay Thai.
Onde você treinou e quem era o teu primeiro instrutor
Do quê?
de Muay Thai?
Então, meu primeiro instrutor de Muay Thai foi o Edmar Cirilo dos Anjos. Eu treinava na rua Mauá, na academia dele. O nome da nossa academia era Academia Kickboxing. Treinava eu, o Israel Gomes, o Rodrigo Vidal, o Cláudio Daliadoni, que por um bom tempo ficou como nosso professor, depois que o Edmar saiu da academia.
Você competia em Muay Thai nessa idade?
Competi bastante. Eu acho que foram uma das coisas que fizeram com que eu me tornasse o campeão que eu sou hoje, foi as competições de Muay Thai, né? Competi bastante na modalidade.
Como você começou a treinar Jiu-Jitsu?
Eu tinha amigos que treinavam. Jiu-Jitsu na época não era uma luta que todo mundo tinha acesso. Só as pessoas que tinham um poder aquisitivo um pouco maior podiam treinar Jiu-Jitsu, porque o kimono era caro, a mensalidade da academia era cara. E assim, a gente treinava em casa, no prédio de uns amigos meus. eles me convidavam para ir treinar e aí eu ia lá e treinava com eles, assim, e foi onde eu comecei a treinar. Comecei a ter uma base, um pouco de chão, assim, com eles, e as coisas foram acontecendo, né?
Quem era o teu primeiro instrutor e aonde você começou a treinar?
Quando eu comecei a realmente treinar jiu-jitsu, de kimono e tal, foi com o mestre Hélio Soneca, o Sonequinha, que foi para Curitiba e abriu academia lá, a academia Grace, e eu comecei a treinar com ele. Tive algumas aulas com o professor Roberto também, que hoje tem academia lá. Tive a oportunidade de treinar para o meu primeiro Vale Tudo, onde eu estreiei com o professor Almir Ramos de Paranaguá, que até a faixa roxa eu treinei com ele, e ele que me estreou no Vale Tudo, né?
Como você, então, fala se você não lembra, como você
Bom,
começou a treinar?
Como que eu treinei, como que eu comecei a treinar na academia de boxe? Eu treinava com o mestre Noguchi, que era meu treinador na época, meu mestre, e só que ele não tinha a mente aberta para luta de vale tudo, não tinha ainda as intenções de botar a gente para lutar vale tudo. E as coisas foram acontecendo nesse período de tempo. Eu já estava treinando com o mestre Almir Ramos, jiu-jitsu, e já tinha feito algumas lutas de vale tudo com ele. E aí eu recebi um convite do Rafael Cordeiro para treinar na shootbox. E acabei indo, e foi onde as coisas foram acontecendo.
Como o treinamento da shootbox fez você um lutador melhor?
Eu acho que a habilidade que o mestre Rafael tinha para ensinar e para desenvolver as técnicas que a shootbox tinha eram muito fáceis de aprender com ele. Ele sempre foi um grande professor, sempre foi um bom lutador também, então era muito fácil para ele passar isso para mim e para alguns outros lutadores que tinham a cabeça voltada para esse tipo de luta que era o Vale Tudo. E para mim foi muito gratificante. Eu acho que foi fácil aprender, foi fácil acabar se tornando um membro da equipe de forma concreta, porque ele sempre ensinou muito bem as técnicas que a gente desenvolveu durante anos dentro da shootbox.
Você pode explicar o tipo de treinamento que você fazia lá?
Bom, o tipo de treinamento que eu fazia na academia shootbox, eu fazia aula com o mestre Rafael, ele me dava aula, pegava 1, 2, 3 horas por dia diária e me ensinava, parava, me mostrava alguns movimentos, alguns posicionamentos, e a gente sempre treinou muito, dava ênfase ao Muay Thai mesmo, muito cotovelada, muita joelhada, joelhada pulando, enfim, eu aprendi um pouco mais a agressividade do Muay Thai. Com o Rafael eu consegui aprender um pouco mais de como ser agressivo, de não deixar em nenhum momento o meu espírito e o meu foco de luta sair de mim. Aprendi a conviver com várias situações de pressão, aprendi a olhar para o meu adversário concentrado para ir lá e fazer meu trabalho de forma rápida e concreta.
Você pode explicar pra gente o tipo de malhação cardio que você fazia?
A gente sempre teve o nosso preparador físico, que foi o Madison, que é o Madison também, que sempre foi uma pessoa que esteve envolvida com a gente, me ajudou muito. A grande base da minha estrutura física, eu devo isso ao Madison, que é uma pessoa que está sempre me ajudando, tá sempre comigo.
Descreve o que arte marcial é para você.
O que é arte marcial para mim? A arte marcial é disciplina, autoconfiança e respeito. Acho que isso que define a arte marcial para mim.
Qual foi o que você gostava mais e que você adaptou mais rápido?
Eu acho que foi o Taekwondo. Acho que o Taekwondo foi a que eu mais me identifiquei na época. E com o tempo as outras foram sendo mais fácil, né? Depois que você tem um certo domínio de uma arte marcial, as outras ficam um pouco mais fáceis. Eu tive a oportunidade de treinar capoeira também, com o mestre Sergipe, treinei Hapkido. Então, todas essas artes marciais serviram para me dar uma grande base para desenvolver um Muay Thai melhor.
Quando você luta hoje em dia, você usa certos movimentos
Sempre.
de todos,
Sempre.
e você adapta a todos?
Sempre.
Fala que eu sempre. Acho que...
Todas as vezes que eu luto, eu sempre procuro botar alguma coisa de cada modalidade que eu treinei. E na maioria das vezes sempre acaba funcionando.
O que é do teu estilo de luta que faz você ser um campeão tão forte e domina tanto? Que é que faz isso?
Eu acho que é a minha disciplina. Acho que o que me faz ter grande êxito e na maioria das vezes a vitória, acho que a disciplina, a cumplicidade que eu tenho com o meu treinamento, de estar sempre vendo todas as minhas lutas, revendo. Eu acho que isso que faz com que a gente consiga ter um pouco mais de sucesso.
Quando você ficou interessado em lutar e por que vale tudo?
Quando que eu fiquei interessado em lutar? Isso é uma boa pergunta. Foi uma coisa que aconteceu naturalmente. Eu sempre gostei de arte marcial, sempre gostei dos filmes de arte marcial. Eu sou um fã aficionado pelo Bruce Lee, pelo Jack Chan. E assim, o Vale Tudo foi uma coisa que aconteceu. Não foi uma coisa que eu falei, eu quero ser lutador de Vale Tudo. Foi uma coisa que, com a globalização da arte marcial, com a evolução da luta, foi acontecendo, né? Eu acho que foi uma coisa natural, que eu não esperava que ia acontecer.
A tua primeira luta de Vale Tudo contra o Luiz Azeredo?
Bom, na verdade a minha primeira luta de Vale Tudo foi no Mato Grosso. Eu lutei num circuito contra vários lutadores e na final a luta acabou sendo entre eu e o Moranguinho, Fabrício Morango. Depois disso eu tive outras lutas e estreiei no Meca, que era um evento que era feito pela minha equipe, juntamente com o Joinha, que hoje em dia é meu empresário, e lutei contra o Luiz Azeredo, que foi minha primeira luta. Foi uma luta boa, porque assim, foi o que me deu a base para me tornar hoje um cara que respeita todos os lutadores, um cara que entra focado, independente de qualquer coisa, independente do resultado, está sempre focado no objetivo.
Você pode explicar um pouquinho dessa luta, porque eu sei que você não ganhou aquela luta pelos juízes, mas você pode explicar um pouquinho o que aconteceu na luta, o que você lembra que aconteceu?
Não me lembro muito ao certo, mas eu sei que, bom, praticamente foi uma coisa, meio que um jogo de interesses. Mas isso faz parte, eu acho que foi válido. O Luiz Azeredo tem todas as glórias por ter me vencido. E foi uma boa luta, eu achei que foi válido a experiência. E parte dessa luta, parte do que aconteceu nessa luta, serviu para que fortalecesse a minha base para ser o campeão que eu sou hoje.
Como você entrou pro Chutô?
Depois de ter feito algumas lutas no Meca, eu recebi a proposta de lutar no Shoto. E assim, para lutar contra o Hayato, para lutar contra o Tetsuji Kato. E foi uma coisa assim muito rápida, né? Eu tinha que tomar essa decisão rápido. E acabou que a gente conseguiu ir e vencer a primeira luta contra o Tetsuji Kato. E eles ofereceram a luta contra o Hayato Sakurai, achando que o Hayato ia me ganhar, porque ele já tinha ganhado de 6 brasileiros seguidos, né? E ele era o cara a ser batido no Japão, né? No Shoto. E a gente foi lá e conseguiu fazer uma boa luta com ele. Eu acho que foi onde começou tudo, né? Praticamente a minha carreira profissional e internacional como lutador foi o que deu início, foi o primeiro passo, foi a luta contra o Sakurai, que foi meu primeiro título mundial, né?
Como você entrou no Pride?
Depois da minha luta com o Hayato Sakurai, eu recebi essa proposta para lutar no Pride, mas havia recebido uma proposta também para lutar no Ultimate. Então, como eu não tinha acesso às coisas que aconteciam em relação à minha carreira profissional, eu fui lutar no Pride, mas não sabia disso, não sabia que eu tinha um contrato com o Ultimate. E acabou que eu fiquei, depois da minha luta com o Sakurai, eu fiquei 1 ano sem lutar, porque eu tinha um contrato com o Ultimate e não sabia disso. E não podia lutar no Pride. Depois as coisas foram acontecendo e eu pude lutar no Pride, aí fiz minha primeira luta. E aí as coisas foram tomando o rumo que tomaram.
Luta com o Carlos Newton.
A minha luta contra o Carlos Newton. Pois é, foi uma grande luta, né? Carlos Newton, um grande lutador. E assim, depois que eu venci alguns combates no Pride, eles resolveram fazer essa luta contra o Carlos Newton. Foi interessante porque pra mim foi uma grande experiência, né? Foi onde eu realmente botei à prova o meu conhecimento de jiu-jitsu para poder fazer essa luta contra o Carlos Newton, que, na minha opinião, um grande lutador que tem e tinha na época o jiu-jitsu muito mais avançado para lutar no Pride. E graças a Deus eu consegui vencê-lo, consegui ter êxito na luta contra ele.
Por que você saiu da shootbox?
Minha saída da academia Kickboxing foram por vários motivos. Um dos motivos era que a essência da academia já estava se tornando uma coisa meio que esquecida. O que unia, o que fazia a força da academia estava sendo deixado de lado. A grande base, a grande história da academia Kickboxing foi se deixando de lado, foi deixando a base, foi deixando os valores que levaram a academia a se tornar o que era, foram ficando esquecidos. As pessoas começaram a mudar com o crescimento, com a fama, com a glória, com o dinheiro, e isso foi um dos motivos da minha saída. Outros motivos foram a falta de esclarecimento em relação aos nossos contratos, a situações de não ficar as coisas bem esclarecidas. Mas enfim, para mim foi muito bom, foi uma experiência boa. Devo muito ao mestre Rafael Cordeiro, ao mestre Rudimar, a todos os meus companheiros na época, ao Pelé, ao Vanderlei, ao Nilson, ao mestre Sérgio Cunha. Essas pessoas foram determinantes na minha base dentro da academia de Kickboxing, e foi bom enquanto durou. Infelizmente hoje é uma academia que perdeu sua essência, perdeu sua base, perdeu a sua característica, que era um Muay Thai. Mas as coisas são assim mesmo. Elas mudam, você tem que estar adaptado às mudanças.
How did that hurt you with Pride? Como isso machucou você com Pride quando você saiu da academia shootbox?
Eu tenho
Como
uma grande...
afetou a tua relação com o Pride?
Eu tenho uma grande mágoa em relação ao Pride, em relação a isso, porque independente de qualquer coisa, eu sempre fiz o meu trabalho muito bem feito. Eu tenho responsabilidades, eu sempre tive uma coisa comigo que é fazer o meu trabalho bem feito, independente de onde seja. E eu nunca deixei de cumprir as minhas obrigações em relação ao Pride. E quando eu saí da academia, eu escrevi uma carta pro Pride dizendo que tinha saído da academia, que gostaria de continuar lutando, até porque a minha vida era isso, eu sempre lutei, então o sustento da minha família sempre veio da luta. E eles não me responderam e também ficou uma coisa meio que no ar. E por vários motivos, por Vanderlei ser o campeão do Pride, por eles terem uma relação boa em relação com o Pride e terem o Vanderlei como campeão, acabou que o Pride me deixou de lado, mas eu me considerava um atleta do Pride, eu me considerava parte do time do Pride. E eles me deixaram de lado por ter os motivos dele em relação a shootbox, em relação a shootbox, Pride shootbox, e infelizmente acabou da forma que acabou, mas tô feliz, acho que foi válido, foi bom ter acontecido tudo o que aconteceu, porque hoje eu tô num lugar onde eu sempre quis estar, que é aqui no Ultimate, sempre fui fã do Ultimate, sempre fui fã das lutas do Royce, quando ele lutava no Ultimate, e sempre me via querendo ser como o Royce, ou lutando no Ultimate como o Don Fry, como o Shamrock, mas aconteceu e hoje eu me vejo como um grande campeão como eles foram, e isso é importante. Eu acho que o Pride foi uma página que passou, foi bom, infelizmente acabou da forma que acabou.
Explica da luta do Tony Strickland e explica como você inventou essa técnica.
A luta contra o Tony Strickland foi uma luta legal, assim, aquela cotovelada que acabou acontecendo no meio da luta é uma coisa assim que existe no Muay Thai, só que algumas pessoas não conheciam. É um Muay Thai mais antigo, um Muay Thai tradicional, Muay Burhan, e que eu sempre tô lendo, sempre tô vendo, tenho muitos vídeos do Muay Thai tradicional, e tem muita técnica que hoje em dia, como houve a evolução da arte marcial, houve a evolução do Muay Thai também. E tem técnicas que não são mais usadas. E foi uma coisa bem interessante, porque quando lançou o filme Ong Bak, eu estava assistindo o filme e eu vi essa técnica. Eu já tinha visto nos vídeos, em algumas lutas antigas de Muay Thai, e eu vi essa técnica. Eu falei, porra, mas eu acho que isso funciona. E comecei a treinar isso em casa. Inclusive, peguei o travesseiro e treinava essa cotovelada com a minha esposa, segurando o travesseiro, fazia. Ela falou, você é maluco? Para com esse negócio, você é doido, para com esse negócio, isso aí não vai funcionar, você vai acabar sendo nocauteado. E as coisas foram acontecendo. Eu comecei a treinar essa cotovelada, treinava 2 vezes por semana, eu treinava essa cotovelada. Toda vez que eu ia treinar, eu fazia 100 cotoveladas dessa. E no dia da luta, até o meu treinador, que me treinava na época, o Diógenes, falou, porra, cara, não vai fazer isso, que isso aí não funciona. O meu amigo também, super amigo meu, o Vidal, também falou, cara, não vai fazer isso aí não funciona, cara. Isso aí não funciona. Eu falei, cara, funciona. Não funciona. Não funciona. E acabou que funcionou, né?
Você pode explicar aquela cotovelada, como funciona? E pra câmera, assim, mostra pra câmera como.
Bom, como que funciona? A cotovelada, o adversário está na tua frente, você tem que tomar uma certa distância. Então como que ela como que ela vai funcionar. Na maioria das vezes você não vai ficar com a tua guarda assim, você vai ficar com a guarda aqui. Então, qualquer golpe que o adversário desferir, ele vai desferir ele com o braço reto ou cruzado. Então, toda vez que ele lançar qualquer golpe ou reto ou cruzado, o teu cotovelo entra num ângulo de 65 graus. Você vira o teu cotovelo e abaixa o queixo e levanta o cotovelo para cima. As chances de errar cotoveladas são muito poucas, assim. É muito fácil de acertar.
Você pode levar a gente pela tua primeira luta contra o Rich Franklin?
Então, minha primeira luta contra o Rich Franklin foi uma coisa assim que a gente trabalhou muito para isso. Eu não esperava que ia disputar o título tão rápido, mas como eu havia dito, eu tenho uma história dentro da luta. Eu acho que a minha qualidade técnica, a minha performance como lutador deu essa oportunidade pra gente lutar pelo título. E foi uma luta pra mim que, na minha opinião, foi uma das minhas melhores lutas, a minha primeira luta contra o Rich Franklin. Respeito muito ele, tenho um carinho muito grande por ele, pela pessoa que ele é, pelo o tipo de postura que ele tem como lutador.
Como você treinou para essa luta?
Treinei muito. Treinei muito o meu clinch, treinei muito o meu jiu-jitsu. E no decorrer da luta a gente conseguiu achar o caminho e ele mexeu uma pedra errada e a gente acabou vencendo.
Você pode falar pra gente o clinch do Muay Thai e como você usou esse clinch contra ele?
Eu acho que o clinch do Muay Thai foi usado na hora certa. Eu acho que ele tem a hora certa de ser usada. É uma tradição muito grande lá em Curitiba, do Muay Thai de Curitiba, o clinch. Todo mundo tem um clinch muito forte lá em Curitiba. Todos os professores são muito bem treinados na parte de clinch para ensinar os seus atletas. E foi uma coisa que a gente treinou muito, que já é uma tradição do Muay Thai curitibano, o clinch, e foi uma coisa que a gente treinou e é uma coisa que se adaptou muito fácil às lutas de vale tudo, porque a gente usa o nosso clinch contra os lutadores do chão, porque toda vez que o lutador de chão ou o lutador de US tem que entrar, ele tem que abaixar a cabeça. Então a gente acaba aprendendo a segurar a cabeça e a gente adaptou isso para segurar, defender as quedas segurando no clinch. E foi uma das coisas que o Rich Franklin acho que ele não esperava. Eu acabar pegando no clinch e vencendo, sendo mais forte que ele no clinch. E isso acho que determinou a gente poder ter vencido essa luta que foi a do cinturão contra ele e a revanche também.
Você pode levar a gente pela luta do Dan Henderson?
Lógico, a luta contra o Dan Henderson. A luta contra o Dan Henderson foi uma luta que eu estava aguardando muito, ansioso para fazer essa luta com ele. Até porque o Dan Henderson fez lutas memoráveis com vários brasileiros, venceu vários brasileiros, venceu muitos adversários que têm um grande nome dentro do Mixed Martial Arts. Mas a gente treinou muito, a gente treinou para essa luta, acho que como eu nunca havia treinado. Eu treinei muito bem as defesas de queda, meu treinamento de jiu-jitsu foi intensivo com o Rodrigo, com o Rogério Minotoro, com o Jorge, que é meu amigão, que é um cara que está sempre comigo, com o mestre Silvio Bering, com todas as pessoas que estiveram envolvidas com esse treinamento, o Mauri Bittetti. E a parte em pé a gente treinou muito também. Eu agradeço ao Destaque, que me ajudou muito para essa luta, ao Cesário, que me deu os toques certos aí na parte de mão, ao Diógenes, que nos acompanhou nessa luta aí, que também foi uma pessoa determinante para que a gente pudesse trazer essa vitória. E entrou para a história, né? O Dan Henderson, um grande lutador, um cara que vem de uma equipe forte, que é a Team Quest, e graças a Deus a gente conseguiu vencê-lo. E eu acho que o que me consagrou aí como um dos melhores lutadores do peso foi essa luta contra o Dan Henderson.
Você pode falar que era a tua estratégia para essa luta?
A minha estratégia era confundir ele, deixar ele explodir o primeiro round, foi o que a gente conseguiu fazer. Explodir, tentar dar o máximo dele no primeiro round. E no segundo round fazer com que o nosso jogo fosse ditado até o final. Foi o que a gente fez. Voltou com o gás todo no segundo round, explodindo para cima dele, e foi o que confundiu, foi o que deixou ele um pouco complicado. Ele está acostumado a trocar de igual para igual com os adversários, e ele acho que encontrou um pouco de dificuldade, porque eu conseguia botar os golpes e sair dos golpes dele muito fácil. Então acho que isso confundiu um pouco ele.
Por que você aceitou essa luta com James Irvin no 205?
Por que eu aceitei essa luta com James Irvin? Eu acho que eu sou movido a desafios. Eu tava no Havaí com o Rafael, acompanhando ele, que é meu irmãozão, e ia lutar lá, meu companheiro de equipe. E a gente recebeu uma ligação dizendo que eles precisavam, que o Ultimate precisava de mim para que eu lutasse na 205. A gente conversou com os treinadores, os meus treinadores estavam lá, a gente ligou pro Brasil, falando com o resto dos treinadores, olha, tem essa luta no 205, a gente tem exatamente 45 dias para treinar, o que vocês acham? Foram 2, 3 horas de conversa, de pesquisas, e a gente botou em prática tudo que a gente podia ter feito durante esse tempo, e aceitou a luta, um pedido do pessoal também, do Dana, e a gente se viu na posição de mostrar o quanto a gente tá envolvido e o quanto a gente faz parte do time do Ultimate. Eu me sinto parte do UFC, eu me sinto parte dessa família, eu me sinto responsável por levar, continuar levando o Ultimate para o lugar onde ele está. E não que eles precisem de mim, mas eu me sinto na responsabilidade, já que hoje eu sou o campeão que eu sou, eu devo isso ao Ultimate também. E eu me senti na responsabilidade de poder ajudar o Ultimate na hora que eles precisaram de mim.
Você quer lutar contra os melhores?
Eu treino para isso, para lutar contra os melhores. Eu gostaria muito de, quem sabe um dia, lutar com o meu clone. Ia ser engraçado.
O que são teus goals no mundo da luta?
Eu acho que eu tô no caminho de fazer muita coisa pelo esporte. Eu acho que já concluí parte dos meus objetivos, das minhas metas dentro da luta. E eu acho que daqui pra frente é continuar mantendo meu trabalho, tentando servir de exemplo para novos lutadores, para as pessoas que nos assistem, que vê o nosso trabalho ali sendo feito de forma rápida e técnica, uma coisa bonita. E é um trabalho bonito, é um trabalho que a gente que faz, que rala, que treina um monte para isso, sabe o quanto é importante. Eu acho que o meu maior gol é ser lembrado como um lutador que fez a diferença, como um cara que fez a diferença, não só dentro do ringue, mas fora também.
Como um lutador, o que você considera os teus melhores talentos?
Eu acho que o meu respeito pelo meu trabalho, eu acho que a minha habilidade de me adaptar com várias situações de risco, a minha habilidade de sentir os movimentos errados dos meus adversários na hora certa. Eu acho que é isso.
Fica nervoso antes de ir numa luta?
Se eu fico nervoso antes de uma luta. Isso é uma coisa natural, né? Você sempre tem o nervosismo, o medo, eles estão aliados, né? Juntamente com a adrenalina. Então é normal que você fique um pouco nervoso, fique um pouco tenso.
Você pode falar uma coisa pra gente que muitas pessoas não sabem de você quando você está fora do ringue? O tipo de pessoa, o que você gosta de fazer?
As pessoas conhecem um pouco mais de mim dentro do ringue, né? Fora do ringue eu sou uma pessoa comum, como todas as outras. Eu procuro fazer as coisas mais normais possíveis, apesar de não ser muito normal, né? De viver no meio só de maluco. Mas tudo bem. Eu faço as coisas normais. Eu tento passar o máximo de tempo com os meus filhos, com a minha família. Eu adoro fazer as coisas que me fazem feliz, que é jogar meu futebol de vez em quando, jogar videogame, jogar paintball, tá com os meus amigos. Eu acho que é isso que é a diferença, assim, que as pessoas não conhecem um pouco do Anderson. Sou um cara bem tranquilo, não gosto muito de agito, sou um cara divertido, adoro ficar enchendo o saco dos meus amigos pra caramba. Eu acho que é isso.
O que mais tem pra você fazer na luta?
Eu acho que é o meu desejo de fazer a diferença. Eu acho que o que me faz ainda continuar lutando é o meu desejo de fazer o meu trabalho bem feito, de poder me testar, de poder botar à prova o meu conhecimento dentro da arte marcial, dentro daquilo que eu me proponho a fazer.
Before you start throwing devastating knees and elbows from the Muay Thai clinch, it's important that you understand the fundamentals of the position. In this section, I demonstrate how to properly wrap your hands around your opponent's head to achieve the Muay Thai clinch position, as well as demonstrate a couple of ways to secure the position as a counter to your opponent's strikes. When studying the subsequent techniques, it's important that you pay special attention to how I grip my hands together around my opponent's head. I use a variety of grips, such as the hand-over-hand grip, the hand-over-fist grip, and the cross-arm grip. Understanding the significance of each grip and knowing when to employ a specific grip is key. Another important aspect of the Muay Thai clinch is the positioning of your elbows. Whenever you gain control of your opponent's head, you always want to position your forearms in front of his shoulders and pinch your elbows together. This prevents him from shooting in for a takedown or ducking underneath your arm and closing the distance into your body to secure a body lock. If you neglect this section or don't spend time practicing the basics, you will struggle with the technique demonstrated in the following sections. Here I am showing you two different methods for controlling your opponent's head in what is referred to as the Muay Thai clinch. The first is the hand-over-hand control. To assume this position, wrap one hand around the back of your opponent's head and then cup your other hand over the top of that hand. The second control that I employ is called the hand-over-fist control. To acquire this position, you want to make a fist with one hand, positioning your thumb and index finger flush with the back of your opponent's head, and then cup your other hand over the top of your fist. With both of these controls, you want to keep your elbows pinched together and your hands positioned high on your opponent's head. The former makes it extremely difficult for your opponent to escape the position, while the latter allows you to pull his head down with ease. If your elbows are loose and your hands are low on your opponent's neck, then he will escape the control and you'll be back to square one. It's important to note that neither control is better than the other. Choosing which control to implement is a matter of personal preference. I will frequently flow back and forth between the controls as shown here. If you plan on mastering the clinch, then you should include both forms of control in your arsenal. Sometimes it can be difficult to pull your opponent's head down using the previous grips. If you are fighting someone that has a strong neck, then employing the cross-arm grip as a means of breaking his posture is an excellent option. To assume this control, position one arm across the back of your opponent's neck so that the blade of your wrist is cutting into the back of his head. Once you have accomplished this, grip your hands together so that the palm of your lever arm is facing away from you. For example, if you have your left arm wrapped around the back of his neck, then you want your left palm facing away from you and your right palm facing towards you. With your grip intact, pull down on your lever arm with your right hand, forcing your opponent's head down. As you break his posture, you can throw a knee to his midsection or face. If you want to control your opponent's head to set up more attacks, then transitioning to the hand over hand or hand over fist control is your best bet. In this situation, I counter an overhand punch by transitioning to the Muay Thai clinch. To execute this technique correctly, you want to block the strike using the outside of your forearm. It's important to notice how I intercept the strike by stepping my lead foot forward. This not only puts me in range to secure head control, but it also prevents the punch from reaching my face. If you try to catch the punch and then move forward into your opponent's comfort zone, then he will land the strike and you will fail to tie him up in the clinch. The instant I secure the clinch, I immediately pull my opponent's head down and throw a straight knee to his abdomen. In order to be successful with this technique, you have to execute the block, the transition into the clinch, and the knee as one fluid movement. If you stammer between movements, your opponent will defend against your attack. This technique is similar to the previous technique in that I am using an outside block to counter my opponent's punch and then tying him up in the Muay Thai clinch. But instead of countering an overhand right as I did in the previous sequence, I am countering a lead hook. All the same rules apply. You want to meet the punch with your arm while breaking the distance into his comfort zone, and wrap your blocking arm around the back of his head. Before he can defend, wrap your other arm around his head to secure head control. The instant you establish control of your opponent's head, you have the option of throwing a straight knee. It's important to notice that as I close the distance to intercept his strike, I keep my opposite arm at eye level to protect the side of my face from counter strikes. In this section, I demonstrate several attacks that you can implement from the Muay Thai clinch position. As I mentioned in the beginning of the fundamentals section, in order to implement your attack from the Muay Thai clinch, you have to first break your opponent's posture by pulling his chin down to his chest. The best way to accomplish this is to apply downward pressure to the back of your opponent's head the moment you gain control of it. A lot of times, he will get caught off guard when you wrap your hands around the back of his head, making it easier to break his posture and set up an attack. If you hesitate with this transition, your opponent will most likely counter by tightening his neck and straightening his posture. To help you deal with this situation, I provided several methods for breaking your opponent's base so that you can create openings to attack. Now I will show you how to throw straight and side knees from the Muay Thai clinch. To begin, I throw a straight knee to my opponent's abdomen. Notice how I curl my left heel toward my left buttock. This allows me to drive the point of my knee into his stomach. Also notice how I pull my opponent's head down into the knee. Now I throw a side knee. It's similar to the straight knee, only here I am bringing my leg up diagonally and striking the side of my opponent's rib cage. Again, I am pulling my opponent's head down and landing the strike with the point of my knee. The straight knee can also be used to target your opponent's solar plexus. To execute this technique, you want to elevate your knee off the mat and then thrust your hips forward while pulling your opponent's head down. You also have the option of throwing the strike to your opponent's face. Here I show you how to string your knees together to form a combination. Notice how I not only target his midsection and head, but also his leg. By throwing knees to all areas of my opponent's body, I create more openings to attack. In this situation, my opponent has wrapped his arms around the outside of my arms and grabbed my head. To counter his defense, I latch onto his right elbow with my left hand and then shove it to the right side of my head. With the right side of his body open to strikes, I throw a left side knee to his ribs. Notice how I grip my left hand over my opponent's right shoulder and use my right hand to pull down on his head. This not only pulls him off balance, but it also adds power to the knee. When executing this technique, it's imperative that you cup your hand over your opponent's elbow. If you form your grip high in his triceps or low in his forearm, then moving his arm will be hard to manage. It's also important that you throw the knee the instant you redirect his arm. If you lag, then your window of opportunity to land with the knee will close. Again, I have secured the Muay Thai clinch and my opponent has his arms locked around my head. To create an opening to attack, I extend my left arm straight to the ceiling, wrap it around my opponent's right arm to secure an overhook, and then throw a left side knee to his abdomen. Notice how I yank on his arm with the overhook while pulling down on his head as I throw the knee. This not only pulls my opponent off balance, it also increases the power of the strike. Notice that when I do this technique at real speed, I secure the overhook and throw the knee simultaneously before my opponent has the opportunity to free his arm. If you stall, then he will free his arm and defend against the knee. This is another situation where my opponent has his arms wrapped around my arms in an attempt to nullify my attacks. To counter his defense and create an opening to attack, I release my right collar tie, maneuver my right arm underneath and around the outside of his left arm, and grip my hands together around the back of his head. At the same time, I shrug my right shoulder into his trapped arm while circling my body toward my right side. The combination of these actions forces his left arm to the left side of my head and creates an opening to land with a knee. It's important to note that you can throw the knee directly from your stance the instant you clear his arm, or step your leg back to generate more power for the strike. In either case, you want to execute the strike the moment you clear his arm. If you stall, your opponent will square his hips with your hips and defend against your attack. This is an excellent technique to utilize against fighters that keep a strong posture. To pull his head down and create an opening to attack, I maneuver my right arm to the right side of my opponent's head and then extend my arm upward until my elbow clears his neck. Once accomplished, I wrap my right arm around the back of my opponent's neck, forcing his head toward the mat. As I pull his head down, I re-establish control of his head in the Muay Thai clinch and throw a knee to his midsection. It's important to notice how I step my leg back and switch my stance before throwing the knee. The more space you create between your bodies, the more powerful the knee strike. You also have the option of throwing the knee directly from your stance. Although this isn't as powerful as the former, it is a lot faster to employ. In this sequence, I throw a stomp kick to my opponent's hips to create separation between our bodies. Once accomplished, I step my kicking leg back and throw a straight knee to his midsection. You also have the option of throwing the knee to your opponent's face. It's important to notice the positioning of my foot when I throw the stomp kick. I place my foot at a 45-degree angle, pointing my toes toward the outside of our bodies, and use my whole foot to push down on my opponent's hip. As I drive my foot into his hips, I pull down on his head with my grip. The combination of these actions forces his hips back and his head to the mat, creating an opening for the straight knee. This is another move that must be done fast. Throw the stomp kick, step your leg back, and then fire the knee. The faster you are at stringing these movements together, the better. This is another technique that allows you to create separation so that you can land with a straight knee. To begin, lift your knee toward your chest and thrust your hips forward, driving your shin into your opponent's knee or hip. At the same time, pull down on your opponent's head. When done properly, you will force your opponent's hips back and his head to the mat, creating a perfect opening to land with a straight knee. When you throw the straight knee, you can either drop your leg straight to the mat and then throw the knee with your opposite leg, or you can bring your foot back into your stance and throw the knee using the same leg. Choosing which option to employ largely depends upon the situation. If your opponent takes a deep step back as you drive your shin into his hips, then the former is a better option. If he doesn't retreat backwards, or he takes a small step back, then the latter is your best bet. It's important to notice how I pull my opponent's head down as I drive my shin into his hips, and then again when I throw the knee. By ripping his head down in this manner, I keep his base broken and prevent him from defending against my attack. As you now know, in order to land with a knee from the clinch, you first have to create an opening to attack. In this sequence, I accomplish this by stepping my foot forward and to the outside of my opponent's stance. Then, I slide my other foot across the mat while pulling his head in the direction of my step. This forces my opponent off balance and allows me to land with a clean knee strike. As you can see, this technique can be executed from either side. Ideally, you want to keep your opponent off balance by switching your direction each time you land with the technique. For example, if you pull him to your right and land with a right knee, then you want to step your right foot to the mat and immediately pull him to your left. Just as he steps to counterbalance his weight from your first attack, use his energy to your advantage and pull him in the other direction. Pulling your opponent's head in the direction of your turn is the most important aspect of this technique. To execute this maneuver correctly, you have to use the momentum of your turn to pull your opponent's head down. The technique is subtle. I am pulling with one hand while pushing with the other. To help you better understand this concept, imagine his head as being a small steering wheel. In order to make the wheel turn, you have to use one hand to pull down on the wheel while using the other to guide it in the direction of the pull. Remember, wherever his head goes, his body will follow. Now I will show you how to break your opponent's posture to set up a side knee. To begin, maneuver one of your collar ties to the opposite side of your opponent's head. With both of your hands positioned to one side of your opponent's head, use both of your arms to drive his head down and to the side. As you break his posture, throw a side knee to his midsection. When executing this technique, it is common for your opponent to pull his head up to avoid having his posture broken. If faced with this scenario, then use his energy against him by switching your grip to the other side of his head. As he attempts to counter your first move, you'll already be transitioning to your second attack. In this sequence, I step my lead leg behind me and switch my stance while pulling my opponent's head down. To avoid having his posture broken, my opponent takes a step forward and switches his stance. The moment he does this, I drive the knee of my rear leg down into the front of his thigh. Notice how this hyperextends his knee. Timing is a critical aspect of this technique. You want to land the knee as your opponent shifts his weight onto his lead leg. Notice how I drop my knee down into his thigh using the weight of my body. This forces his knee to buckle and hyperextend. Once you cause damage with the strike, a plethora of attacks will become available. This is another effective off-balancing technique that can be utilized from the Muay Thai clinch. To begin, step your leg deep between your opponent's legs. With your leg serving as a barrier, use your head control grip to pull his body over your blockade. For instance, if you step your left leg between your opponent's leg, then you want to pull his head to your right. The combination of these actions will force your opponent off balance and create a perfect opening to land with a knee. As with most of the techniques from the clinch, executing these movements in one fluid motion is mandatory. The step and the pull should be done simultaneously, and the knee should follow and land before your opponent has a chance to recover his balance. If you step and then try to pull, then your opponent will step his leg around your leg and defend against your attack. It's important to note how I am controlling my opponent's head. I am pulling down with one arm while using my other to guide his head in the direction of the pull. In this sequence, I use an off-balancing technique previously demonstrated to set up two knees. The first knee I throw low to the inside of my opponent's leg. Notice how I time my opponent's step. As he plants his lead foot to the mat, I drive my knee to the inside of his thigh. This not only draws his attention to the lower half of his body, but it also disrupts his balance. Once accomplished, I immediately follow up with another knee to his midsection. It's important to note that you have the option of throwing both knees with the same leg, or alternating your knees by throwing one with each leg. Like most options, it is a matter of personal preference. As long as you string your strikes together in rapid succession, you should have no problem landing clean with your attack. As I've already mentioned, sometimes it can be difficult to break your opponent's posture and pull him off balance to set up a knee strike from the Muay Thai clinch. The majority of fighters will realize the danger of the position and move to defend before you can implement one of the attacks demonstrated in the previous section. To help prepare you for this situation, I provided several counters to some of the most common escapes from the Muay Thai clinch, including the shoulder shrug escape, crossface escape, and hip block. In addition to demonstrating how to counter your opponent's defense to the Muay Thai clinch position, I've also included several methods for countering an opponent that tries to wrap his arms around your leg and secure the single leg position, which is a very common scenario in mixed martial arts competition. The key to being successful with the techniques that I demonstrate is to use your opponent's energy to your advantage and counter the moment that he executes his escape. If you don't know which technique to execute as a counter, or stammer before executing your counter, your opponent will most likely escape the position and turn the tables in his favor. To avoid this outcome, you want to drill the techniques in this section until they become instinctual. Once you get your timing down, try implementing them into a live clinch sparring scenario, as demonstrated in the last section of this DVD. Here my opponent tries to escape head control by turning his body, pulling his head back, and shrugging his shoulder into my elbow. Instead of trying to maintain my grip, I cup my hand under his chin and extend my hands into his face. It's important to note that I am using the energy of my opponent's turn to my advantage. As he rotates his shoulders to free his head, I drive his face in the direction of his turn. This forces his head back and creates an opening to attack with a knee. As a general rule of thumb, I always like to throw the knee in the direction my opponent is turning. For instance, if he is turning his body towards his left, then you are going to throw a right knee. With his posture upright, his hands tied up, and his hips and shoulders rotated, his midsection is totally exposed. To capitalize on his vulnerable positioning, drive your knee right into his solar plexus. In order to escape head control, my opponent first has to create distance between our bodies. In this particular case, he attempts this task by maneuvering his arm underneath my collar tie and across my face. Once accomplished, he extends his arm into my face and drives my head back, a technique commonly referred to as the crossface. Before he can escape the position, I reposition my collar tie to the opposite side of his head, latch onto his bicep with my free hand, and throw a knee to his midsection. It's important to notice how I move my upper body in the direction that my opponent is pushing. Remember, you always want to take the path of least resistance. If your opponent has his left hand positioned to the left side of your face and is driving your head towards your right, then you are going to move your left hand to the left side of his head while tilting your body towards your right side, in the same direction he is pushing. As you lean your body to the side, pull his head down using your reverse collar tie and throw a knee to his abdomen. When executing this step, it's also important that you control your opponent's crossface arm by latching onto his biceps. This will prevent him from dropping his guard and using his arm to block the knee. This is another effective technique that can be used to counter the crossface escape. As you already know, your opponent's goal is to create separation between your bodies so that he can escape his head. To prevent him from accomplishing this, circle around to the side of your opponent's body while pulling his head in the direction of your turn. When timed correctly, he will be forced to counterbalance his weight with a couple of steps. As he moves to correct his stance, drive a knee into his stomach. It's important to note that you can pull him in either direction. If he has his right arm positioned on the right side of his head, then you can use his energy against him by pulling him towards your right side, or you can capitalize on his trapped arm by pulling him toward your left. The most important thing with this technique is to execute the off-balancing maneuver before your opponent extends his arms into your face. If you stammer for a split second and allow him to extend his arm into your face, then this technique will not work. To prevent you from landing with hard knee strikes, a lot of guys will place their hands on your hips and straighten their arms. With their arms extended, it is difficult to thrust your hips forward and close the distance to land with a knee. When faced with this scenario, release your grip on your opponent's head, slide one arm to the inside of your opponent's arm, and then swing your arm to the ceiling while circling around to his back. Circling around to your opponent's back as you elevate your arm is mandatory. If you lag, or separate the step into two movements, then your opponent will wrap his arm over your underhook arm and cinch down with his overhook to neutralize your counter. Once you circle around to his back, you can immediately get your offense going with an attack. In this sequence, I throw a straight knee to my opponent's sternum. As I land with the strike, he wraps his arms around my leg, collapses his chest over my thigh, and secures the single leg position. Before he can haul me to the mat with the single leg takedown, I straighten my trapped leg and sink my hips back. This creates distance between my knee and my opponent's body. Utilizing the space created, I bump my hips forward and drive my hips into his solar plexus. It's important to notice how I use my arms to pull my opponent's head down into the knee. This not only disrupts his balance, but it adds power to the strike. It's important that you don't let your opponent control your leg. The longer you let him hold on to the control, the better his chances at securing a takedown. If your opponent doesn't release your leg after you land with the knee, then executing the single leg escape as a means of freeing your leg is an excellent option. To see this technique, skip to the last technique in this section. This is another technique you can utilize when your opponent catches your knee and secures the single leg position. To execute this technique properly, position both of your arms to the side of your opponent's head. For example, if he is controlling your right leg, then you are going to position both of your hands to the left side of his head. Next, push his head away and toward the mat. This will strip his base and prevent him from executing an attack from the single leg position. As you drive his head downward, push off the mat with your grounded leg, leap into the air, and smash your knee into your opponent's face. It's important to note that as I elevate my knee, I scissor my legs and kick my trapped leg toward the mat. Because my opponent is holding on tight to my leg, this motion pulls my opponent's head into the knee, increasing the power of the strike. If you land clean with the knee, then he will most likely release his grip on your leg. Now I will show you how to escape your leg and set up a knee when your opponent secures the single leg position. To begin, maneuver your trapped foot to the outside of your opponent's far leg. If he's controlling your right leg, then you want to position your right foot to the outside of his right knee. Once accomplished, straighten your leg and extend your foot into his knee. When done correctly, you will hyperextend his knee and force his hips back, which will cause his head to drop toward the mat. With his base broken and his grip weakened, place your hands on the side of his head and push his face to the mat while sprawling your leg. The moment you free your leg and plant your foot to the mat, immediately follow up with a knee to his face. If your opponent manages to wrap his hands around the back of your head to secure the Muay Thai clinch, it is in your best interest to escape as quickly as possible. If you linger in the position, your opponent will most likely pull your head down, rip you off balance, and land clean with an attack. To prevent this sort of outcome, make sure to keep your neck tight and transition to your escape the moment he wraps his hands around the back of your head. If for whatever reason your escape fails, transition to another escape, and then another escape until you free your head from your opponent's control. In addition to demonstrating several highly effective escapes, I will also show you how to use the opening created by your escape to your advantage by transitioning into an attack. In this particular section, I focus on countering with a knee. In the next section, I demonstrate how to execute an escape and then counter with an elbow attack. This technique is similar to the previous technique in that you are extending your arms into your opponent's body to create distance and free your head. But instead of throwing one arm over and the other arm under your opponent's collar ties and placing your hands on his chest, you are going to maneuver both of your arms over the top of his arms and place your hands on his chin. Once accomplished, drive your hands into his chin by straightening your arms. Not only will this force his head back, creating an opening to attack, but it will also nullify his control, which prevents him from pulling your head down. Because your arms are wrapped around the outside of his arms, there is a chance that his arms will become stuck. With his arms trapped and his posture straight, he will be unable to defend against your knees. Again, my opponent has control of my head in the Muay Thai clinch. To create an opening to escape, raise your hand to the ceiling and then drive your elbow down, positioning your elbow to the inside of your opponent's collar tie. Ideally, you want to drop your elbow into the crook of your opponent's arm. This will force his arm to bend, thereby weakening his grip on your head. As you drop your elbow into his arm, sweep your arm to the outside of your body. Notice how this creates an opening to his body. To capitalize, throw a side knee to his midsection. If you are throwing a left downward elbow, then you want to throw a left knee and vice versa. Note, sometimes your arms will get tied up with your opponent's arm as you drive your elbow down, while in other cases, your arm will slip right through. If faced with the former, throw the knee the moment you run into resistance. If faced with the latter, then sweep your arm out to the side while following up with the knee. In either case, you are escaping the position and creating a perfect opening to attack. Now I will show you how to break the Muay Thai clinch using the crossface to arm lift technique. To begin, maneuver one arm underneath your opponent's collar tie, bringing it across his body and placing your hand on his far shoulder. Notice that my elbow and forearm is flush with my opponent's chest. I can now use this cross arm as a brace to prevent my opponent from pulling my head down and breaking my posture. Next, grab the elbow of his opposite arm with your free hand and push it toward the ceiling, maneuvering his arm to the opposite side of your head. Once accomplished, pull down on his shoulder while throwing a knee to his abdomen. To execute the shoulder shrug escape, begin by wrapping both of your arms around the outside of your opponent's collar ties, locking your hands together on the back of his head. Then, drive your shoulder upward into your opponent's elbow while turning your body in the direction of the shrug. For instance, if you are elevating your right shoulder into your opponent's left arm, then you want to rotate your body in a counterclockwise direction. As you rotate your body, slide your leg across the mat and lean your head back slightly, allowing your opponent's arm to pass to the other side of your head. Once accomplished, drive a knee into his stomach. Ideally, you want to use this control to pull your opponent's chin down to his chest before you execute the shoulder shrug. However, this can be hard to manage, especially if your opponent has an exceptionally strong neck. If faced with this scenario, then don't worry, the technique will still work. As long as you have your hands wrapped around the back of his head and you execute the movements explosively and in one fluid motion, you should have no problem pulling off the escape. Now I will show you how to strip your opponent's collar tie and secure an underhook to set up a side knee. To begin, I hook my left hand over the top of my opponent's right arm. Keeping my right arm down at my side, I drop my right shoulder toward the mat, turn my body in a counterclockwise direction, and then pop back up to my stance. Once I clear my opponent's left collar tie, I wrap my right arm underneath his left arm to secure an underhook. Now that I have control of my opponent's upper body, I pull down on his right arm with my left arm and throw a left side knee to his exposed abdomen. It's important to note that in order for this technique to work, you have to keep your head up and your posture straight. If there is any bend in your body as you dip your shoulder, then your opponent will use his control to rip you off balance. This is an excellent technique to employ in the later rounds of the fight when your opponent is sweaty or if he has a weak grip on your neck. If his elbows are pinched tight together and he has a strong hold on your head, then executing one of the other techniques in this section, such as the shoulder shrug escape, is a better option. This is another effective way to break your opponent's grip on your head to set up knee strikes. To execute this technique correctly, wrap your arms around your opponent's arms and grip your hands together. Keeping your hands locked tightly together, drive both of your arms downward into your opponent's arms while pinching your elbows together. It's important to note that I am drawing my hands into my body and driving my forearms into the crook of my opponent's elbows. The combination of these actions not only forces my opponent's grip apart, but it also momentarily pins his arms to my chest. With my opponent's arms trapped, I am free to follow up with a couple of side knees to his abdomen. begin, my opponent is controlling my head from the Muay Thai clinch. To nullify his hold, I maneuver my right arm underneath his left arm and hook my right hand over the top of his right arm. Then, I place my left hand on my right hand, elevate my right elbow toward the ceiling, and dip my left shoulder to the mat. As I lean my upper body slightly to my left, I push down on my right hand with my left hand and throw a left knee to his side. Notice how my opponent's arms are extended. This makes it very difficult for him to pull on my head or yank me off balance so that he can set up a strike or takedown. This technique won't break your opponent's lock on your head, but it will nullify his hold and create an opening to land with a side knee. Here I am doing several things at once. I hook my right hand over the top of my opponent's left arm and pull down. At the same time, I latch onto his right elbow with my left hand and punch it skyward. As I elevate my left arm to the ceiling, I step my left leg back and then throw a left knee to my opponent's side. When executing this technique, it's important that you throw the knee to the same side as the arm you are elevating. Also, like most techniques executed from the clinch, it's imperative that you execute these steps in one fluid motion. This is another option that you can utilize to set up knee strikes when your opponent is controlling your head in the Muay Thai clinch. To begin, bring your left arm over your opponent's right arm and secure the crossface position by wedging the outside of your left wrist underneath his neck. Once accomplished, maneuver your right arm over the top of your left arm and to the right side of your opponent's head. At the same time, sweep your arm into the right side of your opponent's head, forcing his head to your right. Notice how I shrug my shoulders. This traps my opponent's arm to my head and prevents him from dropping his guard and defending the knee. To maximize the power of the knee, I pull my opponent's body down into the knee. Although this technique won't break your opponent's grip on your head, it will nullify his control and create openings to attack. If your opponent wraps his hands around your head to secure the Muay Thai clinch, then executing this technique to escape is an excellent option. To begin, maneuver one arm over the top of your opponent's arm, placing your palm flush against his chest. As you do this, bring your other arm underneath his other arm and place your hand over the top of your opposite hand. Then extend both of your arms, driving your hands into his chest while leaning your upper body slightly back. When done properly, you will force your opponent's grip apart and free your head. Once accomplished, you can disengage from the clinch or immediately follow up with an attack. This section is similar to the previous section in that I demonstrate several ways to escape the Muay Thai clinch position, and then show how to use your escape to your advantage by transitioning to an attack. But instead of countering with knees as I did in the previous section, I show you how to counter with elbow strikes. Other than the counter used, the concept of this section is the same. You always want to transition to your escape the moment your opponent gains control of your head, and use the openings the escape creates to transition to an attack. Now I will show you how to set up an elbow using one of the previous techniques. Again, my opponent has his hands wrapped around my head in the Muay Thai clinch. To create an opening to attack, I maneuver my right arm underneath my opponent's left arm, cup my right palm underneath his chin, and drive my hand upward into his chin. As I force my opponent's head back, I rotate my hips in a counterclockwise direction and drive my right elbow upward into his chin. It's important that you control your opponent's opposite arm with your free arm. This will prevent him from using that arm to defend against the elbow. In most cases, your opponent will resist your upward pressure being applied to his chin. When you release the control on his chin, the pressure will be released and his head will snap forward, increasing the power of the elbow. Having already shown you how to use the crossface to set up a knee strike, I will now show you how to use this highly effective technique to set up an uppercut elbow. To secure the crossface position, I wrap my left arm over the top of my opponent's right arm and wedge the outside of my forearm underneath his neck, positioning my hand on his left shoulder. Next, I straighten my left arm, driving my forearm into my opponent's neck and shrugging my left shoulder into my chin. This pins his right arm to my head and prevents him from blocking the strike with his arm. With his right arm trapped, I step my left leg back and create distance between our bodies. Having broken my opponent's control and created distance with my actions, I twist my hips in a clockwise direction and land an uppercut elbow to my opponent's chin. Like all the techniques I've shown you, it's imperative that you execute these steps simultaneously. If you stall between movements, a scramble will ensue and the technique will fail. Now I am going to show you an effective way to break your opponent's control on your head to set up a back elbow. The initial movement is similar to the shoulder shrug escape in that you are elevating your shoulder into your opponent's collar tie while rotating your body. But instead of ducking your head underneath your opponent's arm and circling around to his side, you want to swing your arm up and over to the opposite side of your opponent's head. Notice that when I do this, I not only break my opponent's grip on my head, but I reposition his left arm to the right side of his body. With his arm trapped, I reverse the direction of my turn and throw a back elbow to my opponent's face. It's important to note here that I am emphasizing the importance of clearing the control so that you can land with the back elbow. When drilling the technique, you should do it as demonstrated here. If you are in a fight, you definitely want to follow through with the elbow and immediately follow up on your attack. As you already know, if your opponent is controlling your head in the Muay Thai clinch, then your first order of business is to break the control. To begin this process, I maneuver my right arm underneath my opponent's left arm and then latch on to the top of his upper right arm. Next, I bring my left arm over our arms and lace it underneath his left tricep. Once accomplished, I push down on his right arm with my right hand while dropping my left elbow to the mat. As I chuck his left arm off my head, I redirect his left arm to the left side of my head using my left hand. With his arms crossed, I release my grip on his left arm and throw a left side elbow to his face. Remember, your main goal is to break your opponent's control. If there is an opening to land with the elbow, then you should take it. However, you should never let this distract you from your primary goal. This is another situation where I will implement the crossface technique to set up an elbow strike. Again, I am using the crossface technique to prevent my opponent from pulling my head down and breaking my base. Once I secure the crossface position, I weave my opposite arm to the inside of my opponent's collar tie and then wrap it over the top of his arm to secure an overhook. As I cinch down on my opponent's arm with the overhook, I throw an uppercut elbow to his chin with my crossface arm. You probably won't knock your opponent out with the elbow, but it will cause damage and create other attacking opportunities. At the very least, you will have broken your opponent's control on your head, which is your main objective. This is another variation of the arm lace technique. To set up this maneuver, bring your left arm over the top of your opponent's right collar tie and then hook your left hand underneath his left triceps. Then, push up on your left hand with your right hand, drop your left elbow to the mat and sweep your left hand toward your left side. It's important to notice how I shift my left grip on my opponent's arm as I execute this movement. Before, when I initiated the arm sweep, my knuckles were flush with my opponent's triceps. Then, as I redirected his arm to my left side, I repositioned my grip so that I am cupping my hand over his left biceps. This control allows me momentarily to pin my opponent's arms so that I can land with the downward elbow. Notice that I drive the point of my elbow downward into my opponent's temple. It's important to note that you also have the option of throwing the side elbow. Now I am going to show you how to neutralize your opponent's control with an inside pummel to set up the side elbow. To execute this technique properly, maneuver your right hand to the inside of your opponent's collar tie and latch on to the back of his head. As you secure a right collar tie on your opponent's head, weave your left hand to the inside of his right arm and slide your hand back. Notice how I elevate my elbow and reach my hand to the back of my ear. This is a crucial aspect of the technique. When done correctly, you will break your opponent's grip on your head with little to no effort. Not only that, but you can use the motion of your arm to sweep his arm to the outside of your body. With the side of his face exposed, step your left leg back and throw a side elbow to the right side of your opponent's face. Although it is difficult to see here, I'm actually pulling my opponent's head into the elbow using my collar tie. This is important. This will not only prevent him from backing away from the clinch, it will also increase the power of the elbow. The over-under position, or what is commonly referred to as the 50-50 clinch, is one of the most common tie-up positions in MMA. When you are tied up with your opponent in this position, you both have one underhook and one overhook. This makes it a neutral position because both of you have the same offensive and defensive options. In this section, I demonstrate how to transition into a dominant clinch position so that you can create openings for devastating knee strikes. To increase your chances at pulling off the subsequent techniques, you always want to transition to your attack the moment you arrive in this position. The longer you stammer in the position, the harder it will be to get your offense going. It's important to mention that although there are several takedowns that you can execute from the over-under position, this section focuses on creating openings to land knees. If you are interested in learning how to haul your opponent to the mat, check out the DVD devoted to takedowns and takedown defense. Here I am tied up with my opponent in the over-under clinch position. It is a neutral position because we both have one underhook and one overhook. In order to get my offense going, I first have to create separation between our bodies. I accomplish this by driving my right shoulder into my opponent's chin. As his head shoots back, I wrap my left hand around the back of his neck, position my elbow to the inside of his right arm, step my left leg back, and throw a left knee to his abdomen. This is an excellent technique to utilize if your opponent is stalling in the clinch. Because the over-under tie-up is a neutral clinch position, a lot of guys will relax in the position and attempt to recover. Before he can catch his breath, create space and land with a hard knee. Now I will show you how to land damaging knees to your opponent's abdomen from the over-under clinch position. To start, place your overhook hand on your opponent's far hip and straighten your arm. This will create space and prevent your opponent from closing the distance. As you extend your arm into your opponent's hip, step your leg back and fire a knee to his midsection. It's important to note that you can throw the knee with either leg. Also, you can string the knees together in rapid succession. Although this technique won't land you in a dominant position, it will allow you to land with a series of damaging knees, which in turn will create openings for other attacking opportunities. This is another way to set up the straight knee from the over-under clinch position. To begin, position your overhook arm to the inside of your opponent's near leg. Notice how this traps his left arm. With your right arm serving as a brace, maneuver your underhook arm to the left side of your opponent's head while sliding your left leg across the mat. As you maneuver your body, pull down on your opponent's head and throw a straight knee to his face. Because his left arm is trapped, he is unable to defend against the strike. In this situation, I bring my head back and secure a crossface with my left arm. Notice how I replace my right shoulder with my left arm. Executing this step with speed is mandatory. The chances are your opponent will be driving his weight forward. If you don't secure the crossface quickly, he will close the distance and nullify your attack. Once you've secured the crossface position, maneuver your free hand to the opposite side of his head, step your leg back, and fire a knee to his midsection. As I switch my stance to throw the knee, I relax my crossface arm and allow my opponent's momentum to carry him forward into the knee. A lot of guys feel safe in the over-under clinch because the position is neutral. Most guys will rest or simply wait for the other to attack so that they can counter. As a result, they will relax their arms and try to take advantage of this quick recovery period. This is an excellent technique to employ when faced with this all-too-common scenario. To set up the arm trap, slide the hand of your overhook arm down your opponent's arm and grab his wrist. Pushing his arm behind his body, wrap your underhook arm around his back and hook your wrist over his forearm. With his arm trapped, begin throwing knees to his body and head. It's important to note that you won't be able to hold on to this position forever. Your opponent will most likely squirm and wiggle his way out of the position the moment you trap his arm. For this reason, it's imperative that you land as many knees as possible before he scrambles out of the position. In this section, I demonstrate how to break your opponent's lock on your body when he manages to pummel his overhook arm to the inside of your underhook arm from the over-under position, or manages to drop underneath your arms from the Muay Thai clinch to secure a body lock. Obviously, it is better to avoid this position altogether, but you have to be prepared for the worst-case scenario. Like the escapes that I previously demonstrated, quickness is your key to success. The more time you give your opponent to tighten his control, the less chance you'll have at pulling off a successful escape. In addition to demonstrating several highly effective body lock escapes, I will also demonstrate how to capitalize on the opening with a knee. Again, quickness is key. The instant you break his grip, there will be a brief window of opportunity to counter. To make the most out of this opening, string your escapes together with the attack as if you were doing it as one fluid motion. Here my opponent has secured double underhook control. To break his lock and set up an attack, I place my hands on his hips, straighten my arms, walk my hips back, and throw a straight knee to his abdomen. It's important to notice how I explode through these movements in one fluid motion. That is the key. If you stammer in the position, then your opponent will most likely throw you to the mat. The best time to execute this technique is the moment your opponent establishes his grip. If you allow him to suck your body in tight, then creating distance and breaking his hold will be hard to manage. The instant he wraps his arms around your body, drive your hands into his hips, pinch your elbows in tight, and sprawl your hips back. Once accomplished, throw a straight knee to his stomach. Again, my opponent has secured the double underhook body lock position. If I don't act fast, he will haul me to the mat with a takedown. To prevent this from happening, I pull my left arm back, press my left hand flat against my side, and wedge it to the inside of my opponent's upper right arm. As I pummel my left hand to the inside of my opponent's right arm, I step back with my left leg to create distance. Once you nullify the lock by pummeling your arm to the inside of your opponent's underhook and create distance by stepping your leg back, you are free to follow up with a knee. It's important to notice how I wedge my hand between the gap of my opponent's shoulder and bicep muscle. Pummeling your hand to the inside of your opponent's arm probably won't break his grip, but it will nullify his hold and create an opening to land the knee. Notice how I place my opposite hand on my opponent's hip to maintain distance. This prevents him from closing the gap between our bodies, securing control of my hips, and hauling me to the mat with a takedown. This is another excellent way to break your opponent's body lock and create an opening for the straight knee. As you already know, anytime your opponent secures double underhook control, you always want to create distance by dropping your weight to the mat and sinking your hips back. If you allow him to close the gap, then he will tighten his hold on your body and haul you to the mat with a takedown. The instant your opponent throws his arms around your waist, drive your arms downward into the outside of his arms, like you are scissoring your arms. Most of the time, your opponent's grip will break the instant you drive your arms into his arms. If he manages to keep his grip intact, then grip your hands together and twist your upper body. As his grip breaks, cup your left hand underneath his left arm and pull his arm across your body. As you do this, secure a reverse collar tie by positioning your right arm to the right side of his head. Once accomplished, pull down on his head with your right hand while throwing a straight knee to his midsection. When your opponent secures double underhook control, a lot of times he will bury his head between your shoulder and neck in an attempt to close off space between your bodies. If he has his head positioned over your right shoulder, then rotate your upper body in a counterclockwise direction and drive your right shoulder into the left side of his face. Notice how this repositions my opponent's head to my left and creates a small gap between our bodies. To capitalize, replace your right shoulder with your left hand by wedging your left arm underneath his chin and secure the crossface. Once accomplished, extend your left arm into your opponent's face to create more space between your bodies and throw a straight knee to his abdomen. This is another technique you can utilize to break your opponent's lock on your body and land with a knee. Again, the first step is to create space between your bodies. To begin this process, position your right hand to the inside of your opponent's left hip and extend your arm. This will prevent him from thrusting his hips into your hips to close off the space between your bodies. As you do this, cup his chin with your left hand and push his head upward while stepping your left leg back. This will break my opponent's lock on my body and create enough space to land with the knee. It's important to note that you can transition to the crossface as you throw the knee, or maintain your grip on his chin. The choice is up to you. The most important thing is that you break your opponent's lock on your body. Once that is accomplished, then you can worry about landing with the knee. Here I employ a technique that I've already shown, but instead of throwing a knee, I'm going to show you how to set up the side elbow. To begin, you want to create distance between you and your opponent's body by dropping your weight and sinking your hips back. Before your opponent can close the gap, wedge your left hand underneath his chin and then extend your arm into his neck. With his head being pushed back with your crossface arm, your opponent will be unable to maintain his grip on your body. As his grip breaks, throw a right side elbow to the left side of his face. Remember, this is just another option that you can employ. The key is to escape the position and avoid the takedown by creating space. Once that is accomplished, you can follow up with an attack of your choosing. Once you've drilled all the techniques that I've demonstrated in this DVD, it's time to implement them into a live sparring situation. To get the most out of what sparring has to offer, it is best to focus on one position at a time. For example, if your goal is to develop effective attacks, you want to secure the Muay Thai clinch on your opponent and have him resist. Based on the energy he feeds you, you transition to the appropriate attack. If your goal is to quicken your defensive reactions, have your opponent secure the Muay Thai clinch on your head. As he works to break your posture and land an attack, you work to escape your head and counter with a knee or elbow. Continue with this strategy until you get the hang of the techniques and develop your timing. Once accomplished, start implementing the aforementioned scenarios into a free sparring situation where you and your opponent have an equal opportunity to attack or defend. If you are having trouble with a specific position or technique during your free sparring session, you can always take a step back and practice the position or technique in the form of a drill. Remember, in order to pull off a technique in a live situation, you have to program your body to react off instinct, and that can only be accomplished through countless hours of drilling. Here I am demonstrating a basic pummeling drill. To perform this drill correctly, secure a collar tie with your right arm and have your opponent secure a collar tie with his right arm. Then slide your left hand to the inside of his right arm and around the back of his head, stripping him of his control. Because your opponent also wants to secure head control, he is going to do the exact same thing on your right side. The process is then repeated until one of you achieves your desired goal, which is to secure head control. Executing this drill is an excellent way to develop timing and sensitivity while fighting from the clinch. Remember, you always want to position your arms to the inside of your opponent's arms. Because your opponent has the same goal, it's imperative that you become a master at the pummel. You want to do this drill until the movements become instinctual. Once you get the hang of the basic movements, you can start sparring off the pummel to see who can get the dominant position. Whoever can get their arms positioned to the inside to secure head control will have the upper hand. Here I am combining the attacks previously covered into a free-flow sparring scenario. Notice how my opponent is not fighting back. Instead, he is allowing me to flow from one position and one technique to the next at my own discretion. This type of drill is key to developing your offensive game. If you want to be a good clinch fighter, then you must practice stringing your attacks together in combinations. Remember, no technique works all the time. The more attacks you can chain together, the better your chances at finding an opening that can be exploited with an attack. To execute this drill, have your opponent wrap his hands around your head to secure the Muay Thai clinch. The moment he secures the position, immediately execute one of your counters previously demonstrated. Try to execute as many different counters as possible. To reap the full benefits that this drill has to offer, I recommend going at a light pace and keeping the resistance low. Notice how I immediately work my counter the instant my opponent latches onto my head. In order to be proficient with the techniques covered in this DVD, you have to apply the moves you learn into a sparring scenario. Otherwise, you will never learn how to perform the techniques in a real combat situation. You have to react to the pressure your opponent is giving you and adjust your attack accordingly. To be a complete fighter, you must blend your offensive maneuvers in with your defensive techniques. Here my opponent and I are sparring back and forth. Both of us are searching for openings to attack. My goal is to work both my offensive and defensive games. Ideally, you always want to be on the offensive, but if my opponent should get the upper hand, then I immediately look to counter with one of the techniques shown. Studying and drilling the techniques is not enough. In order to develop the timing and sensitivity necessary for pulling off such maneuvers, you have to spar. Notice how I pummel for control, constantly try to secure control of my opponent's head, off-balance him, and pull him out of his stance so that I can create openings to attack. In addition to this, notice how I always fight to keep inside positioning. This is very important. Here I am sparring with my opponent from the over-under clinch position. The key is to move around with your opponent so that you can get a feel of what it will be like in a fight. Although my opponent is not resisting against my attack, he is feeding me pressure and moving around, just as he would if we were really fighting. The point of this drill is not to engage in a back and forth battle. Instead, you want to work the offensive techniques previously shown only with added resistance. In this sequence, I allow my opponent to secure double underhook control. The instant he secures the control, I immediately start creating distance and work my escape. Position sparring in this manner is the only way to develop the sensitivity and reactions that you need to pull off these maneuvers in a fight. If you just drill the individual techniques and don't take the time to position spar, then implementing the techniques will be hard to manage. In this section, I demonstrate numerous ways to set up your shooting takedowns using strikes. If you plan on competing in MMA and want to bring the fight to the mat, this is a mandatory skill to possess. While in a wrestling match, it is possible to shoot in from a distance without suffering negative consequences. This does not hold true for MMA. When you don't set up your shots, your opponent can spot your takedown from a mile away and employ a counter. Sometimes he will sprawl and drop his weight on top of you, putting you in a compromising position. And other times, he will halt your takedown using strikes, such as a knee to the face. Neither outcome is optimal. However, when you set up your takedowns using strikes aimed at your opponent's head, you pull his focus away from defending his legs and momentarily blind him. As long as you understand which strikes set up which takedowns the best, you can immediately drop your level, shoot past your opponent's defenses, and obtain control of his legs. Although there are dozens of different striking/takedown combinations you can build, I have included the ones that have worked best for me. After learning these options, I recommend experimenting to discover what works best for you. However, it is important to remember this general rule. When in opposite fighting stances with your opponent, his lead leg will be positioned close to your lead hand, making single leg takedowns your best option. When in the same fighting stance, his lead leg will be positioned away from your lead arm, making double leg takedowns your best option. There are of course takedown combinations that break this rule, but in the beginning, following these guidelines will allow you to make the most advancement. this sequence, I demonstrate how to utilize a jab-cross combination to set up a double leg takedown when you and your opponent are in the same fighting stance, meaning you have the same foot forward. The idea is to throw the jab-cross with enough power to distract and threaten your opponent. As his focus and guard shifts upwards to protect his head, I step my rear foot to the outside of his rear foot, drop my level by lowering my hips, and place my right ear against his right rib cage. As a rule of thumb, always position your head to the opposite side of your penetration leg. In this example, I step forward with the right leg, so I position my head on the right side of my opponent's body. Once I've closed the distance, I do several things to finalize the takedown. First, I squeeze my head tight against his rib cage. Not only does this protect me from getting caught in a guillotine choke, but it also allows me to drive his body laterally using my head. Second, I grab my opponent's legs behind his knees. This prevents him from stepping backwards, sprawling, and stuffing my shot by dropping his weight down on top of me. Continuing to block my opponent's legs and drive him laterally using my head, he collapses over my right leg. Once on the mat, I move my hips and legs in a clockwise direction and establish side control. In this sequence, I demonstrate how to utilize a knee block takedown when you and your opponent are in opposite fighting stances. To begin, I step my lead foot forward into the outside of my opponent's lead leg, giving me a dominant angle of attack. As I land the punch, my opponent's focus and guard raises upward to protect his face, making his legs vulnerable to attack. Immediately after landing the cross, I step my rear foot to the outside of his rear foot, drop my level by lowering my hips, drive forward into his body, and chop my right hand into the back of his left knee to disrupt his base and balance. With my opponent's left leg partially collapsed, my goal is to turn his body and shift all of his weight onto his left leg. To accomplish this, instead of retracting my left arm after throwing the cross, I slide it across his body and underneath his right arm, establishing a deep underhook. To score the takedown, I circle around my opponent in a clockwise direction and drive him in the same direction using my left underhook. As his body turns, I continue to chop my right hand into the back of his left knee. Unable to stop his rotation, his weight shifts onto his weakened left leg, causing him to collapse to the mat. One of the best aspects of this technique is that it puts your opponent on his back and leaves you standing, which allows you to either begin striking him from the standing position or begin passing his guard into a more dominant position. In this scenario, I demonstrate how to set up a high single variation using a cross when you and your opponent are standing in opposite fighting stances. To begin, I step my lead leg to the outside of my opponent's lead leg and throw a cross. Next, I hook my right arm around the back of his left knee, clasp my hands together, and pull his leg up to my chest. This gives me the high single position. There are many takedowns that can be executed from here, but because my opponent has kept his trapped leg to the outside of my rear leg, I decide to utilize a scooping throw, which is somewhat unorthodox. To prevent him from stepping back and avoiding the takedown, I unclasp my hands, wrap my right arm around his back, and clasp his right hip using my right hand. Next, I pull up on his trapped leg using my left hand, and then while it is elevated, I quickly scoop my left arm underneath his trapped left leg. This allows me to clasp my hands together over his left hip. To execute the takedown from my new body positioning, I step my right foot behind me and rotate my body in a clockwise direction. With my opponent's body attached to mine, my downward pressure and clockwise rotation pulls him downward and in a clockwise direction. Unable to step his right foot behind him to re-establish his base due to my control, he has no choice but to collapse to his back. The nice part about this technique is that instead of landing in my opponent's guard, I land with the cradle position in side control, which will allow me to immediately get my offense going. In this sequence, I demonstrate another way to set up the high single when you and your opponent are in opposite fighting stances, and then show an alternate version for completing the takedown. Instead of throwing a strike at my opponent's face, I open my hands and throw them both forward, which is often referred to as a hand bump. This technique comes in handy when you want to distract your opponent, but he already has his guard elevated, and you don't want to risk punching his elbows and injuring your hand. Just as when I set up takedowns with actual punches, I step my lead foot to the outside of my opponent's lead leg. Next, I drop my level, hook my right arm around the outside of my opponent's left hamstring, and hook my left hand around the inside of his left ankle. This not only allows me to pull his leg upward into my chest, but also straighten his leg. To execute the takedown, I simply take a quick step backwards and drive my opponent in a clockwise direction using my head. Unable to maintain his balance when presented with both my lateral and circular movement, he falls to his back. In this sequence, I demonstrate how to execute a throw when you and your opponent are in opposite fighting stances. To set it up, I step my lead foot to the outside of my opponent's lead leg and throw it across at his face. With my opponent rattled, I rotate my hips and shoulders in a counterclockwise direction and throw a lead hook to his jaw. However, instead of pulling my arm back into my stance after the hook lands, I follow through with it so that my arm moves in front of my opponent's body. Once accomplished, I set up the takedown by stepping my right leg behind my opponent's legs, dropping my level, hooking my left arm around the back of his left leg, and hooking my right arm around the front of his legs. From this position, my opponent is helpless. He can't step backwards due to my right leg. He can't step to his right because I'm controlling his right leg using my right hand. He also can't move towards me because my body is blocking him. To complete the takedown, all I have to do is twist my torso slightly in a clockwise direction. This drives my right arm into his stomach, which in turn causes him to trip backwards over my right leg. As he falls to his back, I go down with him, land in side control, and cradle his top leg to maintain control of his body. In this sequence, I demonstrate how to execute the previous technique when you and your opponent are in the same fighting stance. The difference is the setup. As you have learned, stepping your lead foot to the outside of your opponent's lead foot is an excellent way to set up a takedown when you are in opposite fighting stances because your opponent's lead leg is close to your lead hand, which makes scooping up his leg an easy task. When you are in the same fighting stance, his lead leg is positioned farther away from your lead hand. As a result, you are generally limited to shooting in for double leg takedowns or crossbody single leg type takedown. However, you do have the option of switching your stance upon entry, which allows you to once again employ the outside single leg scoop shown here. With my opponent's power hand reversed in this scenario, I lead with a jab to avoid moving into a powerful punch. With my opponent's vision temporarily blurred, that's when I rotate my hips in a clockwise direction and throw across. Instead of pulling my arm back into my stance after landing the cross, I slide it in front of his body. I also use the clockwise rotation generated from the cross to drop my level and step my rear foot forward and behind my opponent's legs. Once accomplished, I wrap my left arm around the outside of his left leg and hook my right arm around the outside of his right leg. To complete the takedown, I rotate my body in a counterclockwise direction, increase my elevation, lift his legs, and dump him backwards to the mat. In this sequence, I demonstrate how to set up and execute an inside trip when you and your opponent are in opposite fighting stances. An excellent time to employ this technique is when you're up against an experienced competitor who refuses to let you step to the outside of his lead leg and acquire a dominant angle of attack. Although this can make it difficult to complete some of the takedowns previously shown, it sets you up perfectly for the inside trip. For the setup, I like to throw a jab and then a cross. Immediately after the cross lands, I step my rear foot up to my lead foot so that my body is balanced, and then quickly hook my lead leg around the inside of my opponent's lead leg and wrap my arms around his body. Since I don't have great control over his body, I quickly execute the takedown by driving my hips into his body and pulling his lead leg off the mat using my right leg. The inside reap puts my opponent on one leg and disrupts his balance, and my forward drive further disrupts his base and balance. To complete the takedown, I drive my head and shoulders towards my right to shift my opponent's weight towards his missing leg and destroying any balance he has left. For the final straw, I drive my weight towards the mat, putting him on his back. In this sequence, I demonstrate how to execute a hip throw when you and your opponent are in opposite fighting stances. To set up the takedown, I throw a cross to momentarily blind my opponent and then follow up with an uppercut to lift his chin and increase his elevation. Once I land the uppercut, I move into my opponent sideways. Not only does this allow me to step my right leg deep between his legs, but it also allows me to establish a right underhook and latch onto his right elbow using my left hand. Before I can execute a throw from this position, I first need to execute a back step, which is where I turn my hips away from my opponent and step backwards into him. It's a fairly simple movement. All I do is step my left foot up towards my right foot and then rotate my body in a counterclockwise direction so that my back is pressed up against my opponent's chest. Before he can capitalize on my exposed back, I continue my counterclockwise rotation, elevate the left side of his body using my right underhook, pull down on the right side of his body using my right tricep grip, and elevate his hips using my hips. The combination of these movements is often enough to complete the takedown, but to ensure success, I balance on my left leg and sweep my right leg backwards with authority. Due to my hip rotation and leg reap, my opponent is thrown over my right leg and to his back. It is important to mention that you have two choices when executing this throw. You can either remain standing or follow your opponent to the mat and establish side control. The choice you pick should be based upon your goals in the fight. This is another option when you are standing in opposite fighting stances with your opponent and are unable to step to the outside of his lead leg to set up a takedown. Just as in the previous sequence, I throw a jab to distract and momentarily blind my opponent, and then follow up with a powerful cross. Instead of pulling my arm back into my body after landing the cross, I turn my hand over and establish control of my opponent's right wrist. Forcing his right arm away from his body, I step my right leg between his legs to close the gap between us, drop my level, and then hook my right arm around the inside of his right leg. To prevent my opponent from pulling away, I use my control of his right wrist to pull his body forward. From this position, my goal was to pull my opponent's body over the top of mine. I accomplished this by dropping down to my left knee, lifting up on his right leg using my right arm, and pulling down on his right arm using my left arm. Once I have my opponent hefted onto my shoulders, I dump him over to the mat. The key to being successful with this technique is getting your opponent's weight moving forward, and the only way to accomplish that is to position yourself deep enough between his legs. If you position yourself too far in front of him, you can pull down on his arm as hard as you can and still not get the desired effect. As I mentioned in the introduction to the last section, you never want to shoot in for a takedown without setting it up. There are a couple of effective ways to do this. You can set up takedowns utilizing strikes, or you can set up a takedown immediately after evading one of your opponent's strikes. In this section, I focus on the latter. The goal with most of the following techniques is to drop your level as your opponent's strike comes at you, causing him to miss. Before he can pull his arm back into his stance, you shoot underneath his outstretched striking arm, penetrate past his defensive lines, and seize control of his legs. The most important thing to keep in mind when practicing these techniques is that your first goal is to evade your opponent's strike. If you begin thinking about executing the takedown too early, there is a good chance that you will eat a punch. It is also important not to create patterns. If you drop your level and shoot in for a takedown every time your opponent throws a punch, there is a good chance that he will fake a punch to get you to react. As you shoot in, he throws a counter strike, such as a knee to the face. Again, I have included the combinations that have worked best for me, but it is important that you experiment to find what works best for you. In this sequence, I demonstrate how to counter your opponent's cross with a double leg takedown when in opposite fighting stances. The instant my opponent steps forward and throws the cross, I immediately drop my level to evade the strike, drive off my lead leg, and shoot my weight forward. Next, I shift my weight onto my right knee and slide my rear leg forward into the outside of my opponent's rear leg. With all that momentum moving forward, it becomes very easy to rotate my body in a clockwise direction around my opponent's rear leg. This method of working around your opponent's body for the takedown is often referred to as turning the corner. To obtain control of his body and make the most of my positioning, I quickly wrap my right arm around the front of his legs and my left arm around the back of his legs. Before I can complete the takedown, I first need to secure proper head positioning. Having just shot in, my head is currently positioned to the outside of my opponent's body. Without wasting time, I quickly reposition it to the inside of his body so that my ear is pressed into his stomach. Once accomplished, I have rendered my opponent immobile. To put him on his back, I rotate my body in a clockwise direction, pull his legs into my chest, and drive him in the direction I just came from. Unable to step in any direction, my opponent has no choice but to collapse to the mat. As a rule of thumb, anytime you and your opponent are in opposite fighting stances, single leg finishes will be the easiest to execute, and when you are in the same fighting stances, double leg takedowns will be the easiest to execute. However, breaking that general rule and utilizing techniques such as the one shown here is an excellent way to catch your opponent off guard. In the previous sequence, I demonstrated how to duck underneath your opponent's cross, close the distance, and then turn the corner and complete a double leg takedown. This technique has the exact same setup, but when you tie up with your opponent, you are unable to reposition your head to the inside of his body. Although this head positioning makes it difficult to complete the takedown by driving into your opponent, it allows you to circle around behind his back. However, with your head momentarily positioned underneath your opponent's arm, it is important to make this transition quickly to avoid getting caught in a guillotine choke. Once you've circled around behind your opponent, press your chest into his back to limit his ability to scramble. Next, you must gain control of your opponent's hips. To accomplish this, I unwrap my right arm from around my opponent's waist and hook it up between his legs. With my left arm still wrapped around his left hip, this allows me to clasp my hands together over his left thigh. This grip gives me a lot of lifting power. To complete the takedown, I use my legs to lift his hips upwards and towards my body. As his legs move out from underneath of him, he falls to the mat. In this sequence, my opponent and I are in opposite fighting stances and he throws a jab. To evade his strike, I step my lead foot to the outside of his lead foot and slip my head to the outside of his arm. Before he can pull his arm back into his stance, I drop my level and shoot in for a modified double leg takedown. To accomplish this, I move my left arm in front of my opponent and wrap it around his right side. At the same time, I drop my lead knee to the mat behind his legs and grab his rear foot with my right hand. To get the takedown, I rotate my body slightly in a clockwise direction and drive straight into him using my left arm. With my right arm blocking him from stepping back and re-establishing his balance, he has no choice but to fall to the mat. In this sequence, I demonstrate a variation of a body lock takedown used frequently by wrestlers. Starting in an opposite fighting stance as my opponent, I drop my level to evade his cross. While his arm is still stretched out, I step my lead foot forward into the outside of his lead leg and drive forward. It is important to mention that I do not drop my lead knee to the mat as I shoot in. Since my goal is to tie him up in a body lock, I keep my elevation slightly higher. However, it is very important that I get my hips lower than my opponent's hips. Once my right foot touches down to the outside of my opponent's lead leg, I skip my rear foot forward. Once my rear foot lands, I step my right foot even deeper to the outside of my opponent's body. This inward charge is not done in steps, but rather one fluid motion. In order to be effective with body lock takedowns, you must close off all space between you and your opponent and achieve chest-on-chest contact. Having closed the distance, I keep my hips lower than my opponent's hips, wrap my arms tightly around his body, press my right ear tightly to his chest, and pull his hips into me. To get a takedown from this position, I have the option of rotating him in a clockwise direction and tripping him over my right leg, but instead I decide to use a slightly unorthodox technique and circle around his body in a counterclockwise direction. Continuing to pull his hips toward me during the rotation, my opponent loses his balance and collapses to the mat. One of the nice attributes about this technique is that it allows you to fall directly into the mount and begin your ground attack from a dominant position. In this sequence, I demonstrate how to block a rear overhand when in an opposite fighting stance as your opponent, and then transition into a takedown that's a cross between an inside leg trip and a leg throw. As my opponent throws the overhand, I elevate my left arm to prevent the strike from landing. Instead of retreating backwards, I immediately step my lead foot to the inside of my opponent's lead leg and wrap both of my arms underneath of his arms, establishing a double underhook body lock. Next, I step my rear foot up to my lead foot and then hook my lead leg around the inside of my opponent's lead leg. In an attempt to destroy his base and balance, I rip my right leg backward, pulling his leg with it. To counter my takedown attempt, he shifts his weight onto his posted leg. Although this makes it difficult for me to finish the inside trip, it allows me to execute a throw. To accomplish this, I keep my opponent's left leg elevated using my right leg so he is unable to replant his foot on the mat, hop on my posted left leg in a counterclockwise direction, and pull my opponent in the same direction using my body lock. With all of my opponent's weight already on his right leg, as he is forced to move more towards his right side, he loses balance and falls toward the mat. In this sequence, I demonstrate how to catch your opponent's rear, mid-level tie kick when in the same fighting stance, and then take him to the mat using an inside leg trip. It is important to mention that if you were in an opposite fighting stance, this technique would be used to catch his lead mid-level tie kick. The first step is to catch the kick. To accomplish this, I turn my body slightly in a clockwise direction so I don't absorb the impact with my ribs, and then drop my left arm to scoop up his leg. Once I have my hand around his leg, I pull his leg upward toward my armpit to disrupt his base and balance. There are many options you can utilize from this position, but here I chose to close the distance and execute an inside trip. I achieve this by slightly rotating my body in a counterclockwise direction, placing my right hand on his right shoulder, and hooking my right leg around the inside of his planted left leg. To send him to the mat, all I have to do is push on his shoulder with my hand and pull his grounded leg out from underneath him using my right leg. The most important part about this technique is immediately attacking with a takedown when you catch your opponent's leg. If you delay, he can throw punches into your face or employ a single leg defense. Personally, I like this technique because it puts your opponent on his back but leaves you standing, which gives you the choice of striking him while on your feet or working to pass his guard to assume a dominant ground position. section, I introduce you to the takedowns from the clinch. Although tying up with your opponent while standing can be exhausting work, it is a critical part of the game. In almost every MMA fight, the combatants will tie up at least several times. If you have no idea of how to control your opponent's body, obtain dominant holds, off-balance him, or execute throws, there is a good chance you will either end up on your back or knocked out cold. Out of all the clinching positions, the most prevalent one is the over-under clinch. This is where both you and your opponent have one underhook and one overhook. Because you both have the exact same hold, it's a neutral position. You don't have an advantage over him, and he doesn't have an advantage over you. To start off the section, I demonstrate how to turn your neutral position into a dominant one by pummeling your overhook arm underneath your opponent's underhook arm. This gives you two underhooks, which is often referred to as a body lock, and creates a number of opportunities to attack. However, even when you are a master at pummeling, establishing a body lock isn't always possible. To prevent your opponent from getting the upper hand, I also offer several takedowns that you can utilize directly from the over-under position. A lot of times in a fight, you will end up in the over-under clinch, which is a neutral position because both you and your opponent have one underhook and one overhook. In this sequence, I demonstrate how to pummel your overhook arm underneath your opponent's underhook arm to establish double underhooks, which gives you a more dominant hold. However, as you pummel to steal your opponent's underhook, chances are your opponent will be doing the exact same thing on the opposite side. As a result, you'll end up back in a neutral position. The goal is to win this battle by removing your opponent's underhook without letting him do the same to you. To start this drill, stand chest to chest with your opponent, each of you with one underhook and one overhook. In an attempt to secure double underhooks, back your body away from your opponent and swim your overhook arm underneath of his underhook arm. As you do this, he does the same thing on the opposite side. When one cycle is completed, you will both have an overhook and an underhook, just on opposite sides. When I beat my opponent to the punch, I quickly secure the double collar tie position by wrapping both hands around the back of my opponent's neck, rotate around his body to disrupt his balance, and pull his head down. Instead of trying to capitalize on this position, I return to the over-under clinch so we can continue the drill. In this sequence, I demonstrate how to execute a shoulder throw when tied up with your opponent in the clinch. To set it up, I slide my right arm underneath my opponent's left arm and establish an underhook, as well as grab his right wrist using my left hand. Once accomplished, I rotate my body in a counterclockwise direction, step my right foot deep between my opponent's legs, elevate his right arm using my left hand, shoot my right arm across his body and up into his armpit, and drop my hips below his hips. Once my back is facing my opponent and my right arm is buried in his armpit, I drop down to both of my knees, rotate my body in a counterclockwise direction, drive my right shoulder towards the mat, and pull down on my opponent's right arm using both of my arms. With my hips blocking his legs, he is unable to step forward and regain his balance. As a result, his body flows over the top of mine and he lands on his back. While it is possible to utilize this throw and remain standing, I have chosen to drop to my knees, put my opponent on his back, and immediately begin an assault on the ground. In this sequence, I demonstrate how to execute a foot sweep when tied up with your opponent in the clinch. To set it up, I rotate my body in a counterclockwise direction and use my right underhook to lift the left side of my opponent's body upward. In order to maintain his balance, my opponent attempts to step his right foot towards the outside of his body. To prevent him from taking that step, I chop my right foot into the lower part of his leg. The combination of my actions causes him to lose his balance and collapse to the mat. this sequence, I demonstrate how to execute a double leg pickup with slam finish when tied up with my opponent in the over-under clinch. To set it up, I back slightly away from my opponent, slide my left arm underneath his right arm to secure a second underhook, and then quickly drop my elevation and wrap my arms around the back of his hamstrings. If you wrap your arms around your opponent's waist, it will be easy for him to sprawl his hips backwards and prevent you from lifting his body upward. Next, I step my rear leg up to my lead leg, lift my opponent off the mat, and then drive my ear into his ribcage to force his upper body laterally. For demonstration purposes, I lower my opponent gently to the mat, but if you're in a fight, you want to slam your opponent down with your full body weight on top of him, hopefully breaking his ribs as he lands. Sometimes when you are in the over-under clinch, your opponent will clasp his hands together behind your back and drive his weight into you to either execute an inside trip or simply try to bully you to the mat. In such a scenario, this is an excellent takedown to employ. The execution is very simple. Drop my hips, drive upwards with my left underhook, and drop backwards. With my opponent's hands locked together behind my back, his body comes with me. As we fall, I continue to drive upwards with my left underhook and rotate my body in a clockwise direction. With my right leg now positioned between my opponent's legs due to his forward step, he is unable to step his rear leg forward, causing him to lose balance and fall to his back. It is important to mention that what allows me to execute this takedown is my opponent's forward momentum. If he is stationary or moving backwards, this technique will be very difficult to pull off. In this section, I demonstrate my favorite takedowns that are available from the double underhook position. Unlike the over-under clinch, the double underhook clinch puts you in a very advantageous position. With both of your arms hooked underneath of your opponent's arms, you can clasp your hands together behind his back, pull his body into you, and execute all sorts of stealthy throws. I recommend spending some time on these techniques because after working so hard to obtain a dominant position, the last thing you want to do is lose it due to a lack of takedown techniques in your arsenal. Earlier I demonstrated the basic pummeling drill. In this sequence I demonstrate how to use the pummel to establish a double underhook body lock. Here I begin with a right underhook and a left overhook. In order to establish a body lock, I need to turn my overhook into a second underhook. I accomplish this by placing my left palm flat against my chest, backing my left shoulder slightly away from my opponent, and then sliding my left hand underneath his right arm. Once accomplished, I slide my left arm all the way underneath his right arm and then clasp my palms together in the small of his back. I strongly suggest practicing this movement as much as possible. If you are unable to secure the body lock position, the techniques demonstrated in this section won't be possible. Earlier I demonstrated how to close the distance between you and your opponent and execute the inside trip. In this sequence, I demonstrate how to utilize the inside trip when you establish a double underhook body lock. To begin, I switch my stance by stepping my lead foot behind me and yank my opponent's hips towards my hips. As his body is drawn forward, he is forced to take a small step to maintain his balance. Before his lead foot touches down, I hook my new lead leg around the inside of his lead leg. It is important to do this quickly. If you allow your opponent to plant his foot and reestablish his base, it will be much harder to rip his leg out from underneath of him. To execute the takedown, I reap my leg backwards, taking my opponent's leg with it. takedown is often used in Greco-Roman wrestling and Muay Thai. In both sports, you are disallowed from tripping your opponent to secure a takedown. Tripping is defined as putting any part of your body behind your opponent's body and forcing him to fall over it. This technique is sort of a gray area because you force your opponent laterally and cause him to fall over your lead leg, which is already in place. To execute this technique from a double underhook body lock, I position my lead foot to the outside of my opponent's lead foot. This is a very important step because it will cause my opponent to trip over my leg. Next, I step my rear foot forward, slide my rear knee between my opponent's legs, drive upward with my left underhook, and rotate my body in a clockwise direction. Due to my body lock, my opponent's body is also forced in a clockwise direction. In order to maintain his balance, he needs to step his lead leg to the outside of his body, but he is unable to do so due to my right leg. As a result, my opponent loses his balance and falls to the mat. In today's MMA, being a masterful striker means nothing unless you are able to defend against your opponent's takedowns. If you're killing your opponent in the standing position, chances are he will shoot in for your legs in an attempt to score a takedown. While it is important to be a well-rounded fighter and have a good ground game, the goal is to always control the fight and keep it in your desired realm. If your opponent is beating you on the feet, utilize one of your many takedowns to take the fight to the mat. If you are beating your opponent on the feet, you utilize your takedown defense to keep the fight up. In this section, I cover my favorite defenses to utilize when my opponent shoots in for a double leg takedown. It is important to notice that in most of these techniques, I am not simply stopping my opponent from accomplishing his goal, I'm also making him pay. This is very important because unless you make your opponent suffer for his offensive actions, there is nothing stopping him from attempting takedown after takedown. In this sequence, my opponent and I are in opposite fighting stances, and he shoots in for a double leg takedown. Due to our foot positioning, I immediately know that he must position his head on the trailing side of my body in order to execute a successful takedown. To prevent him from sliding his head against my ribs, I place my left hand on his left shoulder and force his body away sideways. This redirects his forward momentum, making it difficult for him to reach my back leg. To make it even more difficult for him to control my rear leg, I then circle my rear leg away from him in a counterclockwise direction. When done correctly, your opponent will either fall to his knees or to his stomach, depending upon his commitment to the shot. Either way, you will be in a perfect position to counter with strikes. However, it is important to mention that circling away from the takedown does not work when you and your opponent are in the same fighting stance as he shoots in for a double leg takedown. In this sequence, my opponent and I are in opposite fighting stances, and he shoots in for a double leg takedown. I defend his shot just as I did in the previous sequence, but here I take it one step further by using my positioning to secure a reverse collar tie with one arm and a dominant underhook with my opposite arm. Establishing these grips is an excellent option because it allows me to keep my opponent off balance and land a powerful knee to his face. To execute the technique, the moment my opponent shoots his head towards the trailing side of my body, I place my left arm on his left shoulder to act as a brace between our bodies and redirect his forward momentum. At the same time, I circle my rear leg in a counterclockwise direction to prevent him from latching onto it. However, instead of backing away once I've avoided the takedown, I cup the hand of my brace arm around the back of his head and secure a collar tie. As he follows through with his shot and comes back up to his feet, I use that control to keep his head down. At the same time, I hook my right arm underneath his left arm to secure a dominant underhook. My opponent's natural reaction will be to spin away from my control, but by doing so, he creates space between our bodies. Unable to protect his face using his left arm due to my right underhook, I have a clear path to deliver a powerful knee to his face. technique, I demonstrate how to circle out of a double leg takedown when you and your opponent are in the same fighting stance. Unlike when in opposite stances, my opponent shoots in with his head positioned to the outside of my lead leg. To prevent him from latching onto my lead leg, I step my foot backwards in a clockwise direction. At the same time, I place my lead arm in front of my opponent's shoulder to maintain space between us and redirect his forward momentum away from my body. As my opponent comes up to his feet after missing his shot, I turn my arm block into a collar tie, wrap my opposite arm over his shoulder to gain better control of his body, and then deliver a rear knee to his face. In this sequence, I demonstrate an alternate way to block your opponent's double leg takedown. Circling away from the takedown is preferable because it allows your opponent's forward energy to move past you, but sometimes you don't have the proper foot positioning to pull it off. It is important to mention that the technique works just as well when you are in the same fighting stance. To execute the defensive maneuver, I step my rear leg back as my opponent shoots forward. At the same time, I drive my forearms into his collarbones to hinder his forward momentum. As my opponent continues to drive in for the takedown, I step my lead leg back to prevent him from transitioning from a double leg into a single leg, and cup my hands around the back of his head, securing a Muay Thai clinch. Realizing that he will not be able to reach my legs and complete the takedown, my opponent raises up to his feet. Keeping his head down using my grips, I drive my hips forward and land a powerful knee to his face. However, it is very important to make sure your opponent has come up onto both of his feet before launching the knee. If you strike him while he has his hand or knees on the mat, you could get disqualified. This is an alternate method for circling out of the double leg takedown when you and your opponent have opposite feet forward. This version comes into play when your opponent manages to get deep penetration on your body, forcing you to sprawl your legs back to avoid the takedown. However, instead of simply shooting your legs back and flattening your body out on the mat, you rotate your rear leg in a counterclockwise direction as you throw it backwards. This puts you off to the side of your opponent, allowing you to drop your hips to the mat and pin his body underneath you. When you sprawl straight back instead, a lot of times your opponent will continue to drive forward for the takedown. When you sprawl and circle off to the side, his forward momentum will actually take him away from your body. It also makes it much easier to obtain control of his back or work your ground and pound and submissions. As I've mentioned, it's best to circle away from your opponent's takedowns because it redirects his forward momentum away from your body. However, you won't always have the time or foot positioning needed to rotate your body, so it is important to perfect the basic sprawl. In this sequence, I demonstrate how to execute a proper sprawl while shadowboxing. Where a lot of fighters go wrong is they will either jump upwards prior to sprawling or shoot their hips backwards while sprawling. Although both methods seem sound because you're moving your hips further away from your opponent, you actually give your opponent more space to move around underneath of you. If you're up against a good wrestler, he will use that space to continue to drive forward and complete the takedown. The most effective way to sprawl is to send your hips straight down to the mat. A good way to visualize this is to pretend that there are nails pinned to the ground just in front of your feet. Although your feet sprawl behind you as your opponent shoots in, the nails remain in their original position and you want to hammer them downwards using your hips. When done properly, your opponent will get trapped between your hips and the ground. When practicing the sprawl solo, the first step is to plant your hands on the mat and sprawl your feet backward. Envision your chest crashing down onto your imaginary opponent's upper back. Next, slam your hips downward. If your stance is very staggered, chances are your lead hip will have a greater impact on the mat than your rear hip. This is okay. As long as your lead hip is pinned tightly to the ground, your opponent will have a very hard time continuing forward for the takedown. Once you complete the sprawl, how you proceed will depend upon your goals in the fight. If you want to keep the fight on the ground, you can circle around and take your opponent's back. If you want to keep the fight standing, you can quickly pop back up into your fighting stance. this sequence, I demonstrate how to defend against a double leg takedown utilizing a sprawl, which comes into play when your opponent has penetrated too deep for you to circle out of the takedown. Starting in opposite fighting stances, my opponent quickly drops his level and shoots in. Without hesitation, I shoot my legs back and drive my hips downward. To further hinder his forward momentum, I wrap my left arm in front of his right shoulder and around his neck. At the same time, I wrap my right arm over his left arm and across his chest. It is important to mention that when defending takedowns, you have multiple lines of defense. In previous sequences, I demonstrated how to use your first line of defense, which are your hands. In this sequence, my opponent managed to get past my hands, so I utilized my second line of defense, which are my arms, and my third line of defense, which are my hips. Ending with head control, I now have the option of launching a ground attack or escaping back to my feet. When your opponent shoots in for a takedown, whether it be a single or double leg, the goal is to prevent him from gaining control of your body, which can be accomplished using the techniques presented in the previous section. However, this is sometimes unrealistic. With your lead leg often within grabbing distance of your opponent, a lot of times he will be able to latch onto it with his arms and pull it up to his chest, establishing a single leg position. When this occurs, all is not lost. As you will see in this section, you have many options for not only defending against the takedown, but also turning the tables by using your opponent's positioning to take him to the mat. I recommend practicing these techniques as much as possible because single leg takedowns are quite prevalent. For example, your opponent might shoot in for a double leg takedown, but as you execute your defense and move your rear leg out of his reach, he immediately transitions into a single leg takedown. If you are missing the knowledge of how to escape this compromising position, chances are you will end up on your back. My opponent shoots in for a single leg takedown from an opposite fighting stance, and I defend against the takedown utilizing a technique wrestlers often refer to as the switch. Once my opponent hefts my leg off the mat and secures a single leg position, the first thing I focus on is the positioning of his head. Having utilized proper form, he positioned his head to the inside of my body. I need to reposition his head to the outside of my body, which I accomplish by placing my hands on the right side of his head and forcing his head to the outside. It is important to mention that when your opponent shoots in for an inside single instead of an outside single, you can forgo this step. Next, I reach my right arm over my opponent's right arm, shoot my arm downward and between his legs, and then hook it around the back of his right leg. Once accomplished, I rotate my body in a clockwise direction and lift his lower body upwards using my right arm. This action pulls his center of gravity forward, not only causing him to release his grip on my leg, but also collapse to his knees. This technique is similar to the previous one. My opponent shoots in with an outside single, I reposition his head to the outside of my body, and then reach my right arm over his right arm and then drop it downward. However, instead of wrapping my right arm around the inside of his right leg, as I did in the previous technique, I wrap it around the outside of his right leg. At the same time, I drive my left arm between his legs. This allows me to clasp my palms together behind his right knee. Once I assume this position, it makes it very difficult for my opponent to keep my trapped leg elevated, which allows me to drop my foot to the mat. From here, I increase my elevation, pull my opponent's right leg towards my chest, and rotate my body in a clockwise direction. The combination of these actions turns him upside down and causes him to crash down onto his back. This is an excellent technique because it not only allows you to escape the single leg takedown, but it also puts your opponent on the mat. This technique is very similar to the previous one. The primary difference is your hand positioning. Just as before, my opponent shoots in for a single leg takedown with his head positioned to the inside of my body. To set up the technique, I place my hands on his head and move it to the outside of my body. Once accomplished, the technique takes a slightly different turn. I shift my right hand to the back of my opponent's head and then use that control to drive his face towards the mat. This weakens his hold on my trapped leg and allows me to drop my foot to the floor. From here, I pivot on the ball of my right foot, step my left leg forward, rotate my body in a clockwise direction, and wrap my left arm around the back of his right leg. The next step is to lift my opponent's right leg off the mat, but this can be quite difficult while he still has weight on it. To solve this problem, I drive his head downward using my right hand, forcing him to lean forward. With his weight now off his right leg, I use my left hand to elevate it upward and then continue to rotate my body in a clockwise direction. Due to my actions, my opponent also rotates in a clockwise direction, causing him to trip over my right leg and fall to his back. The key to success with this technique is to drive your opponent's head downward as you lift his leg upward. Without both of these actions, the technique won't work. In this sequence, my opponent shoots in for a single leg takedown, but because we are in the same fighting stance, he utilizes an inside single and positions his head to the outside of my body. His goal is to obtain a high crotch or high C takedown. With my opponent now shooting across my body for the takedown, I am able to hook my left arm underneath his left armpit to slightly slow his shot. This provides the space and time I need to circle step my right foot in a counterclockwise direction and plant it behind his lead leg. This step is very important because it's what will allow me to trip my opponent towards his back. The deeper you can step behind his legs, the better. Once I've completed the step, I slide my left arm underneath his left arm, wrap my right arm over his right shoulder, and then clasp my hands together in the center of his chest. With my grip giving me control of his upper body, I simply fall backwards and rotate my body in a clockwise direction. As I pull my opponent backwards over my right leg and hip, he loses his balance and collapses to his back. The instant he lands, I wrap my left leg over my opponent's left arm and then hook my left foot underneath his left leg. This position helps prevent my opponent from scrambling and gives me the time I need to secure the top position. In this sequence, my opponent and I are in opposite fighting stances, and he shoots in for an outside single. As he comes forward, I immediately place both of my hands on the back of his head and drive it downward. This makes it very difficult for him to heft my lead leg off the mat and secure the single leg position. It also allows me to step my lead foot to the outside of my opponent's lead foot, destroying his angle of attack. Once accomplished, I continue to drive his head downwards using my lead arm. At the same time, I bend down and grab his lead ankle with my rear hand. To execute the ankle pick, I pull his left leg upwards using my rear hand and slightly rotate my body in a clockwise direction. Due to my actions, my opponent has no choice but to collapse to the mat. sequence, my opponent and I are in opposite fighting stances, and again he shoots in for an outside single. In many of the techniques already shown, I began by forcing my opponent's head to the outside of my body. I am unable to do that in this situation, so I immediately widen my stance, slightly drop my level, swim my right arm underneath his left shoulder, and then reach across his torso and grab his upper right triceps. At the same time, I reach my rear arm forward and grab his lower right triceps. Once my grips are established, I step my trapped right leg backwards and in a counterclockwise direction. With my opponent clinging to that leg, this movement pulls his body forward. To completely disrupt his base and balance, I continue to rotate my body in a counterclockwise direction and pull his body forward using my triceps grips. With nothing in front of him to support his weight, my opponent collapses to his back. The key with this technique is not letting your opponent lift your lead leg off the mat. If he manages to do this, it will be impossible to circle out of the takedown. It is also important to mention that you should always attempt to force your opponent's head to the outside of your body when he shoots in for an outside single. This will give you a lot more options. However, this technique is good to have in your arsenal when up against a fighter who won't allow you to accomplish this initial goal. Sequence, I'm standing with my right foot forward and my opponent is standing with his left foot forward. As mentioned earlier, when in opposite fighting stances, your best bet is to shoot in for a single leg takedown. This is exactly what my opponent does. Dropping his level, he shoots in for an outside single on my lead leg. Instead of letting him scoop up my lead leg, I step my right foot behind me before he can close the distance. Determined to get the takedown, my opponent continues forward, but with my right leg now out of reach, he transitions his takedown to my left leg. Due to my reversal of my stance, his head is now positioned to the inside of my body. To use his positioning to my advantage, I slide my left arm in front of his left shoulder, grab his hands to control his grips, and then hook my left leg around the inside of his right leg. To score a takedown, I back my left leg backwards into his right calf and drop my butt straight down. This pulls his base out from underneath of him and collapses him to the mat. As my opponent falls to his butt, I drop my left knee and immediately hook my right arm underneath his left leg. To obtain side control, I rotate my body in a counterclockwise direction, throw his leg over my head, and drop my weight down on top of him. In the previous section, I demonstrated not only how to defend against your opponent's single leg takedowns, but also use his awkward positioning to counter with a takedown of your own. Although all these techniques are highly effective, they won't always be possible, especially when up against a wrestler who is familiar with single leg counters. However, when your opponent establishes the single leg position, it is also possible to counter with a submission. Submissions are illegal in wrestling competition, and they will often catch your opponent off guard. The goal is to apply the submission before your opponent has a chance to complete the takedown. When you accomplish this, one of two things will happen. Either your opponent will immediately submit, or he will put all of his focus into defending against the submission, which requires him to abandon his single leg takedown. In this sequence, I demonstrate how to catch your opponent in a guillotine choke when he shoots in for an outside single from opposite fighting stances. I begin by placing my hands on my opponent's head and forcing it to the outside of my body. Once accomplished, I wrap my left arm over my opponent's head and then hook my forearm across his throat. At the same time, I slide my right hand across the opposite side of his neck and clasp my hands together. To apply the guillotine choke, I stand up tall and drive my arms upwards into his neck. Although the majority of the pressure is applied to your opponent's trachea, which cuts off his air supply, when you apply enough pressure, it also pinches off his carotid arteries and severs blood flow to his brain. Body positioning is very important to make this choke work. Notice how I don't lean my shoulders backwards. A lot of fighters will do this in an attempt to get another few inches of pressure, but this only gives your opponent an opportunity to pop his head out of your armpit and escape. Instead, you want to keep your shoulders forward and finish the choke with your hands. Ideally, you want the bony part of your wrist to be dug into your opponent's trachea. If you position your forearm into his trachea instead, there will be too much cushion, making it difficult to finish the submission. In this sequence, my opponent and I are in opposite fighting stances, and he shoots in for an outside single. Just as before, I place my left hand on his head, but instead of using that hand to push his head to the outside of my body, I use it to drive his head straight back and create separation between our bodies. This allows me to place the outside of my right arm against his left shoulder, hook my right biceps around the left side of his head, and wrap my right forearm around the right side of his head. Notice how this positions the crook of my right arm in the center of his neck. Next, I rotate my body in a clockwise direction so that I can grab my left biceps with my right hand. Once accomplished, I bend my left arm so that my left hand is over his left shoulder. This gives me a basic rear naked choke grip. Just as when applying the rear naked choke, I finish the submission by pinching my elbows together and squeezing my arms. As my arms drive into his carotid arteries, blood flow to his brain is severed and he taps out. This technique is often called the executioner choke, and there is a reason. It's very powerful. However, the instant you apply it, your opponent will most likely release your leg and begin fighting your hands to break the choke. Even if he manages to break your grip, you still manage to escape the single leg takedown. In this sequence, my opponent and I are in opposite fighting stances, and he shoots in for an outside single. However, immediately after closing the distance, he realizes that my rear leg is within reach and reaches for it with his rear arm in an attempt to transition into a double leg. To begin my defense, I place my hands on his head and move it towards the outside of my body, just as I would when defending against a regular single leg. Once accomplished, I grab my opponent's right wrist with my left hand to break his grip on my rear leg. A split second later, I hook my right arm underneath his right arm and then grab my left wrist with my right hand. This provides me with a Kimura lock and gives me complete control of my opponent's right arm. To use my control to score a takedown, I jerk his right arm upward, breaking his grip on my rear leg. At the same time, I rotate my body in a clockwise direction. As my opponent's arm folds behind his back, it puts a tremendous amount of pressure on his shoulder, forcing him to roll his upper body forward to relieve the pain. Continuing to crank on his arm, he eventually does a front roll and lands on his back. Rather than let my Kimura lock go when my opponent lands on his back, I maintain my grips to prevent him from scrambling. Once I'm hovering over him with my lock intact, I have a couple of options. I can drop down and finish the Kimura submission, drop down on top of him and obtain side control, or back away standing. In this sequence, my opponent and I are in opposite fighting stances, and he drops low and shoots in for an outside single. Immediately, I place my hands on his head and drive it downward. This is an excellent defense because where the head goes, the body follows. With his head being pushed towards the mat, it makes it very difficult for him to elevate his hips and finish the takedown. Next, I move his head to the outside of my body. At the same time, I create separation between our bodies by taking a backward step with my rear leg. Once accomplished, I step my left leg in a counterclockwise direction so that my weight is directly over my opponent's back. This allows me to reach my left arm underneath his left arm and grab my right instep, trapping his head between my left arm and right leg. Due to this trap, as I execute a forward roll over my left shoulder, my opponent comes with me. As I pull my opponent on top of me, I already have the triangle position. My right leg is wrapped around the right side of his head. By gripping my right instep with my left hand, I have trapped his left arm to the left side of his neck. To finish the triangle submission, I hook the crook of my left leg over my right foot, pinch my knees together, and squeeze my legs. It's not the easiest technique to execute, but if you manage to pull it off successfully, it will be on your highlight reel forever. In this sequence, my opponent and I are in opposite fighting stances, and he shoots in for an outside single. Just as with the previous technique, I immediately place my hands on his head and drive it downward to prevent him from elevating his hips and completing the takedown. Once his head is positioned down by my lead knee, I remove my rear hand from his head and post it on the mat. Balancing all of my weight on my lead leg and left hand, I elevate my rear leg off the mat and shoot it behind my opponent's lead leg. Notice how I rocket my body forward as I do this so I can trap the back of my opponent's lead leg with my left hip. Still applying downward pressure to my opponent's head using my right hand, I corkscrew my body toward my back. This drives my right leg into my opponent's hips, causing him to fall backwards over my left leg. Unable to regain his balance by stepping backward, he crashes down to his back. Although I too am on my back, my opponent's lead leg is trapped between my legs, allowing me to quickly lock in a knee bar. To apply the submission, I wrap my left arm around the back of his Achilles tendon and then wrap my right arm over my left arm. This arm positioning allows me to pull his leg into my chest. It also allows me to position the toes of his foot against the side of my face, which will hinder him from rolling out of the submission. To apply the knee bar, I bridge my hips and hyperextend his leg. In this section, I cover all the basic footwork that is required for both attacking and defending against attacks. The majority of the movements are not overly complex. The difficult part is not breaking your stance as you execute them. More specifically, you don't want to drop your hands, spread your feet too far apart, or do anything that will compromise your stance. To begin, start with the simple steps, such as side steps, forward and backward steps, and switching your stance. Once you get the hang of them, move on to pivot steps. The goal in this section is to get an introduction to the movements that you'll be using later in the DVD to set up attacks and counterattacks. Instead of rushing through this section, take your time with it. Work on developing each technique and then work on putting them together. Learning the side step may take just a few seconds, but it gets a little more complex when you combine it with a pivot. There are an infinite number of footwork combinations that you can put together, and the more you master, the more dangerous you become. While your stance is your foundation, your footwork is your ground floor. In this sequence, I demonstrate basic footwork. I show the side step, forward step, and back step movements, all of which can be utilized to initiate an attack or evade one of your opponent's attacks. They can also be combined with more complex movements, such as the shuffle step or pivot step. As a rule of thumb, always lead with the foot closest to the direction you want to head. If you have your left foot in front and want to step forward, move your left foot first. If you want to step to your right, step your right foot first. And if you want to move to your left, step your left foot first. Unless you're setting up a specific technique, never cross your feet. If you do, your balance will be compromised and your body will be open to attack. It is also important to maintain a tight stance as you move about. Keep your hands up at chin level and your elbows tucked to your sides. This will put you in a prime position to either attack or defend on a moment's notice. Lastly, never let your feet get too spread apart. To maintain a balanced stance, take small steps and immediately drag your trailing leg forward. Again, this will ensure that you are always ready to attack or defend. In this sequence, I demonstrate a shuffle step, which is a good technique to employ to cover a lot of distance in a hurry without breaking your stance. The forward shuffle step is generally used to set up an attack, and the backward shuffle step is generally used to evade one of your opponent's attacks. Just as with general movement, you always want to lead with the foot closest to the direction you want to head. It is also important to maintain your stance throughout the movement. You want to keep your feet roughly a shoulder width apart. If they come too close together or spread too far apart, your balance will be compromised, which gives your opponent an opportunity to attack. Avoid picking your feet up off the mat as you shuffle. Instead, slide them across the mat. This will prevent your opponent from launching an attack while you are in the air, as well as quickly put you in a position to attack or defend. To execute a forward switch step, all you have to do is step your rear foot forward. If you're in a standard fighting stance, step your right foot in front of your left. If you're in a southpaw stance, step your left foot in front of your right. Although it is an extremely simple technique, it can prove invaluable when hunting down a retreating opponent or while in the middle of a striking combination. By switching your stance, you create different angles of attack and force your opponent to adjust to your new positioning. The backward switch step is the same as the forward switch step in that you reverse the positioning of your feet to assume an opposite fighting stance, but instead of stepping your rear foot forward, you step your lead foot back. This technique is best utilized when retreating after an attack or countering your opponent's forward movement. Just as with the shuffle step, do not elevate your feet off the mat. Instead, slide them across the mat into their new position. It is also important to keep your feet positioned roughly a shoulder width apart to maintain a solid base. The side step to inside pivot can prove useful in several scenarios. For example, if you're in a southpaw stance and your opponent circles towards the outside of your lead foot, executing a side step can keep your hips aligned with his and prevent him from obtaining a dominant angle of attack. If he changes directions and begins circling towards the inside of your lead leg, executing an inside pivot again allows you to keep your hips square with his hips. By utilizing this simple technique, you can keep your opponent in front of you with minimal movement. The side step to inside pivot can also be used as an attack. For example, you may advance on your opponent's center line with a series of strikes and then execute a side step to inside pivot to acquire a more dominant angle of attack. As with all the footwork techniques shown in this section, I recommend practicing the movements while shadowboxing and sparring as much as possible. To perform the inside pivot, I take a small outward step with my lead foot, shift my weight onto my lead leg, and then slide my rear foot circularly along the mat. A common mistake a lot of fighters make is they slide their foot first and then rotate their upper body, which compromises their balance. Instead, you want to move your entire body as a single unit. The outside pivot is similar to the inside pivot, but instead of acquiring a dominant angle on your opponent's right side, you acquire a dominant angle on his left side. As you will learn later in the DVD, there are many situations in which this technique proves useful. For example, if your opponent is circling towards your left side, executing an outside pivot allows you to square your hips with his hips, eliminating his dominant angle of attack. The primary difference between the inside pivot and the outside pivot is the direction in which you rotate. With my left foot forward, I slide my rear leg in a clockwise direction to execute an inside pivot, and slide it in a counterclockwise direction to execute an outside pivot. In this section, I teach all the punching techniques that I use in mixed martial arts. No matter which punch you throw, you want to keep your striking arm relaxed and generate power using your legs, hips, and the rotation of your shoulders. If you have any tension in your arm, you will not only lose power and speed, but you'll also burn precious energy. It is also very important to immediately bring your striking arm back into your stance after landing a punch. A lot of fighters have the bad habit of dropping their arm as they bring it back toward their body, but if you're up against a good counterpuncher, this is an excellent way to get knocked out. To avoid breaking your hand, which is quite common in MMA due to the small gloves worn by the fighters, you always want to strike your target using only the knuckles of your index and middle fingers. To protect your face from counter-strikes, always keep your free arm elevated. When studying the moves, pay special attention to how each one is best utilized. Some punches are more applicable as a lead-in attack, some work better as a secondary attack, and some are most effective as a counter-attack. Later in the DVD, I will demonstrate how to string various punches together to form combinations, as well as show you how to use the various punches to counter your opponent's attacks. But in the beginning, it is best to focus on form and learn the function of each strike. The straight jab is one of the most important punches in mixed martial arts competition. It can be used to set up kicks, takedowns, and power punches. It can be used to close the distance between you and your opponent and establish a clinch. It's a phenomenal counterpunch, and it's also a phenomenal tool for preventing your opponent from bull rushing into your comfort zone. And unlike boxing, you can cause a healthy amount of damage with a single jab due to the small gloves worn by MMA combatants. If your goal is to have dangerous hands, I strongly suggest spending an ample amount of time developing this highly versatile punch and then exploring its various uses. In this sequence, I demonstrate how to throw a straight jab from your stance, but it is important to mention that it can also be coupled with a step forward, a step backward, or even a sidestep to achieve a variety of goals. To throw the jab, I do several things in succession. 1. I keep my right hand glued to the side of my face. 2. I drive my left shoulder upward to protect the left side of my jaw. 3. I drive off my rear foot to generate more power behind the strike. 4. I extend my left arm straight out, rotating my fist so that the palm is facing the mat. 5. When I strike my target, I do so with the first 2 knuckles of my left hand. The straight cross is one of the most feared weapons in mixed martial arts competition. When a competitor has mastered this strike, you'll often hear the commentators making such remarks as, if he connects with his straight cross, the fight will be over. Landing a powerful cross to one of your opponent's vulnerable areas causes damage, plain and simple. But developing speed, power, and accuracy in your crosses doesn't happen overnight. It also takes a considerable amount of time to learn how to properly set up your crosses. In this sequence, I demonstrate the traditional right cross. In this version, the cross is thrown directly from your stance and is best utilized when you're already within striking distance of your opponent. To throw the cross from my orthodox stance, I rotate my hips in a counterclockwise direction, come up onto the ball of my right foot, and throw my right fist straight out. As my fist nears its target, I turn my hand over so that my palm is facing the mat. Just as with the jab, I connect with the first 2 knuckles of my hand. thrown correctly, the lead hook can be a very powerful punch, and because it approaches your target from the side rather than from straight on, it can also be a very difficult punch for your opponent to evade. Unlike straight punches, which can be slipped, the only way to avoid a hook is to move out of the way or duck underneath of the punch, neither of which are easy to manage. Your opponent always has the option of blocking your lead hook with his arm, but it's not a very reliable option. Due to the small gloves worn in MMA and the circular path of the strike, your fist will often slip past his arm and connect with the side of his face. In this sequence, I demonstrate how to throw a standard lead hook, which is best employed when you're roughly an arm's length away from your opponent. To execute this punch, I do several things in succession. 1. Keep my right hand glued to the right side of my face for protection. 2. Rotate my hips and shoulders in a clockwise direction. 3. Extend my left arm outward along a circular path. 4. Pivot on the ball of my left foot and rotate my fist so that my palm is facing the mat. 5. Strike my target with the knuckles of my index and middle fingers. In this sequence, I demonstrate how to throw a mid-range lead hook. It is thrown exactly the same as the long-range hook, except instead of elongating your striking arm forward as you throw the hook, you put more of a bend into your arm. If you look at my footwork, you'll notice that with some of the hooks, I pivot my lead foot as I did when throwing the long-range hook, and others, I keep my lead foot planted on the mat. This is a matter of preference. Pivoting your lead foot allows you to deliver a more snappy punch, thereby causing more damage, but throwing a lead hook with your foot planted allows you to employ a more pushing punch, which proves useful to off-balance your opponent and push him into a follow-up strike, such as a rear round kick. It is also important to notice that with some punches I turn my fist over so that my palm is facing the mat, and with others I keep my palm facing my body. Again, this is a matter of preference. To execute this technique, I do several things in succession. 1. I keep my right hand glued to the right side of my face for protection. 2. Rotate my hips and shoulders in a clockwise direction. 3. Extend my left arm outward along a circular path. 4. Pivot on the ball of my left foot and rotate my fist so that my palm is facing the mat. 5. Strike my target with the knuckles of my index and middle fingers. In this sequence, I demonstrate the close-range lead hook, which is best employed when in clinching range with your opponent. In order to land the strike, you must have an even bigger bend in your arm than when throwing the mid-range lead hook. Again, you do not want to wind your entire body up for the strike. Instead, you want to utilize a quick snapping motion that sends your lead fist into the side of your opponent's jaw. Due to range, I do not turn my fist over when throwing this punch. However, I still strike my target using the first two knuckles of my hand. Personally, I like to use the close-range hook to get my opponent to back up and then land a more definitive mid-range hook. There are two primary ways to throw a lead uppercut. The first is a lead standard uppercut, which involves throwing the punch directly from your stance. It doesn't pack that much power, but it's a quick and elusive strike. In this sequence, I demonstrate the lead power uppercut. Before throwing the punch in this version, execute a slip by rotating your body and dropping your level. It's not as stealthy, but it packs a lot of power and is an excellent technique for slipping and countering one of your opponent's straight punches. Due to the dynamics of this punch, it is best utilized when in close range and middle range with your opponent. To pull this technique off, I do several things sequentially. 1. Coming up onto the ball of my rear foot, I drop my lead shoulder to generate power for the punch. This moves my head away from my center line, which would allow me to avoid a straight punch directed at my face. 2. Pulling my right shoulder back, I whip my hips in a clockwise direction, rotate my hand so that my palm is facing me, and throw my fist upward. To protect my face, I keep my opposite hand up. 3. I continue to rotate my body in a clockwise direction until my fist collides with my target. If you miss your strike or are shadowboxing in the gym, your fist should not come up past eye level. Just as with the lead uppercut, there are two primary ways to throw the rear uppercut. The first method is the standard rear uppercut, which I show here. It's a fast and sneaky punch because it is thrown directly from your stance. The second method is the power rear uppercut, which involves slipping to the outside of your opponent's body prior to throwing the punch. It can cause a lot of damage, but it is easier for your opponent to read due to the added movements. To execute the rear standard uppercut, I do several things simultaneously. 1. I pivot on the ball of my rear foot and rotate my hips in a counterclockwise direction. 2. I pull my left shoulder back, drop my right shoulder, and lower my right fist. 3. Continuing to pull my left shoulder back, I rotate my right hand so that my palm is facing me and throw my fist upward into my target. Notice how I have kept my left arm up to protect the left side of my face. The overhand is responsible for putting countless fighters to sleep in mixed martial arts competition. The mechanics of the punch is similar to a straight cross, but instead of throwing your fist straight out, you drop your opposite shoulder and extend your arm forward in a downward arc, similar to a swimmer's freestyle stroke. Due to its arcing trajectory, your opponent can't slip the strike by moving his head away from his center line, as can be done with straight punches. He can block the overhand with his arm, but it's not a very good option. If your hand slips through a crack in his protective shield, he will most likely go to sleep. And even when he manages to absorb the full impact with his arm, the power the overhand possesses will still cause him damage. Your opponent's best option when you throw the overhand is to quickly get out of the way, but by perfecting your timing and learning how to set up the strike, you can make that a difficult chore. To execute the overhand, I do several things sequentially. 1. Keeping my left hand up for protection, I come up onto the ball of my right foot, rotate my hips and shoulders in a counterclockwise direction, and slightly dip my left shoulder toward my left side. 2. I slightly shift my weight forward. 3. As I rotate my body and dip my left shoulder toward my left side, I connect with the side of my opponent's face using the knuckles of my index and middle fingers. To protect myself from counterpunches, I've not only shrugged my right shoulder and kept my left hand guarding my face, but I've also kept my head up and my eyes locked onto my opponent. If you drop your head or look at the mat, your ability to effectively follow up the overhand with another strike will decrease. This is an excellent technique to utilize when your opponent is injured or you can see that his face is vulnerable to strikes, but he has created distance between your bodies to avoid your strikes. To close the distance, you step your rear foot forward, and to deliver a powerful strike, you throw a cross while in mid-step. With your body moving forward, the cross has a lot more power than it does when thrown directly from your stance. Whether your opponent blocks the strike or gets hit, his most natural reaction will be to retreat backwards. To capitalize on that retreat, you step your rear leg forward again and throw another cross while in mid-step, which switches you back to your original stance. When your opponent is injured, it's possible to hit him with 3 punches in a row, but I don't recommend chasing him all the way across the ring using this technique. There's a good chance he will gather his senses and switch his linear movement to a side-to-side movement. This will cause you to move past your opponent, making you vulnerable to counter-strikes. So, I suggest practicing throwing 3 stepping crosses in a row, no more. same technique is demonstrated in the previous sequence, only now you're using it as a counter. As your opponent charges towards you, you step your lead leg behind you and throw a jab while in mid-step. If your opponent continues forward, you repeat the process again on the other side to return to your initial fighting stance. However, it is important to notice that in this sequence, I only employ 2-step punches rather than 3. The instant you begin moving backwards, your opponent will most likely think you are on the run and increase his forward momentum. If you employ more than 2 back steps, he will often be able to overrun you and either land hard strikes or execute a takedown. To prevent this from happening, I like to execute 2 backstep punches to get my opponent to commit to his forward charge, and then utilize a pivot step to reposition my body off to my opponent's side. This causes his body to move past me, giving me a dominant angle of attack. When I fought Chris Lieben in the UFC, I used this exact technique as he rushed towards me with a series of punches. Instead of trying to hold my ground and dodge his strikes, I stepped back and threw punches. With all his momentum moving forward, my strikes landed considerably harder than they would have if he had remained stationary. In this section, you will not only learn how to parry your opponent's punches, but also use parries to launch a counter-strike. While a parry is a rather simple movement to execute, it requires tremendous timing and a sense of distance. For example, if your opponent throws a punch from just outside of punching range, it's possible to simply parry the punch by catching it in your palm. This requires very little movement on your part, and, if you have superior reach, allows you to immediately land a counterpunch. However, if your opponent throws a punch from inside of punching range or has a longer reach, you must use the parry to move his fist to the outside of your head in order to avoid his shot and land a counterstrike. In order to acquire this timing and a proper sense of distance, I recommend doing parrying drills as much as possible with different partners. Rear parry is a hand block that can be used to catch or redirect your opponent's straight punches. As far as movement is concerned, it's a fairly simple technique. The goal is to catch your opponent's fist in the palm of your hand as his arm reaches the end of its extension and redirect it to the outside of your head. The most difficult part is acquiring the proper sense of distance. If your opponent is just inside of punching range and he throws a straight jab at your face, catching his fist in your palm is enough to prevent his fist from connecting with its target. If your opponent is well inside of punching range when he throws the jab, you want to combine the rear parry with a slight slip. This is accomplished by using your rear hand to redirect his strike towards the outside of your head, while at the same time slipping your head towards the outside of his striking arm. Although the parry is a simple technique to understand, the only way to develop the proper sense of distance is through countless hours of drilling and sparring. I strongly suggest you invest that time because mastering this highly effective counter tactic is mandatory for becoming a proficient striker. In this sequence, I use a rear parry to evade my opponent's jab just as in the last sequence, but before he can pull his arm back into his stance, I counter with a jab of my own. There are 2 ways to pull this off. In this scenario, my opponent throws his jab from just inside punching range. As a result, instead of parrying his fist to the outside of my head, I simply catch it in my rear palm. However, if my opponent had a superior reach or threw his jab from well inside punching range, then I would need to parry his hand to the outside of my head and slip my head off my center line to avoid his shot. Either way, it is important to counter with the jab before your opponent can pull his arm back into his stance. I recommend practicing this technique as much as possible, both on the focus mitts and with a live partner. It is important to mention that when using the rear parry, you never want to reach your hand towards your opponent's punch. If you get into this bad habit, there is a chance your opponent will pick up on it. To break your guard, all he has to do is throw a fake punch. As your hand rockets forward, he pulls his hand back. Suddenly, your face is exposed and vulnerable, allowing him to target it with other punches. To prevent such an outcome, move your hand in front of your face and let the punch come to it instead of the other way around. this sequence, I demonstrate how to parry your opponent's jab using your rear hand and then follow up with a counter cross. The primary difference here is that instead of parrying my opponent's fist to the outside of my head, I use my rear hand to parry his fist downward. Not only does this redirect his punch and zap its power, but it also creates a pathway for me to throw my parrying hand over his arm and land across. It is important to notice that I am not parrying his punch, pulling my hand back into my stance, and then throwing the cross. I throw the cross immediately after parrying his fist downward. If you hesitate between these two actions, your opponent will be able to pull his arm back into his stance to protect his face. In previous sequences, I demonstrated how to utilize a rear parry to evade your opponent's jab when in the same fighting stance, meaning you have the same foot forward. When you and your opponent have the opposite feet forward, the rear parry is utilized to evade a cross. Everything is done the same. The only difference is that you're parrying his rear arm instead of his lead arm. And just as when parrying the jab, you have the option of redirecting your opponent's fist to the outside of your head, which allows you to quickly counter with a jab, or redirecting it downward, which allows you to immediately throw a cross with your parrying hand. In this sequence, I demonstrate how to evade your opponent's cross using a lead parry when in the same fighting stance. To accomplish this, I simply redirect my opponent's fist away from my face, causing him to miss. Just as with all parries, it is important not to reach for your opponent's fist. Instead, you want to let his fist come to your hand. My opponent and I are in the same fighting stance, and he throws a cross at my face. To evade his cross, I utilize a lead parry. However, instead of redirecting his fist to the outside of my face, I stuff it downward. Not only does this zap the power from his punch, but it also lowers his arm and creates a pathway for me to counter with a jab. It is important to notice that I do not pull my arm back into my stance after executing the parry. I immediately lash out with a jab. If you delay, a couple of things can happen. Either your opponent will pull his arm back into his stance to protect his face from your counter strike, or he will follow up with another strike. To perfect this technique, practice it with a partner as a drill for several minutes at a time. My opponent and I are in the same fighting stance, and I use a lead parry to evade his jab. This is a slightly more dangerous technique because instead of your action repositioning your head to the outside of your opponent's arm, it repositions your head to the inside of his arm, which makes you very vulnerable to the cross. To mitigate the risk, I immediately execute a counter jab with my parry arm. If your opponent plans to throw a jab-cross combination, which is very common, the goal is to hit him with the jab before he can send the cross out of the chamber. Not only does this hinder him from throwing the cross, but it also disrupts his rhythm, allowing you to follow your jab with more strikes. However, if you delay between the parry and throwing the jab, there is a very good chance that you will eat a secondary punch. To avoid taking damage when first starting out, I recommend always parrying with the hand opposite to the one your opponent throws. If he throws a punch with his left hand, parry it with your right hand. If he throws a punch with his right hand, parry it with your left hand. This will take you to the outside of your opponent's body and limit his ability to hit you with a secondary strike. Only after you become comfortable with this should you incorporate more advanced techniques like the one demonstrated here. In this sequence, I demonstrate how to utilize a lead parry to evade your opponent's jab when in opposite fighting stances. It is important to notice that this technique follows the general rule. My opponent throws a punch with his right hand and I parry with my left, making it a lot safer of a technique than the previous one shown. It is also important to notice that instead of parrying his punch to the outside of my body, I force it downward. Again, this zaps power from his punch and also creates a pathway to throw my parrying hand over his arm and land a jab to his face. If you delay between the parry and the punch, your opponent will pull his arm back and re-establish his guard. When your opponent attacks, it's best to evade his strike and counter with a strike of your own. For example, your opponent throws a jab, and you counter by slipping his jab and throwing a jab at the same time. If done correctly, just as your opponent's arm becomes fully extended, you crash your fist into his face. In addition to avoiding some pain and dishing some out, striking your opponent while he's in the middle of his attack breaks his rhythm, making it very difficult for him to follow up with more strikes. This allows you to go on the offensive. However, you won't always have the foot positioning needed to evade all of your opponent's strikes, making it very important to learn how to block. It can be a little risky because even when you manage to cover your head with your arms, there will still be gaps in your protective shield, and sometimes the small MMA gloves will find their way through these cracks and connect with your face or head. For this reason, it is important to use blocking as a last option. The outside block is best used to combat punches that approach from the outside, such as hooks and overhands. It's a relatively simple block in terms of movement, and when executed with the proper form and correct timing, it can effectively protect your head from strikes. But due to the small gloves used in MMA competition, it can oftentimes be risky. It's not uncommon for a punch to slip through a crevice in your protective shield and crash into the side of your face, and even when you utilize a perfect outside block, you're still absorbing the impact of the blow. A much better option is to slip or evade the strike altogether and position yourself to launch a counterattack. However, evading punches isn't always possible, especially when you're trading punches with your opponent. If slipping isn't an alternative, utilizing the outside block is certainly better than letting your opponent hit you. To execute this technique, it is important to have proper form. As my opponent throws an overhand right at the side of my head, I immediately rotate my hips and shoulders in a clockwise direction, place my left hand on the back of my left ear, and elevate my left shoulder. This causes the power of my opponent's punch to be absorbed by my left forearm and shoulder. In this sequence, I demonstrate how to execute a rear outside block. If you and your opponent are in the same fighting stance, it's best utilized to defend against his lead hook. And if you are in opposite fighting stances, it's best used to defend against his rear hook or overhand. To execute this block, I rotate my body slightly in a counterclockwise direction, place my right hand behind my right ear, and elevate my right shoulder. This causes the power of my opponent's punch to be absorbed by my right forearm and shoulder. Again, it is always better to evade your opponent's strikes, but when not possible, blocking is better than taking a hard hit to the face. this sequence, I demonstrate how to use a lead elbow parry to block your opponent's cross. To pull this technique off, as my opponent's fist comes at me, I rotate my shoulders in a clockwise direction, drop my left hand towards my solar plexus, and sweep my left elbow across my body to deflect my opponent's punch. To ensure my head is protected, I reach my right hand towards the left side of my head so that my forearm is stretched across my chin. While parrying is more effective for positioning your body for a counter strike, the lead elbow parry is an excellent technique to employ when you don't have excellent foot positioning or your opponent catches you off guard. However, before executing this technique, you must be certain that your opponent's punch is aimed at your head. By elevating your elbows, you make your midsection vulnerable to liver and kidney punches. It is also not wise to utilize the lead elbow parry too often because your opponent might begin tailoring his combinations to this defense. For example, he might throw a cross to get you to elevate your elbows and then follow up with a lead round kick to your liver. As I have mentioned, it's always wise to position yourself to the outside of your opponent's punching arm because it limits your chances of getting hit with a secondary strike. In this sequence, my opponent throws a jab. Instead of blocking his punch with a lead elbow parry, which would position me to the inside of his punching arm, I execute a rear elbow parry. To pull this off, I rotate my body in a counterclockwise direction, drop my right hand towards my solar plexus, and sweep my right elbow across my body to deflect my opponent's fist. To ensure my head is protected, I reach my left hand towards the right side of my head so that my forearm is stretched across my chin. Now that you understand how to parry and block your opponent's punches, I demonstrate how to avoid them altogether utilizing evasive movements such as the inside slip, outside slip, lean back, and shoulder roll. As you will see, utilizing proper evasive techniques not only allows you to defend against your opponent's attacks, but it also provides you with a dominant angle to launch an attack. While parries and blocks are both necessary to have in your arsenal, perfecting evasive movements can make you a master striker. The inside slip is best utilized for evading straight punches such as the jab and cross. The movement involved is very similar to dropping into a low stance in that you lower your elevation by bending at the knees and sink your hips back, but instead of keeping your head centered, you move it away from your center line by bending at the waist and tilting your upper body. Deciding when to use the inside slip can be a little tricky. If you have the same stance as your opponent, meaning the same foot forward, the inside slip can be used to evade his jab. If you have the opposite stance, the inside slip can be used to evade his cross. In both cases, it is important to keep your back straight and your hands up. This will protect you from other strikes in his combination and position you to launch counterattacks. As I mentioned in the previous sequence, when in the same fighting stance as your opponent, the inside slip is best utilized to evade his jab. To pull this off, I sink my hips back, lower my elevation by bending at the knees, and dip my head towards my right side. Due to these actions, my opponent's punch sails past the side of my head. As I already mentioned, when in the opposite fighting stance as your opponent, the inside slip is best utilized to evade his cross. To pull this off, as my opponent's cross extends towards me, I begin rotating my shoulders in a clockwise direction and sink my hips back. Next, I lower my elevation by bending at the knees and dropping my head towards my right side. Due to my actions, his punch sails past the side of my head. If you've spent some time practicing the techniques I've already demonstrated, you should be quite familiar with the jab. You understand how to throw a jab, and you understand how to evade your opponent's jab using either a slip or a parry. In this sequence, I demonstrate how to blend jab offense and jab defense together. To accomplish this, all you have to do is slip your opponent's jab and throw a jab of your own at the same time. It is important to notice that I land my jab just as my opponent's jab arm reaches the end of its extension. This is key because when you hit an opponent while he is in the middle of a strike, it disrupts his rhythm, which in turn creates openings for you to follow up with a secondary attack. Your opponent's combination and allow you to launch counterattacks. Straight punches. Like the inside slip, the outside slip allows you to evade a strike by moving your head away from your center line. However, instead of repositioning your head by dropping your level, sinking your hips, and bending your knees, you accomplish the goal by rotating your body and tilting your head in the direction of your lead leg. Once again, the stance that you and your opponent have will determine which strikes you can evade using the outside slip. For example, if you and your opponent are in opposite stances, the outside slip can be used to evade his jab. If you are in the same stance, the outside slip can be used to evade his cross. No matter what strike you use the outside slip to evade, it is important that you keep your hands up at face level. This will help protect you from other strikes in your opponent's combination and allow you to launch counterattacks. To execute this technique with an opponent in the same fighting stance, as his cross comes at me, I pivot on the ball of my right foot, rotate my hips and shoulders in a counterclockwise direction, and dip my head towards my left side. Due to these actions, my opponent's cross sails by the side of my head. As mentioned in the previous sequence, when you and your opponent are in opposite fighting stances, the outside slip is best utilized to evade his jab. The actual slip is exactly the same. As my opponent's fist comes at me, I pivot on the ball of my right foot, rotate my hips and shoulders in a counterclockwise direction, and dip my head towards my left side. Just as before, my actions put my head to the outside of his striking arm and causes his fist to sail by the side of my head. In this sequence, my opponent and I are in the same fighting stance, and he throws a cross at my face. Just as before, I execute an outside slip by pivoting on the ball of my right foot, rotating my hips and shoulders in a counterclockwise direction, and dipping my head toward my left side. However, as I execute the outside slip, I fire a right cross off at the same time. This is an excellent combination because the movement involved in the outside slip is the exact movement you make when throwing a cross. The two work flawlessly together. The goal is to hit your opponent as his arm reaches its full extension. If you wait until he pulls his arm back into his stance before throwing the cross, there is a good chance that he will block it. Striking him with his arm extended will break his rhythm, which not only makes it difficult for him to throw a secondary strike, but also allow you to launch a combination. The goal in any fight is to be as elusive as possible, and mastering both the inside and outside slip is an excellent way to achieve that. In this sequence, I demonstrate a continuous slipping drill, which allows you to evade your opponent's jabs and cross. Although it is important to practice drills such as these to ingrain specific movements into your mind, in a fight you never want to slip more than a couple of punches in a row without firing back. It doesn't matter how good of a fighter you are. If you utilize only defensive movements, eventually your opponent will pick up on the pattern and find his mark. You must always threaten your opponent. For the best results, I recommend practicing this drill from the same fighting stance as your opponent as well as from an opposite fighting stance. In this sequence, I'm demonstrating the inside shoulder roll, which is a defensive technique used in boxing. To execute the technique, I shift my weight onto my right leg, rotate my hips in a clockwise direction, pivot on the ball of my left foot, and roll my left shoulder toward my right side. The clockwise rotation is very important because it's what positions my lead shoulder in front of my face, protecting it from strikes. The goal with this technique is to move your head off of your center line and replace it with your lead shoulder, throwing off your opponent's targeting. It also blades your body, limiting his frontal targets. In the next sequence, I demonstrate how to put the shoulder roll into effect. In this sequence, I demonstrate how to use an inside shoulder roll to defend against your opponent's jab when in the same fighting stance. As my opponent's fist comes at me, I shift my weight onto my right leg, rotate my hips in a clockwise direction, pivot on the ball of my left foot, and roll my left shoulder toward my right side. Notice how these actions move my head away from my center line and replaces it with my shoulder, causing my opponent to either miss his strike or hit my deltoid. However, it is important to mention that sometimes the shoulder roll alone is not enough to defend against your opponent's strikes. It's most effective when combined with other defense, such as elbow parries, hand parries, blocks, slips, or footwork. In this sequence, I drop my lead hand to protect my body and leave my rear hand high to better protect my head. In this sequence, I demonstrate how to use the inside shoulder roll to defend against your opponent's cross when in the same fighting stance. All my movements remain the same. The only difference is the punch that I'm using the shoulder roll to avoid. It is important to notice that when using the inside shoulder roll to evade the cross, I am positioned to the inside of my opponent's body, which makes me vulnerable to other strikes. And with my back slightly turned away from my opponent, I am vulnerable to takedowns. However, it is also important to notice that when executing the shoulder roll, my hips are spring-loaded, which allows me to deliver a powerful rear uppercut. I can use this uppercut to prevent my opponent from throwing a secondary strike, and I can also use it if my opponent should drop his elevation and shoot in for a takedown. lean back off, as my opponent's fist approaches my face, I take a backward step with my rear foot and lean my upper body backwards. It is important that I do not lean my head beyond my rear foot. This would disrupt my balance, making me vulnerable to both strikes and takedowns. The lean back is designed to immediately launch a counter strike, but in the beginning, it is important to drill just the lean back to get a feeling for measuring your opponent's range. Some fighters have a longer reach than others, and with this technique requiring you to be extremely close to your opponent's advancing fist, you must know the exact extension of his arm. For this reason, it's usually best to reserve the lean back until the later rounds of a fight, because by then you will have gauged the length of your opponent's arms. In this sequence, I demonstrate how to utilize the lean back to evade your opponent's jab when in the same fighting stance. It's a very deceptive technique because instead of raising your arms to block the punch or slipping to the outside of his striking arm, you simply lean back to make your opponent miss. It is important to not dramatically jerk your head backwards the instant you spot the jab because it will alert your opponent to your intentions. Instead of continuing forward with the jab, he will retract his punch, wait until you begin moving your body forward, and then capitalize on your awkward positioning with an alternate strike such as a cross. For the best results, you want to keep your face as close to your opponent's fist as possible to instill confidence in him and cause him to overextend his arm. It is also important not to get your stance too elongated. Remember, you only want to move far enough away to avoid your opponent's fist. Any more, and you will not be in a good position to launch a counterattack. There are two ways to use the lean back to launch a counter strike. The first method is to execute the lean back as you did in the previous sequence to evade your opponent's strike, and then follow his fist forward as he pulls it back into his stance and throw a strike of your own. This method is best employed when your opponent has a longer reach, and the key to being successful with it is keeping your face 1 or 2 inches away from his fist at all times. If you allow his fist to get ahead of you as he retracts it, there is a good chance you will walk into a secondary punch as you close the distance. The second method is to throw a counter strike as you lean back, which is what I demonstrate in this sequence. This technique is best utilized when you have a longer reach than your opponent. The goal is to move your head far enough away that you miss your opponent's strike, but keep it close enough that you can land a strike of your own. To pull this technique off here, as my opponent's jab comes at me, I take a backward step with my rear foot and lean my head back. At the same time, I throw a counter jab. This is a very advanced technique because it requires you to have a very good sense of your opponent's range. If you are off by just a few inches, you will most likely get hit. As a result, I recommend practicing this technique as much as possible and reserving it for the later rounds of a fight. In this sequence, I demonstrate how to use the lean back to evade your opponent's cross when in the same fighting stance. The movements involved are exactly the same as when evading your opponent's jab. As my opponent's fist comes at me, I take a backward step with my rear foot and lean my head back just far enough to cause him to miss. However, with the cross being a more powerful punch than the jab, you must have a very good sense of the length of your opponent's arms. Just as with the lean back off the jab, there are two ways to land a counter strike when using the lean back to evade the cross. If your opponent has a superior reach, you want to execute the basic lean back to cause him to miss, and then follow his fist as he pulls it back into his stance and throw a cross of your own. In this sequence, my reach is superior to my opponent's, so I throw the cross as I lean back. Again, the goal is to move your head far enough away to avoid your opponent's strike, but not so far that you can't land a counter strike. To pull the technique off here, as my opponent's fist comes at me, I take a small backward step with my rear foot and lean my head backward. At the same time, I rotate my body in a counterclockwise direction and throw a cross straight down the pipe. In this sequence, I demonstrate how to execute a lead sidestep slip, which is an excellent technique for not only evading your opponent's straight punches, but also setting up counter punches. To utilize this maneuver, I rotate my body in a clockwise direction, step my left foot further to the outside of my body, plant on the ball of my left foot, and then shift my weight towards my left side. The goal with this technique is to move your body away from your center line, causing your opponent to miss with his strike. In the next sequences, I will demonstrate how to employ this movement to evade actual strikes and set up counter strikes, but in the beginning, it is important that you get familiar with the basic movements involved. In this sequence, I demonstrate how to use the lead sidestep slip to evade your opponent's cross when in the same fighting stance. As my opponent's fist comes at me, I rotate my body in a clockwise direction, step my left foot further to the outside of my body, plant the ball of my left foot on the mat, and shift my upper body toward my left side. To ensure that I block his strike, I plant my left forearm against the outside of my opponent's striking arm and redirect it away from my head. As with all evasive techniques, the goal is to only move far enough to the outside of your center line to avoid your opponent's strike. If you lean too far back or take too large of a step to the outside of your body, you will jeopardize your balance, which not only makes you vulnerable to your opponent's secondary strikes, but also limits your ability to launch a counter strike. In the next sequence, I demonstrate how to use this evasive maneuver to launch a counterattack, but when first learning this technique, it is important to focus exclusively on the defensive movements. In this sequence, I demonstrate how to use the lead sidestep to evade your opponent's cross and then counter with a left hook. Initially, all movements are the same as in the last technique. As my opponent's cross comes at me, I rotate my body in a clockwise direction, step my left foot to the outside of my body, plant on the ball of my left foot, and shift my weight to my left side. However, instead of placing my left arm on the outside of my opponent's cross, redirecting it away from me, I use the rotation of my body to throw a left hook over the top of his arm and to the side of his face. The nice part about this technique is that the rotation of your lead sidestep spring loads your hips for the hook. However, it is very important that you execute the hook immediately after utilizing the evasive sidestep. The goal is to throw your hook over the top of your opponent's outstretched arm. If you delay, your opponent will pull his arm back into his stance and use it to protect the side of his head. this section, I introduce you to the dirty boxing clinch, which is where you have one hand hooked around the back of your opponent's head and your opposite hand free to throw strikes. To begin, I demonstrate how to set up the dirty boxing clinch off strikes, and then how to set it up off your opponent's strikes. Next, I demonstrate how to use footwork to off-balance your opponent, making it easier to land an assortment of punches to both his body and head. Although the dirty boxing clinch is a position many fighters ignore, it is a necessary tool to have in your arsenal, especially when up against a fighter who is beating you with strikes on the outside. In this sequence, I demonstrate how to establish the dirty boxing clinch when your opponent evades your rear hook using a duck under, and then I show some of your striking options from the clinch. To begin this sequence, I throw a rear hook at my opponent's head. To avoid getting hit, he drops his level and rotates his body underneath the punch. Notice how missing the punch winds my hips in a counterclockwise direction. This sets me up to throw a lead hook, but instead of using my spring-loaded hips to deliver a punch to his head, I rotate in a clockwise direction and establish a left collar tie by hooking my left hand around the back of his head. Once I establish the collar tie, I immediately disrupt my opponent's balance by pulling his head downward. This can be done with just one hand, or, if your opponent is super strong, you can achieve this by securing double collar ties and using both hands to pull his head down. Either way, once you've lowered the elevation of his head, you have an excellent opportunity to land strikes using your free arm. Notice how you can attack his head, body, or even his legs. For the best results, you want to alter the location of your punches by going low and then high, or high and then low. In this sequence, I demonstrate how to block your opponent's rear hook and establish the dirty boxing clinch at the same time. To pull this off, the instant my opponent begins throwing his rear hook, I elevate my left arm to the inside of his right arm, step my lead foot forward, and wrap my left hand around the back of his head. Although it can be intimidating, the goal is to move into your opponent's strike to stuff it. If you wait until his strike is halfway to your face before moving in, you allow him to generate full power behind his punch. It is also extremely important to elevate your lead shoulder to protect your chin. Even when you time this move perfectly, there is still a good chance that your opponent's fist will loop over the top of your arm. If your chin isn't protected behind your lead shoulder, you might get rocked. Just as in the previous sequence, the instant you establish the dirty boxing clinch, you want to pull your opponent's head down to disrupt his balance and begin throwing strikes using your free hand. In this sequence, I demonstrate how to establish the dirty boxing clinch after blocking your opponent's rear hook using an outside block. Although stepping into the punch, as shown in the previous technique, is superior because it stuffs your opponent's punch and increases your chances of successfully establishing the dirty boxing clinch, this method is far safer. If your opponent has super fast punches or you don't have the footing needed to immediately step forward into the punch, I recommend using the outside block. To pull this technique off, as my opponent's hook comes at me, I elevate my left arm, place my left hand behind my left ear, and close off all space between my arm and the side of my head. This causes the power of my opponent's punch to be absorbed by my left forearm. While his arm is still extended, I slide my left arm down the length of his arm and hook my hand around the back of his head, establishing the dirty boxing clinch. In previous sequences, I demonstrated how to use your single collar tie to pull your opponent's head down directly from your stance. Although this will often be enough to disrupt his balance, a far better approach is to step to the outside of his body and pull his head down in a circular fashion. In order to maintain his balance, your opponent will be forced to take a step. While he is doing this, you have free rein to land strikes to his body and head. This technique is exactly the same as the previous one in that I block my opponent's rear hook using an outside block and then shoot my blocking arm forward to establish a collar tie. However, instead of stepping to the outside of his body and using my left collar tie to pull him off balance, I switch to a right collar tie, step to the outside of his body, and then push him off balance. I still force his head downward and in a circular direction, only now I am pushing rather than pulling. While my opponent is stepping to recover his base and balance, I now use my left arm to strike his body and head. Although you might find you like one method more than the other, it is important to master them both because it is a good way to keep your opponent guessing and throw off his defenses. In this sequence, my opponent throws a lead hook. Just as when he threw a rear hook, I utilize an outside block, only now I am doing so using my right arm instead of my left arm. Once I have absorbed the power of his punch on my forearm, I shoot my right arm down the length of his arm and wrap my hand around the back of his head, establishing the dirty boxing clinch. Just as in previous sequences, my goal is to off-balance my opponent to shatter his defense and set myself up for strikes. In this scenario, instead of stepping my rear leg to the outside of my opponent's lead leg, I step my lead leg to the outside of his rear leg. Once accomplished, I rotate my body in a clockwise direction and use my right collar tie to pull my opponent's head down and towards my right side. To throw his balance off even more, halfway through my rotation I switch my right collar tie to a left collar tie, and then use my control to push his head more toward my right side. Immediately after making this transition, I begin throwing strikes to his body and head using my right arm. A lot of fighters are masters at the dirty boxing clinch, especially wrestlers. If you are beating one of these opponents with punches on the outside, a lot of times they will grow desperate and simply step forward and reach for the back of your head with their rear arm. To defend against this technique, I will slip to the inside of their reaching hand and counter with a jab. It is important to mention that this technique is a little risky. As you learned earlier in this DVD, it is wise to always slip to the outside of your opponent's strike because it prevents you from getting hit with their opposite hand. However, when your opponent reaches for your head, the path of his hand usually resembles a hook more than a cross, which can make slipping to the outside difficult to accomplish. It's possible to bob and weave underneath his arm, but that takes time and will often allow your opponent to achieve his goal of closing the distance and tying you up in the clinch. I have found slipping to the inside of his reaching arm and then countering with a jab to be the most effective. It is very important to immediately launch your jab into your opponent's face to prevent him from following up his reach with a lead hook. The scenario presented here is the same as the last. I'm beating my opponent on the outside with punches, so he decides to step forward and reach for my head to establish the dirty boxing clinch. However, this time my opponent reaches with his lead hand instead of his rear hand. With trajectory on his arm resembling more of a lead hook than a jab, slipping to the outside of his arm can be difficult. Instead, I slip to the inside of his arm and immediately fire a right cross. This technique can be dangerous. If you slip to the inside of your opponent's punch and hesitate with the cross, your opponent will most likely throw a cross of his own. In order to be effective, you must slip your opponent's arm and throw the cross simultaneously. In this section, I offer a number of sparring and footwork drills you can execute to improve your technique. It is important to mention that you do not want to go all out with these drills. Instead, you want to focus on your form and timing. If it is a partner drill, keep your eyes locked on his midsection, watch his movement, and constantly be on the lookout for how you can acquire a dominant angle of attack by moving to the outside of his body. If it is a solo drill, imagine that you have a partner standing in front of you and execute your techniques just as you would on a real body. Although many of these techniques are intended to be executed slowly, you do not want to zone out. On the contrary, you want to focus your mind on every single movement of your body to make your techniques the most efficient. In this sequence, I demonstrate shadow footwork. Assuming my fighting stance, I move around my imaginary opponent to both acquire a dominant angle of attack and evade strikes. Whether you are new to fighting or an experienced mixed martial artist, this is an excellent drill because it allows you to sharpen your most important tool of all, footwork. Although conducting this drill is always beneficial, it's best as a warm-up prior to training or sparring. In this sequence, I combine evasive footwork such as side steps and pivots with evasive upper body techniques such as inside and outside slips. While fighters will often practice their strikes by isolating them, they rarely do it with footwork. This is a mistake. Footwork is your most important offensive and defensive tool, and it should be practiced as often as possible. I recommend doing this drill several times a week as a warm-up. Footwork sparring is an excellent drill to execute with a partner. To begin, have your opponent lead and match his footwork so that you remain in striking distance. After a few minutes, switch up and lead yourself. This drill allows you to isolate the most important part of your game, footwork. Try to focus on never crossing your feet and maintaining your fighting stance at all times. I recommend it as a warm-up prior to training. In this drill, my opponent throws straight punches at my face, and I parry the punches and counter with a punch of my own. For the best results, your opponent should be throwing his punches at less than half speed. The goal is not to damage your opponent, but rather improve your timing and sense of distance. This is an excellent drill to improve your defense against punches. To utilize it, have your opponent throw a series of straight and looping punches at your face, and then block them using your arms. Again, this will allow you to isolate and improve one aspect of your game. In this drill, my opponent again throws a series of straight and looping punches at me, but instead of blocking them, I evade them using slips, sidesteps, duck unders, and the lean back. To get the most from this drill, focus on executing proper movements, maintaining your balance at all times, and utilizing footwork to acquire a dominant angle of attack. As mentioned earlier, evading your opponent's strikes is always better than blocking them, making this a very, very important drill. In this sequence, I combine 3 of the previous drills into one to improve upon my defense. With my opponent throwing both straight and looping punches, I avoid them using footwork, blocks, and evasive techniques. Again, to get the most out of this drill, focus on footwork, maintaining your balance, and acquiring a dominant angle of attack. To accomplish this, have your opponent throw his strikes at less than half speed. I demonstrate what technical sparring should look like. Instead of trying to hit one another with devastating strikes, we set up each strike with footwork and throw our punches at less than half speed.
Last week, and her husband had a heart attack. He canceled the dinner, and she had to fly to Japan. So.
Man is good.
Very good.
Like 2 seconds.
Going for
Keep shooting it. I missed it. Don't worry, don't talk to me. Uppercut. Uppercut, right uppercut. Yeah, you cut him off. Don't fall him. One do it, one do it. Uppercut. Don't stop at the inside. Work on the inside. Work on the inside. Work on the inside. Get closer. Get closer. Yeah. Come on, man. Don't wait. Why are you waiting, son? Hands up. Your hands too low. Boom. Wait. Wait. Here we go. Now listen, it's about time. Yeah, why you in the corner like this, son? Get out of the corner. Pivot out of the corner, man. Get up, kid. Yeah. Get in, double down, move left. Nice try. Where we get jab? Uppercut, right uppercut. Right uppercut, right hand. Lean in, right uppercut. Shoot. Right uppercut, man, right now. Do it, dog. There's the rope, though. There's the rope, though. Work both hands. Shoot. Oh, you're all right. Don't let it start working. Shoot. Don't let it start. Bobby Week, make a minute. Let me see you make a motherfucker miss, man. Look for the shot. When you make a miss, look for the shot. You're not making a miss, son. Shoot. Body, you got a body. Body, right up there for the body. Extension. Do it again. Shoot. Jab out of the corner. Shoot. No, you can't get away from with that shit. Huh? Uppercut. No, you can't get away from with that other shit, dog. Use your hand, homie. Right hook. Shoot. Get in there with it. Go do it, man. Go do it, man. Rush the motherfucker, dog. Hood rush. Hood rush. Yeah. Shoot. Body. Get low.
Hey, no, I got you. Izquierda.
My hand too low. Your right hand too goddamn low. Don't wait. Shoot. Right hook, right now. Straight to the square.
La izquierda, la panza y luego
Put them together. Don't fall and cut him off. Move your head side to side right now.
izquierda, la panza, izquierda.
You're evidence, man. You're sure. Go do it, dog. Rub him off, man. Punch, man. Punch. Yeah. All right, do it again. Shoot. All right, down the elbow. Shoot. All right, right body. Shoot. Right hook. Shoot. Right hook. Come good. All right, body. Shoot. Now you ain't turning you right into the front. Come on in. Shoot. Down the front.
Izquierda, la panza, izquierda y luego gancho. Gancho de derecha.
Shoot. Shoot.
La derecha, la izquierda, la panza.
Don't wait. Now you wait for it. Bang it when you do that move. Man, you don't fucking listen, man. Bang it. Hands up. Bang it. Double jab right here. Bang it.
Izquierda.
Right hook. Body right hook. Yeah. You got a body, move body right now. Body, go to the body. Hook. Go back to the body. Stand there, work with that left foot on his chin. We hand out. Yeah. Take his hand, man. I did. One more, Greg. Get to his jab. But no. I want you to line him. Do this. I want you to line up fight some motherfucker that move like that. Cut his ass off. Yeah.
Hey, get this, bro. Did it break?
No. Why are you cutting off, dog? Why are you cutting this too? All you gotta do is get low and then get that body. Get low and get that setup, Kevin. Get low and get that body. Go ahead, body, head. Don't let him push you back. Jump.
En medio, ahí adentro, en medio.
Right hook.
Make it work, Jay.
That motherfucker don't listen to save his fucking life. Nice try.
Adentro, poquito.
Body. The little short shot that we've been working on. Yeah, the little short shot. Short. Come right back. Short. Bam. Shoot.
Ah, good move.
Uppercut right now. Why do you fucking do that, man? That's why you lost the last time we was in the ring. Don't do that shit, man. Break it up now. Fire back.
Siguiendo con el jab. 30.
He's very strong. Finish up strong. Go through and put the good rush. Man, go work. You're not gonna punch. So what? Cut him off. Yeah. Now, see, this is what I'm talking about, dog. You don't fucking listen. Yeah. Oh, no.
Thank you, coach. Thank you. Good work. Good work. Good work. Thank you. Thank I'm here every day. I'm here every day. Yeah, I'm here every day. Just come down. I'm here every day. Sorry. Okay. Here. We're on these cars, okay? Both guys will run about 14. These are 16. Okay. These are actually 18 to this one. These are for him. This one. Okay. See you.
I'm going for your chin. You should not punch with your shoulder. Awesome.
Você gosta de ficar nas costas.
Here. The end is there. Okay, so from there, all you can do is come back. Okay, you can hit one time so you get that. When you're here and here, that's a punch. Always a counter punch, okay? Alright? You over here?
Good job, dude.
Under here. Yeah. Jab hook. Jab hook. Good. Up. Good. Hook. Okay. Your feet. Raise your hand, your head, your shoulders. They all can be used as fingers. Okay?
I'm coming, Bo.
When you feint me,
Damn. I'm not gonna run outside butt naked. Yeah, Bo.
Hook. Uppercut. Hook. Hook. Under. Yes. 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 Two. 1, 2. We're going to. 1, 2. Hook. Alright, so I'm blocking jab, but then look, I'm blocking it here. Right? And then a lot of people don't block the jab here. A lot of times you get a guy get jab, they block it here. When you block it here, I got hook, right? So when you block my jab, my jab, you block there, and chop off. You fight right here now, so don't block. Okay? What I want you to do, I want you to be able to see that. See his mistake. That's why we have the pain. See his mistake and see what he is. We have a boxing, you have a 12-round fight, you have time to learn your opponent. By 4 rounds.
Usando o jab, você tem que fazer essa tocar, então você tem que ter uma arma. Onde vai ser a cagada dele?
Here, here, bang, hook. You go to the hook if I go here. Yeah. The hook is only 7. It's a power shot. Yeah. Here I go.
Feet, left, right, left, right, left, right.
Because I'm reaching here. So, yeah. That's open. Boom. Yeah. You want to lead in the power shot.
Entendeu que ele fala a mesma coisa? O hook é só para você botar, abrir o hook. Exatamente.
Yeah. 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 Yeah.
It's okay.
Stay on one side.
As long as you're doing it far away. Yeah. 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 1, 2. 1, 2. Say again, okay, hook. Now here. Yeah, let's see. Okay, hook. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Outside. So I'm trying to go here and here. Very common for right-handed fighters to fight you. Or Jones, like that. You expect that, right? Okay, come on. I expect that. So in there, I'll block. You know it's coming. Boom, boom. You know it's coming. Out of your head.
Yeah, come on.
Yes. Roll it. Under. You know it's coming. Under.
Sempre o melhor caminho por isso para você sempre limpo, sai vazado.
Yeah. Yeah. If you see it coming, you go under, go. Right? Yeah. 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 2. 1, 2. 1, 2. 1, 2, 3. Hook. That's it. Yeah, 1, 2. Good. Good. Put it on the outside, out after the hook. Pivot. Yes. Okay, remember? You're here. 1, 2, 3, 4. Boom. Say pivot. Boom. He's going to follow you, okay? 1 step. And your foot's on the outside. Boom. Yes. Okay, my tendency is going to turn towards you. You take the step there. After the hook. Boom, out. I'm here. Boom, right? Worst case scenario, you're there, I go here. You come with your jab. Okay? But you want to turn me. It's my instinct to follow you though. So a lot of times when you make that step, you hook, step. Yeah. Yes, okay? Because now you have got balance, okay? You're turning me into punches. You're in control of the situation, okay? Smart. Jab. Jab. 1, 2. 1, 2. 1, 2, hook. Buddy. Buddy. Come on. Come on. Quick. Rápido, rápido. hook. The hook right ahead. The hook. Under. Quick, quick, quick. Yeah.
Lean
Alright.
in, lean in.
Enough.
Olha o tamanho.
Corta o canto, limita o seu movimento.
So be careful with the corner.
Cuidado com o corte.
The ropes, the ropes you can set something up easier. The corner you can't do, but it's a little more dangerous. So I'd rather see you here than there.
É, perfeito. Se clica ali, dá pra você inventar um negócio que você vem aqui, é travado, é perigoso.
Because if you're stuck in the wind, you're setting a punch up. You're thinking, you're seeing it, right? You're setting a punch up like here, you come and try to go hook over start. But yeah, that's okay. But from this position to here, I'm limited. I don't have a lot of space. From the ropes, if I get here, I go out, body in, okay? Or if you're on this side, you stop, switch, yeah. And that side there, I go here, boom. Just a little step more, you go with that shot, boom. Back in on the speed.
Yeah,
But he does it from the southwest side. He's here, boom.
Yeah. The fight, the material, here, the guys, bang! Oh, amazing.
Off the ropes.
Yeah.
That's good. Okay?
Thank you, coach. Thank you.
I'll give you this. Well, you're on the red one's hanging up. You get right beside my bag.
Yes, sir.
On the right hand side.
Thank you.
How long has it been since the start?
Quanto tempo até você fazer o sparring?
Quanto tempo que é?
Você não faz o sparring?
Ah, porra, faz muito tempo. Desde que a última luta. Eu lutei faz 2 meses.
2 months he hasn't done his sparring.
Faz 2 meses que estou sem treinar.
They kid's strong. He's got 3 or 4 fights now.
Tem 3 lutas profissionais no final, ele fala que é forte pra caramba.
The company's boxing not that good as MMA's
Falar pra avisar que o teu boxe não é tão bom, mas que o teu MMA é o bicho.
When I fought Camacho, he was a smart boxer and he had speed, and the face was just so much danger more because he was much more effective. He's so quickly, he works so quickly off him. You know, I was just too slow at that time in my life. Just couldn't deal with it. He just beat me with his speed. You know, very intelligent. So speed, and fainting, and boxing like that, when you put them together, it's a great asset. You're very light on your feet.
Muito leve no teu finta, é uma combinação muito boa para você. Essa leveza no teu
finta e as pernas.
But not just, good things. You obviously want to throw the punch and check it. But you got to be ready. Why not? Because you want them to throw. Things slip. Always something in front of you.
Sempre para imaginar alguém na
The
tua
minutes is a little easier. No matter what you're doing, you're hitting that opponent because what's his counter when you throw a punch? Yeah, because when I first started working with Alexei Guayo, I was really frustrated. I was 18 years old. Alexis was world champion. I used to tell my trainer, he knows what I'm going to do before I do.